Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall move. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has three key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Ratchet spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute.
And it is MPL Singapore season number 10. We've been live for 10 seasons in a row, and it's a massive celebration. My name is Jace. Joining me right here is Churros. We will be caster for today. How are you feeling, Churros, for season 10?
To be honest, super excited. A lot of changes, especially in the roster and players' rosters.
Definitely.
We'll dive more deeper into that later. But technically, as an analyst, as a researcher, I did my research on streams and my own time.
Yep.
The meta changed so much that I think previous seasons and how the players' play styles doesn't really matter. It's how they adapt to this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, you know, the notes I've been taking all
Yes,
the past
sir.
few seasons. It's all out of the window right there, of course, for our POV. But of course, before that, let's also give a huge shout out to our sponsors and organizers as well. Of course, this is powered by Moontan and Pulse Nova Entertainment, presenting partner IT as well. If you talk about IT, definitely if you take a look down there, you can redeem this particular code, scan the QR code to claim some discounts on the IT app. So you also want to download the app as well. But apart from that, we also got our official gaming chair partner as well, which is the chair that we're just sitting on. And of course, another huge shout out to our partner in Esports, Future Living, and Singapore Esports Association.
Man, there's so much things that is going by. Thank you to all the sponsors once again for making Season 10 happen. Hopefully, it's much better than Season 9 coming into this new season.
Definitely.
Man, first things off, we'll start macro. We'll start big. There's a lot of changes. What do you want to start with first?
I think what we can start is definitely there's something that's definitely new in the esports scenes as well, right? Speaking which is the Magic Chess Rising Star as well. That's something that if you're aspiring to be an esports player, or if you've been playing a lot of Magic Chess, you want to join this one.
Dude, you know, yesterday in the MLBB Rising Open, I was carried by Smatty Cat and Rum. If you remember that, like, super old players, they carried me all the way through. And I'm playing like, I feel like I'm an actual pro player until they scold me. But yeah, you know, in Magic Chess is very interesting because it's all tactic based. It's a lot of luck. If you get your right heroes, you get the right calls, you get the right composition, right synergy, you can win. So I think it's really interesting that you're bringing the competitive level into Magic Chess.
Yeah, I love it, like, because every new title is a different opportunity for not only just the players and also people like you, right? You never know what's the next thing that could happen to you. And speaking of the next thing that can happen is, of course, we want to give the power to the people. We want to give the community a try as well. Here is the tournament format, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, new season, new me, new tournament format, right?
Yeah. Kinda confusing at first, but you're gonna run this
it's
through.
definitely more easier to understand
Much easier
compared to season 9.
previous season.
Right.
There are seeded teams, community teams also coming out to play. I know today and next week, the community teams are coming in, especially in the challenger bracket stage.
Yep. So in order to understand this graphic, you just have to focus the one on the middle one. That's what we'll be streaming most of the time. From the week 1, week 2, week 3, day 1 and day 2, we'll be streaming you live, mostly for the MPL Singapore invited teams or seeded teams. 6 teams in total. After that, you know, the top 4 teams will be advancing to the playoffs immediately. Like basically, don't even need to pass go. You just go straight to the playoffs, right? But the 5th and 6th team get relegated down to the challenger bracket stage. Hold that thought just a little bit moment. But at the same time, while we're doing our seeded stage, there's also offline venues where we are doing our challenger qualifiers. Now, these are your community teams and your mobile MLBB Rising teams as well. They're going to go through their own, you know, qualifiers. They're going to play, and there'll be 2 weeks. First week, right, that's happening right now. If you guys are on fly as well, hello. There's also going to be 2 winners from this qualifier, and then next week we're going to play another round of community challenger qualifiers again, another 2 more winners. Now these 2 winners, well, technically total 4, they'll be joining the challenger brackets to go up against the 2 MPL Singapore teams that dropped down from the seeded stage.
I love what they're doing right here, right? Singapore is a very small country, and as such, we have very little players, or local players. We're getting in imports and all of that. But I like the fact that the community teams are actually stepping up to the plate.
Yes.
We're matching the community teams and really hidden gems, hidden players
Hidden
that
gems.
will shine into the seeder stage. Last season, we saw really long stays like Homeboys, or what's that team? Man, I can't.
It's a lot of teams, right?
There's a lot of teams that have been pushed down. Vanguard was
Vanguard
pushed
as
down
well.
by the community teams, and they're actually coming into the picture.
But before that, we go deep dive into the teams that, Churros, we love to talk about them. But I think that's something that we always want to talk about. It's the random map draw due to the patch update, the Flying Cloud map, the Expanding Rivers map, the Broken Walls map, Dangerous Grass map. Which one's your favorite, Churros?
Now, hold that thought. I have too many favorites. Honestly, I think Dangerous Grass is the most exciting one. You have so much places to hide. You're bringing in new heroes into the fray. We're playing in the lower ranks or higher ranks in your MLBB games. You can see the Freyas and Eudoras actually making a lot of effort in it. You might think, it's a kind of useless hero, but in a Dangerous Grass situation, you need heroes that open up. So it's going to change the professional meta quite a bit. We've seen this in MPL ID and PH. New heroes are coming in. New heroes are trying to adapt to the way that the environment changes to that playstyle. So draft will change, playstyles will change, and the way that teams communicate will change. And I want to point out that each individual environmental change might suit different teams better. If you're expanding River, I think team like Team Evil with magic of team fights and a little bit more rotation power will come in and lead the pack.
You'll hit the side lanes even faster because of the bonus movement speed, right? And also Broken Walls that allows you to take shortcuts literally to the other side of the map very quickly. And of course the Flying Cloud, that's something I think a bit 50-50 about it. If I am the patch designer, I think I will let the Flying Cloud go all the way to the first tier turret, right? Because it also helps in the early game, especially as a gold laner. If you get killed, it's not as punishing as perhaps as before.
I did a little bit of testing. It's 5 seconds faster than walking all the way back to your lane.
Definitely.
So I think recalls are much better. It's easier for the gold laners to stay in their lanes. Much easier for the roam roam around, especially once they take a lot of damage, try to bait the enemy hero's skills, and then go back and then come back into the team.
So a lot of things to talk about regarding this map draw, right? But we're going to deep dive into each individual one when we see it during the matches later. But let's talk about the seeded teams right now. On your screen right here, Flash SG, the Tyrant, the dominating team for what? 4 seasons in a row. RSG Singapore, they're not too shabby either, but don't forget this is totally brand new RSG Singapore. And of course, you also got your Absolute Zero, Team Evil, Kingdom Esports, and Ignite Gaming. Which team are you looking at right now, Churros?
I mean, looking at the roster and doing a little bit of analysis, I think Kingdom Esports will take the cake on this season. But I'm very excited for Flash SG. If they can make a 5P, that will make and break history in MPL.
Yeah, like literally, they're still dominating in the previous seasons, right? Even albeit like you see some of the dips and the ups and downs as well. But of course, you also start to see some of the teams start to pick up a slack. I love what you pointed out in terms of Kingdom Esports. When we first saw the roster, we were like, dude.
For me, it's just a lousy effect. You're gonna see like the winners of the 10 MPL seasons, but ever since Lousy joined, he wins every single MPL grand finalist, grand champion spot.
Ironically, he doesn't need to be on the team. Like
he doesn't need to be. He's a coach, or he's like I don't know, the manager, and he still wins. It's just his effect. He's the lucky charm. That's why I'm banking on Kingdom Esports.
So basically, the Lousy effect for Kingdom Esports, but of course, you also want to look out for Absolute Zero Ignite Gaming. They're not too shabby either. So I really like how the competition is actually starting to meet up onto Flash SG. And with that said, we're going to show you the matches, the matching up, right? Team Flash going up against Team Evil. Kingdom Esports going up against Absolute Zero, and after that we're going to end with Ignite going up against RSG. Timing, don't worry about it. Just watch us, just stay tuned to all of us, and we'll show you the games as it comes up.
Yeah, I think the one that I'm looking most forward to is Flash SG versus Evil, top 1 and 2 seed in Season 9, coming in the first game as an opener match for MPL Singapore. And to be honest though, my heart goes out to Evil. My heart goes out to Powerful. The trials and tribulations that he's gone through over the 7 seasons since Season 3, coming into Season 10, started as a jungler, moves on to coach roam, and then right now, this is his meta. We talked about the Expanding Rivers, we talked about the Flying Clouds, and the way that he plays really adapts to that meta. And this is just my hypothesis, but I really want Evil to shine.
Yeah, definitely, right? We'll be able to watch them shine in the first match, Heroes, because Team Flash and Evil, I think everybody is also concerned, right? You've got 2 players, be it Ken and also Diablo, not playing. You're switching EXP laners already, so there's a lot of things we can definitely break down when it comes to the roster. I think a lot of people are very curious on how Team Flash, are they the same Team Flash as compared to the past few seasons?
Yeah. Team Flash, in my opinion, it kind of seems like a RSG mashup with the old Team Flash. You got Jay coming in. I think closer is as well in EXP lane, but I think he's reserved right now. I think Bear is going to be in the roster.
Yes.
We'll be taking a look at the confirmed roster very, very soon. But man, this is going to be interesting for Flash. I think the way that Jay plays around his team in previous matches, and I think he started as Flash. He got his first MPL Grand Champion as in Team Flash as a roam/shot caller.
Yes.
So I think
that was
coming
like
back to it.
That was actually one of the seasons where they really pushed to the brink, right? When Hades joined in, he is also in there as well. But don't forget, Jay has also played in Season 1. I think it was Almighty. All the way back there. And don't forget, Adamir, which is also currently the coach for Team Flash, is also from Almighty as well. So you get to see some synergies forming into the side of Team Flash, but at the same time, remember what we always like to call Jay, right? Like what? You call him Dr.
J. I call him Dr. J. I call him Big Brain J. Megamind.
Megamind.
What else? What else do you want me to call him?
Architect, right? Remember that time how he plays the Faramis last time as a mid laner? He purposely went into the turret, dies, and quickly resurrected just to go back.
Oh, dude, yeah. Just to add on to your point, very big macro player.
Yep.
Super big macro player. The way that he plays around the map and the way he baits his opponents away from main objectives is the key to Flash's victory. And whether they stay the same and stay dominant in this season is really yet to be seen.
I think definitely for Team Flash, it's going to rely on the newcomers, right? And I think right now, if you change the EXP, you change the roam, you basically change the identity. However, they're going up against Team Evil, right? Team Evil, nothing as much has changed. They switch out Vincent, and now it's going to be Aether from MPL ID as well, from Na'Vi, from Rebellion, Esports.
I do want to point out the synergy, since we're talking about that, between Sayla and Gear. They've always been together since the Evo stack until now in Team Evo, and I want to see how their synergy actually improves over the years, but we often don't see like the EXP mid lane synergy as much as we want to see like the roam and the mid lane. So it's going to be a little bit interesting for how Evo wants to play things around. I think the way that Sayla likes to play in very high rotation, he might pick out different heroes, like Kagura might come out, and we haven't seen that before, the Lilia as well. If there's expanding rivers, you have that increased movement speed, and I think it plays well towards Evo's strengths. So really hoping to see a lot of big plays. Yeah, if you want to get the magic of team fights, these different metas, these environmental changes actually empower Team Evo a lot.
Yeah, and don't forget, I like how you break down the fact that Team Evo with the magic of team fights, it's a lot easier for them to reinforce the side lanes. But now the question is, do you want to be reliant on a single map? Because don't forget, it's random, right? And I'm not the kind of guy that likes to gamble, things like that. You want to make sure that all your items, or basically you're trained to adapt to every single different sides of the map.
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, it is adapting to the hero changes as well. It's quite a bit of back and forth between nerfs and adjustments between some of the major heroes like Harris, Grangers. Like one season they were the dominant faction. They were like just pushing out that bans. They were like permanently in the ban pool, and right now people are still picking that up, maybe because they can't adjust to the current meta. But like I said again, if you have 4 different environments, you have a lot of homework, especially for the coaches when you start in the draft. You can't really pick heroes that you're just comfortable with. You have to pick heroes that engage in that team fight the way that you want to,
for the map,
when you want to, for that map.
Yeah, you know what? I think to a certain extent, the fact that we kind of started very late, right, as an MPL, right, and you get to see how other MPLs are actually they're playing the map, they're trying to adapt to it. We get a bit of a sneak peek, right? We get to prepare even more, we get to watch, we get to experiment. What I want to see is what these coaches have been cooking in the oven in terms of, the various different heroes and different play styles, different rotations, and maybe add a bit of more of a Singaporean flavor to it. And maybe, I don't know, because remember when Diablo was trendsetter for a Khalid?
He made the Badang,
Badang thing?
A worldwide sensation when he took down that Fanny one-on-one onto the top side.
Definitely.
There's, in MPL Singapore, we've been in this long a stage, and we've seen quite a bit of heroes that were honestly not really considered right now, really coming up. I think this meta and patch actually pushes that agenda even more.
Yep. So of course, you know, we're going to go into the game very, very soon. But before that, I know we've been talking about a lot of the the MPL champions all across the map, right? Like, just take a look once at this graphic once again. I love it when we start going through these graphics. We're looking forward to it. Don't worry. Hopefully we get the graphics designer for MPL Singapore to work even more harder. But of course, you know, this graphic shows the dominance of Team Flash, right? We talk about how they've been adapting all across the different seasons. There are also changes in terms of the rosters, minor changes just a little bit along the way, but the mainstays are still there, right? You get to see Vanix, you get to see Cortese, sorry, not Cortese, Hades as well. These are the two mainstays. Albeit JPL is not playing. We confirmed that earlier just now during the conversation. But I want to talk about, you know, Season 4, Churros. Do you remember the Season 4 RSG Singapore?
That was when Diablo was still in RSG Singapore. You got Bray as well. I think Bray is in the army currently, so I think he has still some ties to RSG. There's still a little bit of a transfer period, so hopefully he might be able to come back. He was back in Season 9. Yep,
he played during the playoffs. If I'm
yeah,
not mistaken.
because there was a little bit of a transfer window right there. He had not a lot of time to adjust, but he showed off a very big show. So when he came in, it was really high impact.
Very different RSG.
That's right.
But don't forget, going into Season 10 is going to be a very, very brand new, different RSG. And of course, you know, we talk about how
it would be nice if, like, you know, top blue, bottom red, Flash finishes the 10th anniversary of MPL SG off with that win. You got the Quinfecta.
Yeah, they're literally they're literally collecting fingers right here, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all the way to the last one, right? But of course, you know, we kind of touch a little bit about JPL being one of the legends of legendary Singaporean players.
I would say he is the GOAT of MPL SG.
Oh no, I would actually even add the argument that he is the one of the legendary MLBB esports player in MLBB history, right? Albeit, yes, he may not have a very strong international showing, but he has been in international scene since 2017, the first ever MSC, and is a Singaporean that is holding that flag, and he's still active until, well, today.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't get to see him in today's opening matchup against Team Evil, but I think they're just trying things out with Jay, see if, you know, JPL and Jay, what is the trade-off, who has the bigger advantage in different kinds of maps or play styles. And I think they still have substitutions in between, you know, games. So hopefully we'll get to see him, but I don't know. I'm just praying out.
Yeah, definitely right. If you take a look at his team, how he transitioned from EVOS, don't forget, mind you, this is just like, you know, MPL
That was your favorite
Singapore
team back then.
Yeah, that
the
was my favorite
EVOS
team back then.
Slate Stack.
Yeah, definitely. But don't forget, ladies and gents, this is just MPL Singapore. He's been also active during the
MPL
SG scene as well, and he's been transferring from, you know, EVOS Singapore, Slate, Bleed, and now finally he landed in Team Flash. I really do hope to see him again to be gracing the stage once again alongside with his team in Team Flash.
Speaking of Team Flash, though, Vanix, the Lord Vanix. How do you think he fares? Like, I want to talk a little bit about what happened in EWC and what changed in Team Flash coming into Season 10, and what do you want the adjustments to be? Adamir was there coaching the team, but unfortunately, Singapore didn't have a solid performance. It was, you know, it kind of was expected.
A lot of room to improve.
A lot of room to improve.
A lot more potential.
I really honestly think that there were some kinds of internal struggles. People want Diablo to play, but Diablo sort of had, like, you know, familial issues, and that's why he's not in the scene anymore. And it's really just a reset for Team Flash.
Yeah,
They're trying to pick the players that they think would best suit their team. They pick up that the Bear and J combo. Do you think that kind of works out?
Well, I mean, you talked about the fact that we're going to go in, you talk about a reset, right? I think what Team Flash is going through is definitely going to be a reset as well. And definitely we're looking forward to what we have in store for the first match of the day. But with that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away, ladies and gents, because there's a lot more things happening. We're making sure that the environment is super safe and fair for everybody. Don't go away. We'll be right back, ladies and gents.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
ratchet spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. I see desperation. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Its wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Its ratchet spores reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak.
And finally, we are back for MPL Singapore Season 10. You haven't missed much yet. My name is Jace. This is Churros. We'll be your caster for today. And of course, in lieu of, making sure everything is fair, we need to make sure everything is right and going well. So thank you so much. And a huge shout out over to the technicians in the background to make sure that, everything is finally working in order.
I'm just glad that they got things sorted out, and then we're jumping into the game very, very soon.
Definitely, right?
First match of the day, Team Flash versus Team Evo. We'll talk about Team Flash first. Coming in, a little bit of a change up in the roster. We talked about this in the pre-game. And right now, we have Bear, Hades, Cortese, Vanix, Jay. We know the mainstays, Hades, Cortese, and Vanix. Lord Vanix, to that respect, coming in with Jay, who is finally back in Flash after 2 seasons long. And a newcomer, Bear. He has been very dominant in the EXP lane. He has shown potential. I wouldn't say prowess, but potential in the EXP lane. And right now in this fair of team, a little bit more of an aggressive nature. I think with the addition of Bear, they might be able to make things work, especially in closing out games. Team Flash has been struggling in the previous seasons, and especially EWC coming into MPL Season 10.
Yeah, but this is definitely a newer, I would say, to a technical speaking, a fresher view in terms of a Team Flash, right? You like what you mentioned, you got your 2 newcomers coming in, especially, Bear, solid community player back then before he made it into MPL. I mean, when he finally got, when it was released that he's actually in Team Flash, I literally greeted him and say, hi, welcome to the big leagues. Speaking about big leagues, this is Team Evo.
Team Evo, we have Gear Aether coming in from MPL ID, Sayla, Ven, and Powerful. I have my hearts out over Powerful, building and restructuring again and again Team Evo from Season 3 until Season 10. Started as the Titan Slayers, the King Devourers, but right now they are Titans themselves, and I really hope that they really show something new, especially with the addition of Aether coming in. You got the 2 peas in a pod, you got the Gear and the Sayla combo and EXP in the mid lane. I like to see that going on. They have been together since Evos, and right now together again in Team Evo.
Yeah, I think let's add a 3rd P in the pod, right? Now there's going to be Powerful. Don't forget, Powerful, Gear, and also Sailor has been playing consistently together for like 2-3 seasons already. And now, with Ven coming in from the last season, I like it when teams manage to keep their players and making sure it's consistent, right? Number one, it also adds on to the fact that they play together a lot. The chemistry is there. They know each other. They feel each other out. And now, well, yes, you have to replace Vincent, but hopefully Aether fits that small little piece of the puzzle into it. I feel like for Team Evo's success, not only just it relies on Aether, but also relies on Powerful sets as well. We mentioned that this is his meta.
Speaking of Powerful, starting off as a jungler, knowing his cons of not being able to adapt to the assassin meta that actually came up, forced to go into the roam position, really called it as his own, and just dominating in the realm of team fights. And we still have that magic of team fights that Team Evo always brings to the table.
Definitely.
I like to see now that there is a change in the environments. Once the map shows what environment or what changes the map shows, we might be able to see what draft they pick.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about the draft, but I think I'm a little bit more excited about the map that we're going to be able to be picked, because don't forget, we also opened this show with also talking about, the various maps, how it kind of changed the meta, how to change the play style, right? If you were Team Evo, which map do you think, Powerful will prefer?
Best bet, Dangerous Grass. A lot of bushes, a lot of places to hide. But then again, it is also their downfall, because Jay is known as a crafty artist, the architect. He's able to pick up assassin roams that I think Powerful might not be able to. I know he's been training a lot of setup heroes, setup tanks that work well in Team Evo's favor as a team fight potential. But then facing up against Jay and knowing how interesting his picks might be, I think the biggest contest will be for the Chos. The biggest contest will be for the gachas. But, it's a new meta. They might show us something different at the opening game.
Yeah, definitely, right? I feel like there's definitely an overlap between Jay's hero and also what Powerful can play. So, like, I echo what you're saying. Like, the Gato-Kasha, the Cho, definitely on the table for both of these 2 teams. However, I'm also looking back into Team Flash as you see them getting ready in the battle stations right there. Lord Vanix on the gold lane, right? Right now, the gold meta kind of stagnated a lot right now. I feel like we're going back. Nothing has changed much. And in fact, this meta is actually even more dangerous for the gold laners.
Yeah. I've been speaking to a little bit of the pro players outside of my own personal life, and they were saying, like, hey, gold laners only have maybe 2-3 heroes that you can effectively pick up. You got the Erythal, you got the Moskov that's very mainstays. That's going to be really highly contested. You could go for the Granger and the Harrods, but then you're always pushing back into the meta. You don't really have a lot of lane dominance in the early game as much. We also see the 1-1s getting resurging up as well in this meta. So Vanix is known for his Moskov picks. So I think in this matchup, whatever map they have, I think Moskov should definitely be contested for.
Definitely, right? Don't forget, there's also still a Harith meta as well. Van last season, he showed that he can play a phenomenal Harith, right? And also with the sets coming up from Powerful, is really allowing Team Evo to really set up for success. Now, we talk about the Harith, and during the break time, we'll also take a look at the other MPLs as well. Let's talk about Alice, right? Alice being there to really deny so much space. You pair that up with a Camilla you also mentioned about. You pair that up with a Gato Kaja as well. You really just zone deny a lot of space that you really just cannot play the 1-1 or even the Harith as well.
I think Alice is a interesting hero now. In the past, the ultimate used to be the problem with the ultimate was just mana reliance. It's just eating up all that mana. But right now, since you have the passive always on whenever you go in and try to poke your enemy heroes, and you come in with a huge stun, a huge potential for that ultimate, I think gives it a lot of setup potentials. But then again, it's still a little bit early in the MPL regions to be able to show, to be able to see whether Alice is actually a true meta or not.
And don't forget, it seems like it's not a
notebook.
Oh,
it's not the red book anymore. It's the papers.
It's an A4 paper, and you know when Powerful actually does his homework, he's actually really going to start. And speaking of which, seems like we're going to get our first map draw of MPL Singapore.
What's it going to be? It's going to be rolling down deep. I hope it's Broken Wall. It's going to be interesting.
I don't know, man.
Dangerous Grass. We talked about this. I think this is going to be Evo's time to shine.
Yeah, we talked about how, this is definitely not scripted, mind you. Right, the fact that we talk about how Team Evo really performed very well on Dangerous Grass. And don't forget, Jay as well can also do this. This is going to be a massive slugfest when it comes to both these two teams, between Team Evo and Team Flash. Going to go to the draft number 1 right now. Team Evo on first pick.
It seems like a very neutral kind of ban. No one is targeting towards that map yet. Uranus and the Fanny gets banned out for the side of Team Evil. And starting things off, Adamir doesn't want to deal with the Angela and the Wan. The Lancelot also gets taken out. Amon's on the tables, though. I think this is a little bit interesting for more assassin-heavy bushwhack heroes. Just camp in the bush and try to come pouncing out. And don't forget, Kadita is also a possible viability. You got Sayla always using it as well. So that was one of his signature picks back in his Evo Slade Bleed days.
You want to talk about signature picks? I bring you back to Season 2.
Yeah, Kagura.
The Kagura also making a resurgence back into the meta with the help of the Dangerous Grass as well. No grass is safe for Vanix anymore.
Off meta picks, maybe. I don't want to posit. I don't want to hypothesize, but Eudora might be the most interesting one in Dangerous Grass, especially when you pick up an assassin hero. You need to have someone that face checks. So Brock is definitely on the tables. The Tigreals, the Gatsukachas is definitely a viable option for the roam, unless you want to go for an assassin hero. And you talked about this in the pre-game or before the show, was that in Dangerous Grass, you could switch up the meta a little bit, force the Fredrin into the jungle, and then pick up an Assassin roam, which is what both of these two teams might be looking for. No Isushin's, no Lancelot. What will be the first pick?
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, immediately all your junglers are already snapped off, right? Like, you snip up. You already remove the Lancelot, you already remove the YSS, immediate Team Evil. They locked in the Juicin for Sayla for now, so no weird shenanigans when it comes to, like, the Kaguras, the random Assassin picks coming, Assassin Mages coming out.
I'm just laughing because Juicin is just there just to open up and just use that lantern to just shine on the brushes, because there's way too many variables in this map, especially when the grass is a big factor in Lord takes, Turtle takes. There's going to be a patch of grass behind that cavern. Flash SG going to pick up that Moskov for Vanix and the Baxia for Hades. So they might be looking at a little bit more mobile kind of roam. Maybe the Matilda might come up as well. You just push the potential of the rolling shields, unity from that Baxia as well.
Definitely, this is a very mobile hero pool that they snatch up for themselves. Speaking about mobility, Evo is going to match that one up. That's going to be a chip and a CC as well. But in terms of map control, it's definitely going to go into the hands of Team Flash, right? They've got Moskov to push the side lanes. They've got the Baxia to basically roam for anywhere. And don't forget, Team Flash, that Baxia, technically speaking, you can always flex him into the roam.
I've been talking about that chip or thinking about how effective it is in this meta. If you guys don't know back home, whenever the roam hero or you have a roam boot and you recon some of these heroes, you identify some of these heroes in your enemy jungle, you get a 25% of your EXP in level 1. If Chip goes into the portal on the enemy jungle, opens up and sees 4 members, that's an instant level 2. You might be able to steal, or you might be able to give a lot of information to the rest of your team, but it's still a very risky flip of a coin kind of pick in the late game.
Yep, interesting pick coming out from the Team Flash. Strategic opting for the Eve instead. I was expecting a Farsa, right? You've already got a lot of map mobility around. You want to be able to match up the tempo from Baxia, that setting. I felt the Wings by Wings that Farsa is going to match, but it seems like, you know, Team Flash is saying, okay, you know what? We're going to go for the Eve. Something has a slightly larger range, and also the slows is going to be very effective against Team Evil.
A little bit of a passive late game pick. I would say this composition, yes, you talked about the Farsa. If the Farsa comes in paired up with the Baxia, that's a lane-to-lane kind of cross-map plays that we'll be looking for. But since Moskov is coming into the picture, you're going to be playing a little bit on the late game, try to get Vanix to show. This is Team Flash's MO since Season 6, and it kind of works all the way through. They've got 4 championships in MPL SG.
Yep.
They banned out the Hayabusa, so Assassins are definitely on the tables for both teams. Aether is known as Assassin player.
Yep.
Dangerous Grass kind of works with the Ling. I think that is an open option, or the Amon as well. The Joy might work, but you need that dash.
I feel the Joy is definitely going to be helpful, right? The main goal of WinCon for the side team right now is to really push that Eve away from the real-world manipulation. You need something that has an AoE to basically run it down, and don't forget when Joy goes into her ultimate, you basically have CC immunity that just literally could run it down, so you're not affected by slows. I like that idea, so hopefully, you know, Team Flash takes that Joy away.
Now, the Arla getting banned out by Evil. Thinking about setup potential for Team Flash SG, they just want to try to get a winning lane down the EXP side, and Gear, it's a Gear Bear kind of matchup. So I think for Gear, he's more he's more widely understanding of the macro plays. I think Bear is more mechanically inclined. And right now, Bear is slightly younger than Gear. And last time I remember us talking about Gear being the child prodigy and then became Bray, and then now Bear has that potential. So we talked about that Joy. He's going to be banned out by Team Flash. I think Evo is going to stand by their decision. Maybe even the Lapu Lapu might be banned out. That's going to be a very interesting pick if it comes out from Team Flash. Unable to kill off with the amount of damage that Team Evo currently has.
So the thing is, from the side of Team Evo, they're already locked in the CC, right? So any form of like tanky EXP laners is really totally out of picture. You cannot go for the high loss. Well, you can kind of forces it. So that's why, you know, if you notice how powerful is drafting this one, it eliminated the Khalid. You don't really want to basically go into this wombo combo team fight, right? That the Eve would like to do. But it seems like Team Flash right now locking in the Gavakacha. Don't forget, it's still wide open in terms of how Adamir is drafting it, right? Gavakacha can go to the roam, can go to the EXP, whereas the Baxia can easily go to the jungle, can also go to the roam. Jay has a very wide pool of heroes, so Team Evo's definitely on the tippy toes right now.
I'm also on my tippy toes.
Yep.
I think the Gato Kacha kind of works a lot with their composition. Very zonal. They want to play for the objectives, and I think Jay loves that idea as well. Eve, on the other hand, bring out the X-Borg and the CC combo. That's going to be a pepper spray kind of thing. Try to push everyone away and try to bring everyone together. They just need that damage from that gold laner. What is going to be their marksman?
Going up against Moskov, I mean, you could match range, you can lane bully Moskov in the early game, but this is Lord Vanix that we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Van has to be really, really comfortable on this grandeur, hopefully, right? And now that you look at what Team Evo has selected for themselves, they got nice chip damage, well, no pun intended. There's also got like a lot of HP spread. So Team Flash is going for a very tanky lineup. They need more damage from the side of Team Flash.
Team Evil is just running it down. The composition just screams like front to back. Just major skirmish, major missile locks onto one hero and just run it down. There is no potential for a lane split kind of split
Ew.
push. Yeah, so someone's going to have to deal with the Moskov in the late game. For Team Flash, though, I think anything could work. The Lapu Lapu is excellent in this choice. You got 3 tanky, beefy boys and a zonal player in that Eve just to protect Banix from all harm.
Yep.
So it's basically a Clash comp versus a Clash comp. At the end of the day, though, I think Evil is interesting, but I'm going with Flash. Easier to execute, easier to understand, and they have their MO.
Yeah, definitely right. It feels like, you know what, Team Evil also has secured for themselves. It's like they need to really play to their strengths, right? The strengths is really to hard gank, use the chip to bring everybody in. There's a lot of AoE damage in the form of the X-Borg as well. There's also the fact that you also have Baxia and also Garakacha and Lapu Lapu. So, I mean, Team Flash do have a little bit of mobility all across the map. But in terms of team fight opportunities, if Team Flash manages to have a really good real-world manipulation, and trust me, Kartizi can do that.
Well, it is a very
5 seconds
calm
till the
start
enemy
before the
reaches
storm
battlefield.
as we jump into
Smash
game
them.
number 1, the
Ooh,
opening
first game.
game
All
of MPL
troops
SG
deployed.
Season 10. Finally, after a long delay, we are starting things
Welcome
off.
to
A
Mobile
little bit of a
Legends.
changes. Look at the map, full
Alright.
of brushes, full of different areas to hide.
Interesting choice though. Remember we set up the Aether is going for the Assassin jungler. It seems like they went for the X-Borg instead. So now we're going to go into game, ladies and gents, and we're going to start off this, right? Because this is going to be the team that sets the best foot forward will definitely has a better momentum. Don't forget, Team Evil is a very momentum-based kind of team.
Speaking of momentum, I think also Team Flash ramping up the aggression. They know that they need to keep Moskov at bay. You see the top side, Ven is almost being ganked out. They're taking the Lethal Wanderer away from the hands of Evil, so Flash SG a little bit up on top in terms of that fast rotation. But, you know, Team Evil playing it safe. With that chip, typically you want to invade. You want to find members. You want to find players. But Powerful is just playing it super safe.
Yep. Don't forget, ladies and gents, you know, 10 season will literally feel like passion itself. And what you want to do is head on there to in-game profile icon settings, redemption code. There's your redemption code to claim. And of course, once again, just a reminder, man, it has been 10 seasons.
An anniversary, 5-year anniversary for MPL SG since its inception back in 2020. Now coming into the game is 30 seconds until the first turtle spawns, and that's where we see the true power of the rotations. You still got level 2 on J, and Powerful already reaching that level 3 mark. You're starting that gank onto Powerful, but it's just a touch and a go for now. Team Flash, a little bit more cautious this time around.
We talk about the rule. I know we talk a lot about the majors, but hold on a second. It seems like, Kartizi getting ganked upon just a little bit slow, coming down. Slowing down just a little bit. Shu Unity adding the damage, but Team Evil still hangs on, just still okay in the mid lane.
We're still hanging on that brush. You see Hades already finding Aether and where he is. There's a true damage that he has to deal with, breaking down the Firaga armor.
Hades down low just a little bit more, and Powerful also ranking the front. Here comes a real world manipulation. Bear goes in, picks up the first blood against Aether. Normal jungler for the side of Team Evil, and they're going on hand. Bear tries to go on, but Powerful decides to bring him turn around, tries to slow down just a little bit more, but at the same time, Gear picks up Kartizi off screen. Bear picking up a double kill already, and that's massive for the side of Team Flash. And on top of that, a double whammy. A turtle taken down by Team Flash as well.
A very smart play by Team Flash just to try to deny Aether from being anywhere near the jungle. Welcome to Singapore. Welcome to MPL SG. It's a huge warm welcome from the reigning champions of MPL SG. But coming into the after turtle play, there is a little bit of a delay from Team Evil to get in position. I think the true power really comes when Powerful gets at level 4, and he just did. So portals might come up. We need to be able to hypothesize where things are going to.
Reverse Warrior tagging alongside with Hades. That's another pickup by Bear as well. We talk about, you know, the child prodigy literally getting hammered down by Bear Trap himself.
Easy kill down the bottom side, but it's not over yet as a 3-man gang. The AOG's already landed down the bottom side.
Here comes the shortcut at the same time. At the same time, top side, the gold lane is all going strong, but the main fight is happening down in the bot lane. The Aether getting burned down once again. There's no escape for him. The guy to catch up on the side of Jay, catching over the escape from Senna. There's nowhere for Team Evil to run, and Gear joined in frame, but what can he do? Shred through Bear. Bear just Raven's Warrior coming in, but Powerful this time around with a shortcut will be going in. Bear, Gear, trying to trade the aggression as well, but he's taking a lot of chip damage.
Oh, they're healing everything back up. Kartizi flew too close to the sun. Does have that flicker to get out of the way safely, but there's a huge resource burnt out by Flash. 2,000 gold ahead of Team Evil right now. 30 seconds to the turtle spawns up, and Team Flash actually slowly picking everyone off, and Bear is 4-1 and 1 at this point. He's soaking in all of that farm, soaking in all of those kills.
Yeah, literally, right? Churros, that's why I mentioned. Bear, literally, welcome to the big leagues. And he's proven his worth, right? He's proven his red. There's a reason why I really hype out this kid all the way back in what? Asterisk? When he's back in Team Asterisk, Team Exco, because he has ton of potential. He's putting gear down on the ground for now, and there's nobody from the side of Team Evil can literally put a showstopper onto Flash SG there.
The biggest issue is Aether. Flash SG's always constantly finding him, knowing where he is. He's 0-2-0. Look at Hades. He knows where Aether is, and he's starting things off.
Okay, here comes the last Insanity, but not too sure what he's trying to achieve right there. They got a catch out ultimate. OG lands onto him. Aether is not able to play the game anymore. And now Bear gets picked up right there, zoning out the rest of the team, allowing Team Flash to pick up the turtle for themselves. Macro perfection coming out from Team Flash.
Smart trigger start. That's SOD.
SOD lands onto the van. There's no way for him to run. Real world manipulation letting down, denying every single escape from Team Evil. There's nothing that Team Evil could do.
The whole village is up on that top side. Team Flash is ramping this up, and Team Evil, they're just playing one after the other, falling down, and Team Flash just showing us that prowess, showing us that experience they have in the international scene, and bring it back down to Singapore.
Yeah, Team Flash is literally pushing Team Evil off the staircase, right? Team Evil is just bumping down over and over again. Van has to burn the flicker just to try to get onto there. Hopefully try to outplay. Powerful is running in with the chip, trying to save his team member's life just a little bit more, but doesn't really have the ultimate to kind of follow it up. Sailor goes into the Jushin, will be showing some damage onto Hades. Will not be able to find it. Here comes Aether, the hero, finally picking his worth in that, taking down the jungler of Flash SG.
It was a little bit greedy, but Flash had an idea. They wanted Vanix to try to break down that T2 on that top side, as Bear keeping busy on the bottom side. And he's taking out that T1. What's left standing is that T1 mid. Evil needs to keep this turret standing because of dangerous grass. Any one time, Team Flash might be able to use this bush advantage for an ambush.
Yeah, but the magic of team fight is not showing for the side of Team Evil, right? I think from the get-go, like around a 3 to 4 minute mark, Aether getting first blooded right there literally costed Team Evil a lot. And now, and especially in this particular patch, every single mistake could count, but it's also point for the side of Team Flash. Yes, they got a lead right here. Yes, Bear's super huge right now, but don't forget, one big ultimate could potentially change anything coming out from Power.
The problem with Team Evil is Wrath is starting to show it's just not enough hard CCs, not enough reliable CCs. You need Power to come in, try to stun everyone up. But speaking of stuns,
damage coming up, landing onto Kurtese. Kurtese does have real world manipulation. He has artillery strike. Bear fronting the whole damage just a little more. Hades spinning around to deny Team Evil and allowing them to back off. But Hades turning around just a little bit more. Bear looking for opportunity to try to enter, but Flash SG has priorities elsewhere.
Flash SG looking for that turtle. Here, zoning everyone out of the way. And Team Flash, they have everything in motion. They want to try to start fights. They want to try to waste useful resources from Evil. Jumping
onto that, that's also skill. You know, Turtle going over the side of Flash SG. Aether couldn't even play the game like what I mentioned earlier just now. Where is Team Evil going to be able to place their eggs? Which player do they invest?
Look at that high rotation speed. Hades coming into the fray. There's two members on top, and Hades pushing all of them back. Team 1 mid falls to the hands of Team Flash, and the map is wide open.
It has been really wide open from the get-go. Flash SG, remember the power of the rotation from Hades as well, just setting up the stage, allowing Bear to scale and just literally ricochet all the way to the moon. You talk about the AOG, the global presence as well. Team Evil is unable to hold. You're expecting the Granger to basically get some kills, to get some, you know, damage and also output some form of it or whatnot of it. But Flash SG is just tickling. Don't forget that he haven't even activated the Lord of Vanix yet.
Flash is super smart in how they want to play this. Look at Vanix, not anywhere in that map. He has access with the SOD. Anytime there's a team fight, he might be able to throw that spear and join that team fight, but he's busy split pushing as Team Flash trying to start team fights elsewhere on that map. That's why Evil is trying to split everything up.
I think that's literally, you know, Flash SG knowing their enemies, right? The way to deal with Team Evil is to not allowing them to go to the match of the team fights. You want to split them up.
Take a look at the itemizations. You got the Lapu Lapu already building up the Queen's Wings. It's going to be a tough boy to take down. Powerful using that charge along the top side. Ben?
Oh, what a scare. I think what Hades is trying to do is literally try to bait out, zone out Ven to basically allowing Vanix to take the turtle instead. However, Jake, I think just a little bit Bear coming in for the flank as well. He's massive right now. The real one manipulation here. No way for him to run. And now they pick one up. They can easily go and rotate and play other sides of the map.
Team Evil just can't win out on these team fights as Team Flash, they're hunkering down, layering crowd control stuns after another. You've got the Moskov Spear going down, you've got the Boxer Shield Unity just bumping everyone out, and then Bear jumps straight into the backline, targeting onto Ben and Sayla and taking them out of the picture. So Vanix can just easily pummel them down one at a time.
Getting caught right here. This is not the target that, Flash wants to give up. The last insanity for the Sun and Aether hits Vanix. And now it's going to be Flash exacting vengeance against Team Evil. But Bear really going in, picking up a mega kill already. Powerful. He's starting to lose his steam, giving the double kill over to Bear as well. Ben can do nothing, getting stuck behind the purple wall, giving Flash SG an opportunity to pick them up. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil literally broken right now. Team Flash wipes out Team Evil.
A blunder. Good wait, good ambush from Powerful, but turned deadly. They were baiting Bear to come in. Once Bear showed up, it was all over for
Bear
Evil.
Trap. Literally Bear trap right there. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's the first code to 10. First to 10 code rush right here. Take that code and get your free stuff. And literally, speaking about free stuff, Flash took the Lord for free.
Oh man, they also took 5 of their heads and everyone falls as Team Evil struggling to come back online. There's not enough crowd controls, there's not enough initiations from the rest of the team. The only one that can throw anything is the Yo-Yo, stringing 2 members together from the side of Gear. But then again, not enough damage to follow up. Powerful needs to be able to find areas to wait. So the bushwhack position that he's in needs to be high IQ. He needs to know where Vanix is, he needs to know where Vanix is going to path before making any sudden movements. Lord's marching on that top side. Flash is just playing it very, very slowly, taking control of that map, and Evil picking up that scraps.
Yeah, Van is not outputting the damage. I really echo you. There's not enough damage coming off Team Evil. You've got Sayla on the Juicing, right? Juicing can deal considerable amount of DPS. But right now, when Team Flash is so bad, you've got the Bear coming in, humming it down to you. Oh boy, you gotta run.
Remember, down the bottom side, he's keeping Powerful busy on the top side, and Powerful needs to be able to find a way to get into Vanix, but he's so highly protected by 3 big brothers as well as a zone denial opportunity. As Evil just playing on that back foot, they do have some high ground potential. I think Sayla's crowd control takes a little bit too long to initiate the lantern pulls, as Bear is a little bit too tanky to take down at this point. Look, it's just a tickle. Sayla can't do anything to Bear.
Yeah, Flash SG is really smart in terms of, playing around the aggression, right? Playing around and diversifying the damage absorbed from the side of Team Evil. Team Flash right now is just, cleaning it up. There's no way for Team Evil to basically step out of the base anymore, because now the dangerous bush grass is really dangerous right now.
It's really high IQ as the T2 falls. Hades doesn't want to initiate, doesn't want to commit into a team fight as Powerful using that concealed play.
Ooh, does try to jump all the way to Curtis. Got a catch up coming in. Will be able to land. AOG try to make sure that they actually go in for the CC. But now Team Evil trying to hold on with any form of damage, just a little bit, trying to pick up any form of. But it's going to be Team Flash that picks up the first casualty on the side of Team Evil. There's a little bit too much for Team Evil to do. And then the problem is, Team Evil, that was a wonderful engage.
Curtis just shuts Powerful down with the real manipulation. Portal up, everyone goes back into the fight, and the real manipulation just stops everyone in their tracks. They're trying to push the situation as Gear tries to go in.
Nope. It's gonna be Bear getting picked up right there, but literally could just jump away to safety. Ben doesn't really have the damage to do against Team Flash. And even though Evil is trying to force these fights as well, but they're running out of steam, they're running out of fuel, they cannot do the damage.
Oh, every hit onto Bear is like an ant bite. He's just shrugging and kicking it off. And he's still alive, 8-1-4. And as Bear stays alive, Team Evil just taking all of that shots, taking all of that hits and pushing back.
Yeah, the problem is that Gear is also, it's a snowball hero, right? You need the CC to really snowball hard in the early game as well. But the problem is, Bear is already there. and you couldn't do anything about it. It's literally not even a chink in the armor that what the side of Team Evil could find against Team Flash.
The win condition for Team Evil is if Powerful is able to reenact that same ambush onto Vanix without Bear being in the picture, but there's a portal already used up. Oh, all four lands!
Coming in, the AOG from the side of Jade to join the fight as well. SOD do land, and now Vanix will jump all the way to the back line, immediately shredding Sailor. Then, nowhere to be seen, unable to actually join the fight. The members on the side of Team Evil literally losing their lives, and Flash collapsing onto Team Evil. Van trying to do some sort of chip damage against Jay. Cannot find anything, Churros.
There's no easy way to say this, but what a blunder from Team Evil. Portal comes up, 4 members into the role of manipulation, and just immediately gutted, immediately decimated by Team Flash. They had to be able to find a different way to do this. I think that was a very panicky push on that portal, and Team Flash, they took full advantage of it. Bear was in position, he was able to deny that back line before the SOD comes down.
Yeah.
Even though Vanix lost their lives, they win out in terms of that Lord.
Van couldn't even join the fight at all, right? You take the portal, you just dead smack right into the Red Wall manipulation, the AOG, and even perhaps Hades has done the poise as well, right? So Flash SG literally checkmating Evil all the way back against the wall. Van unable to farm any form of Sky Piercer stack. That item is just literally taking up space.
Jay is just opening up that side of the map, just holding on to that lane. Flash really wants 3 waves to push through. If you analyze it closely, that's 3 lanes just waiting, and they're waiting on that trigger. They want to push into 2 lanes before they break down the inhibitor turrets down on Evil's base.
But now the problem is Powerful. Yes, you've got a very wonderful chip. You can also find the flanks. But you find the flanks onto Vanix, you find the flanks onto Curteasy. Jay can easily AOG to basically protect, heal. And you also got Bear literally jumping all the way to the back line, cutting the whole team fight in half. The last Sanity pop super early on, just to try to wave clear, avoiding the clash. But bottom lane is already taking a lot of casualties. The first turret, the base turret for the side of Team Evil already going down.
It's already way too far gone as Bear jumps into the back line to take down that T2 in the mid side, but Powerful is not in position.
He almost disappeared right there. Powerful getting snapped out of position right there. As true as what you mentioned, the members on the side of Team Flash is just homing onto him. The members on the side of Team Evil doesn't really dare to take the portal. The AOG right in the real world manipulation. There's nowhere for Team Evil to run. That's the last ascent for Aether, but what can he achieve? Nothing. As Bear literally rips Evil apart with his sword and talents. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash showing us this is just another day in the office, ending the game against Team Evil.
That one find right into the face of Van just clears everyone out. The real manipulation just stuns him into that borders, right at the perimeters, and Jay comes back in to start all that fight going. That was a beautiful last team fight by Team Flash. And Evil, they need to go back to the drawing board. That was a 12,000 gold lead that Flash has accumulated.
12,000.
At the end of the game, Evil
me.
stood no chance. I think it was, call it a lane gap down the EXP side, but Bear was just constantly hunkering everyone down and just pushing them away.
Literally, Bear was insane.
He was hungry.
Match. He was hungry. He's basically a bear that's gone through hibernation for 2 winters in a row.
And just woke up.
And just woke up. He's looking for blood. He's looking for meat. And of course, literally when I told him, welcome to the big leagues, there you go. He's in the big leagues right now. He's showing his salt. He's showing his bread that he deserves to be in one of the best teams in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, like I said, with the chip pick, it was a flip of coin. In the early game, a little bit slow. They couldn't take control of that early level 2 that Powerful had with that chip or early EXP advantage. They couldn't find the right targets in the late game because Flash essentially built a wall around Vanix, built a wall around Yi.
Curteasy as well.
They used Curteasy. It has that remote manipulation. Powerful always panic pushing that portal, and once he pushed that portal, gear comes in and 4 members jump in. That's remote manipulation, trapping everyone together.
Yeah, literally, right? And I really I really love what I saw today. Remember, we started the show, we asked questions.
Yeah.
Where the Team Flash was able to hold on to, you know, the trademark, right? The aggression, the fact that they know how to layer in terms of absorbing the damage. They do. Sailor wasn't able to really do any form of crowd control, especially when the Juicin, and don't forget, that was a Juicin first pick. That was what Team Evil was banking on. They couldn't find anything at all.
No, it makes sense. Like the Juicin, using the lantern, opening up the brushes, giving a little bit vision, makes sense. The problem with Team Evil is that they don't really have that immediate punch for that crowd control.
Punch.
There's no punch. There's no damage. At the end of the day, Team Evil was playing on the back foot. Aether didn't have enough time to scale up. Didn't have enough time to get that damage.
It's not the problem. It's not even Aether that doesn't really have the time. It's just that Team Flash doesn't even allow them any form of time because we're gonna go into the MVP very soon.
I'm gonna say Bear.
I'm putting Bear.
I'm putting Bear.
Literally a bear trap, but it is going to be Eve. Unfortunately, don't forget, kill participation 90%, KDA 6, 112. But if you notice the way that he lands the real world manipulation, there's nobody he could touch Kurt Easy at all.
Kurt Easy was smart enough to wait for Powerful to pop that portal before using the RWM. That enables Team Flash to just use their skills in an intentional way, killing off all 5 members instead of just picking one off one after another, which is essentially Evil's way of playing. They want to go for a skirmish. Yeah, Flash was like, yeah, bring it to me. And they use that counteractive play that RWM brings in objective and zonal team fights. Look at Jay's KDA though, 0 and 13, Agent 13, I like that.
You gotta stop giving him names because by now he's like, you see his name, Jay, and then after that, as known as, it's going to be a long list on the notepad. But of course, if you take a look at the emblems right here, I think definitely standard builds as well, even down to, you know, Vanix going for the Master Assassin on a Moskov. You want to try to win the lane as soon as possible against Ven. And if you take a look at Ven, he has no items at all. Malefic Gun, Malefic Roar, mind you, as like the third item, and that's when you know the Granger is struggling, right? Usually Granger wants to go for a BOD ASAP. Even building a Wind of Nature, that's literally counters what a Granger wants to do because Vanix was just too strong, and don't forget Bear was just smacking everybody. Once he gets Oracle, he's generating shields over and over again.
The underlying issue with Team Evil's draft is that they don't have that punch. They didn't put on their boxing glove and get that punch. They're like little ant bites. Yes, you feel the pain, but you need a lot of time. But Team Flash just counteracts everything with, you need that time, we're going to take you out right before that. Vanix is just constantly hunkering and punching all of them down. And Evil doesn't have that immediate satisfaction of that crowd controls, which caused them their delays.
I was kind of wondering, why are we giving MVP over to Kurt Teasy, right? But there you go. Just take a look at his damage dealt. 101k damage dealt. And that's and you don't, they haven't, and Flash actually hasn't even activated the Vanix card yet, right? Like he doesn't really need to join the fights because Team Evil is just taking L's over and over again because of Hades' very aggressive positioning, Bear's aggressive positioning as well. Just take a look at Bear, just absorbing so much damage as well. Coming up from Team Evil, it is so hard for Team Evil to basically fight against Team Flash, and it makes it feel like, you know, Team Flash never left.
Yeah, I just feel like Team Flash has still that aggression, and it feels like they've been playing together forever.
We know that's a lie.
We know that's kind of true. I mean, these pro players, they just play with each other all the time just to push their rank into the highest. But then again, Jay's synergy with Bear was just on point.
Yeah.
And, Jay's synergy with Cortese was just on point. Yeah. It's like his Season 6 days in Team Flash was still there. It was just playing like back in Season 6.
Yeah, it feels like plug and play. And with that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away because game number 2 is afoot, and we would love to see whether, you know, Team Evil snap back against Team Flash. And don't forget, don't go away. We'll be right back.
It is going to be fun for next time, but, you know, we're jumping into the break. Let's take it off. We'll see you soon.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet.
And it's just another day in the office for Team Flash, and it's only just day one. We just watched our first game between Team Flash and Team Eva, and oof, that was spicy.
To be honest, they proved me wrong. I initially thought without the...
You doubted?
I doubted.
one of the doubters.
I doubted.
Respect
I
yourself.
thought like the change of the roster would mean some adaptation issues, some
True.
chemistry issues. But it seems like, you know, Jay never left Flash. And Bear was basically that missing piece of the puzzle. You need a strong EXP laner. You need that strong side laner to be able to give that extra oomph in terms of that team fights and the objective. And Bear fit the pitch. The pitch.
Yeah, I definitely feel that, you know, Bear doesn't not only just provide the oomph, it was literally him like pushing gear, and then after that, you know, you've got a weak offside, and all of a sudden the powerful attention is all over the place, unable to grow Grandeur as unable to grow Ven as a strong Grandeur, and then everything after that is just downpour, right? And also another thing that I also want to point out, it wasn't really obvious earlier just now when we were talking about this, is that it feels like Team Flash is using the same playbook as what Evil did, and then throw it back to them and say, hey, you wanted to play team fights, let's go.
Yeah, it's team fights, but it's very zonal, especially from that Yve. I think that Yve pick was just phenomenal. Coming up from Curtizi to directly counter Chip's portals. Once he throws out that portal, everyone goes into the picture, and Curtizi opens up that zone of death that Team Evil cannot face. Look in their faces, it's just, you know, Saturday woes, Monday blues on a Saturday, maybe a little bit of a communication issue, maybe a little bit of a chemistry gap between these players. And don't forget, Aether is very new in this team. And so just adapting to how Powerful's play styles are, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more fast-paced. It seems like he's 2 steps ahead and the rest of Evil are maybe 5 steps back.
Yeah, if you notice, if you just take a look at the player camps, you know, it's kind of like, not saying, it's kind of concerning, right, to see, you know, when the players are literally kind of down right there. You can see Sayla just trying to analyze the game. He's not, from what I remember back in his old Evolve days, he's not a very vocal player, but when he comes off game, bro, he's a beast.
Yeah. Team Evil,
and he cooks really well.
I think Evil just understands who to find and how to do it. They did it once, but it wasn't enough damage to lock Vanix down. That ambush down on that mid side by Powerful and bring the whole team forward was a smart move, but it was just not enough damage. Vanix ran open, Bear comes in. They should be able to draft heroes around Chip that enables that fast burst, and I'm out of there. You want that five-man team to come in with that burst damage, to come in, clear out, wipe out, and then just get the heck out of there. But for Team Evil, it's just, their draft is just too slow. It builds up damage over time, and it's not high burst DPS.
I feel like they do have it in the form of the Granger, but the Granger wasn't activated.
Granger doesn't deal any damage to the Boxia. If you look at how Hades played around, he was just zoning 3 members out, and he was like, you know, he has members full of steel, if you get my drift.
Yeah, but it's just because, you know, the Granger was not that crazy scary Granger that we're talking about, right? Because the Granger's supposed to win the lane against Moskov in the early game because you could just outpoke the Granger, outfarm the Granger, after that start rotating your teams, start looking for opportunities elsewhere. And then you leave the Moskov to basically farm until late game, right? And hopefully you snowball faster as compared to the Moskov, end the game before the Moskov comes online.
It's just a fast rotation speed that the Baxia and the Yve actually, maybe not the Yve, but the Baxia and the Gato Kacha actually brings to the table. Every single time that Granger was way too far across that river line, Darren comes Boxer, Darren comes Hades and trying to shut him out. So Ven doesn't really have enough space to farm,
Yeah.
but Team Flash actually created that space for Vanix. If you notice, all of that clash, all of the team fights was away from where Moskov is. Moskov was just busy farming. If you look at that damage dealt in the previous scene or the post-stat
Yeah,
scheme,
it's only
it was
47K.
nothing. It was nothing.
He
was
wasn't
just
doing-
busy farming all the time. He doesn't need to be there because there's enough damage from the 3 tanks alone, especially with Bear.
Yeah, Lord Vanix became the peasant Vanix in that particular game. He was just
Peasant
busy farming.
Vanix.
He was literally busy farming. He was the late game endurance. But of course, you know, the reason why the whole Team Evo gravitated all the way down to the bottom lane is because, you know, Bear was just too massive, right?
Yeah.
And Gear wasn't able to hold. You expect the CC was able to basically shred, and the CC wasn't able to snowball. And that Lapo pick to counter the CC was just phenomenal coming off from Adamir.
I think it's just speed, pacing, and momentum that Flash has built. Like, if you look at the entirety of this game, it's just cross-map plays. There's not a lot of fights that are very situated deep into the jungles. There's not a lot of invades into the jungles. It was just Hades initiating a fight at the side lanes, and then it comes through. Because Gear was actually pushing Bear back. If you notice that the early game, like level 3, level 4, they were still pushing Gear back out of the way. But after that first death, after the gold plating turret has been destroyed, it was just Bear dominating every single one of the players of Team Evil.
Yeah, you allow the Lapu to snowball. This is what you get, right? And the same could have been said over the side of Gear, right? If you allowed Gear to basically snowball on the CC, yeah, then, you know, the story will be flipped, right? History will be written in another way where Team Flash could be finding themselves a little bit of a struggle.
You know, that was the previous game. We're forward thinking, we're forward looking. Let's look at let's hypothesize. Let's posit what's going to be in the next game. I think for Team Evil, what they need to work on is pacing, momentum. They need speed. They need speed to match how Flash wants to play their aggression around all of the map. No matter what map or no matter what environment they're in.
I mean, Team Flash is literally living up to the namesake, right? I am Barry Allen and the fastest man alive. Literally flashing.
Back in the Flash.
Yeah, flashing, blitzing through the whole team fights. They're always there, even with 1 step or 2 step ahead, like what you mentioned. Even though Powerful is on the chip, right? And they're dictating where I'm picking these fights. I remember we did doubt the Kurt TZ. I was thinking, hey, you know what? Why don't you go for the Farsa? But it seems like, you know, Eve turns out to be a solid pick against Team Evil.
Yeah, I think if it was the Farsa instead, I think they initially want to go for the Farsa instead of the Eve, but since the chip was picked up, they went for the Eve instead. So if the Farsa was picked up, I think this game would be far over much faster.
Well, on the contrary, now that I look at it, you know, benefit of a hindsight, right? You go for a Farsa, you get instantly locked down by every single one from the side of Team Evil.
But there's no one that can actually effectively go into your backline, except for the CC.
Yes.
And you'll be alone. The yo-yo strings or the curtain call won't deal that much damage. But, you know, players are getting ready. They have their headsets on, and hopefully we're jumping into the draft.
Yeah, game face on, ladies and gents. We're going to go into map number 2. Game number 2, mind you, and we're going to let it roll. I'm not going to be able to make the sound.
I want to get an auction sound. We're going to random map draw, and it's coming through. We are going for Dangerous Grass once again. So no difference in terms of the map or environmental changes.
All right. We talked about this earlier just now, Churros. We expected this to be Evil's map. But Evil was kind of struggling against this map, right? Like, even though, yes, the chip was able to use the Dangerous Grass to basically open up a map over and over again, they even had to use the Juicin to basically bring light to the map, literally. And speaking about Juicin, Adamir just literally take it away.
Yeah, I think Juicin is definitely the best pick in Dangerous Grass, just to open up that map in a safe environment. It was just Evil doesn't have enough backup damage. And Flash SG just denying that Boxer right off the bat. So a little bit of a change here now that Team Flash is first pick, first ban. On the other side of the table, Evil taking out the Angela. I think the Arlot might be banned out here as well. You don't want to deal with that on the offside, but then the Lapu needs to be respected.
Angela was banned by in this game, usually by red side, already 2 games in a row. Earlier just now, there was also the Uranus getting banned by the side of Team Evil. Now we're going to go throw it back to Adamir to ban. There's also for the Team Flash, there's also the Yushin that's also open as well. There's also the potential open 1-1. Don't forget, Team Flash right now, they're on first pick. They're definitely going to want to open up and maybe trade priority picks.
You know, we hinted a lot about the new hero, Obsidia. Do you think this might be interesting in Dangerous Grass? Or You know, it's a easy map opener,
Yeah,
has a little bit of mobility, but then the damage scale is a little bit too long, too late.
I feel the maps actually benefits the roamers and the EXP and the jungler even more as compared to gold laners, except for the flying clouds. That definitely helps me a lot as a gold laner because I don't need to walk. Why walk? Literally, I could just be Sun Wukong and literally fly all the way back to lane.
Okay, so the chip has been banned out by Team Evil, hinting that Jay wants to play the chip and show who's boss for their respect. But then again,
Star
remember what I
points.
said, the gacha will be put into the table. There is bush heavy heroes also. The Natalias, the Helkurts, the Hildas,
Oh,
the Khalids are actually very interesting in this map.
yeah,
Thorns
Jay can
remain.
bring a
Should
lot of
petals
heroes to the
fall?
team, right? There's a reason. There's a season where he literally bring the Valero for a period of time. And I mean, it'll be interesting, you know. You could just use your ultimate and then put a firewall and then just to scout out the dangerous grass. Yeah, it's very expensive, but hey, style points.
Yep. So Lancelot gets banned out, but the side of Team Flash, Team Evil might look to ban out the Yi Sun-shin. That was the previous ban that they took. And the Yi Sun-shin actually works well with Dangerous Grass, opening up the map right before the objective takes 2.
There's also the Yi Sun-shin. There's also the 1-1 that's open.
Novaria as well, I think might be interesting in
Yeah.
Dangerous Grass.
Novara, there's also the Fanny, there's also Uranus, there's a lot of things that Team Evil right now, they may find themselves in a bit of a pickle, or they could just open it up and they will
Let's
take
hear from the
2 of this
crowd.
pick. Seems
Make
like they're
some
gonna
noise for
deal,
yours truly.
take away the CC instead to allow Gear to go for, you know, the tankiness like the highlights and stuff like that. But Team Flash right now, spot by choice. Go for the 1-1, they can go for the Yi Sun-shin. There's a lot of things that they can go for. They can go for the 1-1
Your
instead.
team is
1-1 gets picked up by Flash SG, so the gold lane a little bit on the slow coming, but it kind of seems like Flash SG has a idea of where that draft wants to go. They always pick up that gold lane first. They always want Vanish to secure
They call
whatever
me
he
a
wants to
hero
play before
because I saved my
he
nation from
counteract
falling
anything.
apart.
Your
So
team
the
is
Arlot
picking.
and the Yi Sun-shin gets picked up. No more CC to deal with that EXP side. Team Flash might be able to pick up that Lapu Lapu once again, or even, you know, have a nice little pick or neutral pick onto the Gacha just to try to get a bushwhack position. You know what's interesting also is the Kagura from Sela. It was one of his signature picks, and I think this kind of works well. They really need some secondary burst damage from that mid side. It has decent wave clear as well, and I think it kind of works. Or, you know, Farsa.
Well, I think from the side of Team Evil right now, I think they've got ample amount of damage. Don't forget, Arlot, even though you beat him tank, does add on quite a few amount of damage. The Yi Sun-shin definitely now a lot more stress on the side of
I'm not the
Aether as
only
well
one
to be able
bound
to land
by
down the
this
Mount
chains.
Shocker. Now Team Flash gonna secure the 1-1 by selecting the Phobias against an Arlot, and also works against an Arlot really well, right? Kurt TZ gonna go for the Kimi, and it's a double marksman matchup coming out from Team Flash.
Yeah. The Kimi actually still works quite a bit.
Yep.
The ultimate brings everyone together. It's non-committal. You can use that to check brushes as well. Team Flash has a lot of front to back potential. Team Evil kind of looking for more major setup potentials. I think the previous issue with the issue with the previous draft was that they don't have any hard CCs. They don't have any reliable stunts that could be a secondary form of re-engage after that portal take.
Yep, now they do have hard CCs.
Payback.
On top of that, they're
Your
going to
team is
drop
banning.
a Farsa as well. Now, this is going to be a very scary combo for the side of Team Evil, right? Final Slash right into a Mountain Shocker, right into a Feather Airstrike. It's something that Team Flash need to be a little bit careful right here. My take is they need to go for, you know, your slightly tanky here tanks. To a certain extent, even the Grinover tank jungler looks really spicy for the side of Hades to pick up.
We're moving into the second phase of the bans, and I think both teams already identified their main damage dealers. Now it's more for the supporting roles, and it is interesting that now Evil is playing the assassin jungler. They might be able to ban out the Khalids, the
tail's been
Hildas,
itching
or
for a
any
real
hard
time is
engage, hard
banning.
invade heroes in the early game, because that's going to be a problem for Yi Sun-shin. He needs a lot of space, he needs a lot of time to farm up, and once he gets that power spike, he's going to keep that ball rolling and turn into a avalanche.
Yeah, definitely,
Your
right? Like,
team
the
is
problem
banning.
about Yi Sun-shin right now is just you're so susceptible to ganks, right? Especially when you have dangerous grass coming to play, and Hilda really look really spicy. It does exactly what you want to do against a Yi Sun-shin. Stop him from farming, stop him from snowballing. You got so many grass to run around, you're healing everywhere, and it's just basically, you know, Flash's playground if Team Flash goes for that, and that's what Jay played before.
Oh, actually, the Gacha looks very good for Team Flash here as well, because once the Fair Airstrike comes,
a lot of
AOG
links.
lands down onto that Fair Airstrike and tries to go into the back line. And Gacha is one of those roam tanks that can effectively take down marksmen, can effectively take down the mages without taking a lot of a lot of damage.
I bloody hate Gacha, right? Like, you do damage to him, you just jump onto you,
See
heals
value
everything
in
in.
me?
Here you go,
Your
Team
team
Evil
is
agreed
there.
to me to a
should.
certain extent. There's also the Fredrin, the tank, the jungler, the Team Flash could potentially pull out. But I personally feel Team Evil should try to counter pick the what's it called, the one that I was just talking about, the Hilda away. Really, because like your YSS is so susceptible to it, you really need to take it away.
Last ban from the side of Team Flash. Will they take out that? What will they ban? Actually, I feel like Team Flash right now with that 3-3 combo, it feels a bit more confident for them to hit out in the early game. So it's the Moscow being banned out, not giving over the hands of Ven.
Okay. So just going to go ahead and deny the marksman. I'm also thinking, you know, in the hands of powerful, you got the Tigro. I mentioned the Wombo Cobalt Bundle Shocker, find a slash into an implosion. There's so much damage. And of course, you know, with the final slash in the play as well, you want to deny the Moskov because when you find a slash, it's going to stack everybody together, and Moskov will just do collateral damage, supreme collateral damage all across the board.
I think Moscow kind of doesn't really work well with Team Evil unless they want to play towards the uber late game. They just need tanky boys right now, and I think Gacha would be a good kind of denial over the Flash SG, just to keep the Farsa safe. Or even the Badang kind of works for Team Evil or Team Flash. I think Badang actually is one of the hardest roamers to break down. You can easily build your Thunderbolt stacks and try to just layer that in all the way through. So I think that would be a very viable option for Team Flash as well.
Okay, final picks for the side of Team Flash. Got a mid, got a mage, got an EXP.
You need a jungle, you need a roam.
Yep, we hinted that they need to build literally a wall for Kimi and also allowing the space for the 1-1 to basically prop the crossbow and tank to fly in the air.
I think the Phobius and another tank would be enough. I think Hades could very well go for, like, you know, the Amon pick, the Joy pick, and it works. You can get into the backline fast as well. You just keep Kimi and 1-1 at bay. But then you need to have someone to watch the backlines because it's very high committal, it's very frontal kind of composition right now. There's Guinevere, like you called it as well.
I smelled it. That's a Guinevere and also a Grok coming out from Flash. Grok definitely going to go in the hands of Jay. Hades picking up the Guinevere. And it's very easy pickings right now, right? All of a sudden, your Farsa isn't scary anymore from the side of Team Evil. Tectonic Charge on top of a ultimate from the side of Guinevere, and on top of the Phobius that's going to leap onto you. You can also peel using the Grok as well backwards to protect your Kimi and also a 1-1. So many choices for Flash.
It's very frontal. To be honest, it's very frontal, very high committal. Jay needs to go in first with the Tectonic Charge. You need Bear to actually go into the fray as well. Lapu will be the pick of choice for EXP lane for Evil. And I do like Evil's draft a bit more now. Oh, there's no marksman.
Yeah,
so Lapu goat lane.
So double fight the goat lane, and now you got a YSS in the jungle as a pseudo marksman. So this is going back into season 1.
They want to play that gambit. They want to play the gambit because they're putting all their cherries into Eastern Shin's basket. They need Aether to scale up.
The correct term is eggs.
I don't care. I don't care. It's dangerous grass.
It's dangerous, it's also very dangerous for both of these teams, right? And now remember, we talk about how Team Evo needs a lot more frontliners, something that could potentially scale faster. Lapu, technically speaking, in the gold lane, you can quickly wave clear because you've got some form of range skill to basically last hit. But we're going to go into game right now, ladies and gents. The roster on your screen. Hades reprising his role on the Guinevere tank jungler. And you've also got Jay on his Grok. And I was thinking Gear was the one that would go for the Lapu, but Ven on the Lapu makes sense in the gold lane.
I think it's, Farsa doesn't look scary for Team Flash at all. It's just the early game rotations need to be there, and Evo has to play to their strengths. They have to play to their momentum. They have to build up that momentum and try to get that down. But I do have to say that Gwyn skin, the new Aspirant Gwyn skin, is my favorite thus far. You need to get it for me.
Oh, no. Get a boyfriend.
Why not you?
No. No,
okay, okay.
no.
Down to it. Let's see how Lapu matches up with 1-1 because Lapu doesn't have the range. Needs to deal with Vanix of all people. Ven doesn't really have that range, so he's just
Oh, I missed this
immediately
1-1 still.
denying a full wave, especially that
Oh.
creep.
I
So
wonder
if
what
1-1
one's
plays it
gonna
well, I think Lapu in the early game before the level 4, before he gets that Radio Spider, he's gonna struggle a lot.
Yeah, so I think right now what Evo is trying to do right here, in my opinion, is to basically neutralize Vanix. Van doesn't need to win lane, just need to hold lane. Once Van hits level 4, and then we start to try something with a various fighter, start to roam around together, leave Vanix to do Vanix things, and we hope to win the game elsewhere.
We see the early rotations down the bottom side as well. We've got Aether coming in with the Mountain Shocker.
Ooh, very quick one. Bear will be the one absorbing most of the damage. Bear still level 2, doesn't really have his power spike as of yet. Here on the other hand, does have it. Jay goes in for a sweep. Powerful gets knocked up. No, nothing is taken for the side of Team Evil, but the Mountain Shocker is already infested.
It's already used up. No Mountain Shocker for the turtle takes. And we're back to the gold lane, which is interesting to see how 1-1 actually zones Ven. Alb on the bottom side. Hades in a lot of trouble.
Taking a lot of damage right here. Here's First Blood over the side of Team Evil right now. Some surviving signs for the side of Team Evil right here. Revitalized also popped, and this means that Team Evil Aether this time around has a better game.
It's a good find and a very good trio sticking together in the turtle pit. You always see Powerful and Aether sticking together with whatever's on that map. You see that tipping skills, and the trio in that mid side for Team Evil is riding on that momentum that they have in the early game and that burst damage that they are building up. Team Flash needs to be a little bit more cautious. They need their ultimates, they need their key components in order to make things work.
Yep, they haven't got his key ingredients yet. We talk about the cherries in the cake. Not really able to find it because if you notice, Hades doesn't really want to also use the Valoricrum. Even he has it.
Oh, top side.
Oh, hold on a second. Valoricrum, exactly when I said there's coming AOG jumping onto the top side as well. And Jay doesn't really have a level 4. This time around, he does have it. May go for the tectonic charge, but holding on just yet, just a little bit, because 1-1, technically speaking, is already zoned out on the top, allowing him to take some chip damage onto the tower.
Mountain Shocker already invested. Bear onto 2.
Onto 2, but don't forget, we've seen this before, but this time around, Bear's not the Bear trap. He got trapped by 2 instead.
It takes a little bit more time for Focus to really come online, and Team Flash really needs to play together as a team. Evil's always fighting 2-on-1, and that's really like their style in the early game. In the late game, they're going to be able to split and use Asian Chin as late game insurance on that split lane, and just stick together as 5. So the magic of team fight for Evil might be online.
Here comes Hades once again by the Rick Rim, the far side.
Gets
denied by the wall coming off of Flash. This is the Architect. Jay that we're coming from. Notice that Team Evil doesn't really have a lot of damage. Then taking a lot. Find the slash coming off from here. Trying to make equalize the score just a little bit. The Bear coming in with the Bear trap. Trapping onto Aether, but Aether is snowballing hard. Picking from the turtle. And 3 members of the Team Flash went down.
It's 3-for-1. Winning on the side of Evil. 2,000 gold ahead, but Vanix hasn't even joined in the team fights as of now. And Evil, though, still winning, still riding on that momentum, still getting all their objectives, playing their part. And every one of the single players of Team Evil are rotating perfectly in sync into that map. That's a nice final slash from Gear to try to push everyone together.
Yep.
They're clearing that lane on the way to that turtle pit.
Right now, we talk about Snowball. This is not exactly how, I mean, if you're Team Evil, this is exactly how you want Aether to really snowball, right? Yishin on 3 kills, 1 turtle already, and you see Jay, setting up for the turtle already. Bear in position as well. Nobody from the side of Team Flash is basically able to hold, but Jay's providing a lot of vision. Mountain Shocker coming in. Hopefully he can make a play right now.
There's 3 men.
Reset.
Onto 4.
Perfect wall coming off of Jay. Amazing. The Architect, he's literally about to build it. He's building a wall.
Oh, nice. Onto final slash Gear. Jay taking a lot of damage for an airstrike. A little bit premature on this one. Bear coming for the charge.
Jumping onto Jade though, but the turtle ultimately forgotten. Don't forget, Evo has already run out a lot of steam, taking a lot of utility away. Jay was there, sacrificing himself, taking a lot of that. Valoricrum coming up for Hades as well. Bear joining the fight. Curtis picking up the kill onto Powerful Gear, trying to make a play right here. We'll be able to stun the Bear as well, but Team Evo, however, eyes on the prize, making sure Aether secures the turtle. Aether is snowballing right now.
It's the Gear's already level 8. The EXP lane is shifting sides as Gear is taking control of this game instead of Bear. And Evil just slowly just picking on that top side. The fighter versus Marksman doesn't really try to shine on the bottom side.
Onto Bear, but he's taking a lot of ultimate damage right here. You can see Team Evo doesn't really like Bear at all. They give them a very hard time in game number 1, and here is Team Evo Vengeance Surf Code.
There's 4 eggs into Aether's basket for 0-2.
Got it, Rick. Catching on the Sailor. Not a lot of damage as of yet, unfortunately.
Purify already used up though, so Sailor doesn't have that saving grace in the next jump. You have 70 seconds until the turtle spawns up. I think Evo should play it slow. They have a advantage down the bottom side. Try to push that advantage. Try to push that side lane because Flash is trying to ditch that. Bear cannot keep up with that bottom side.
Yeah, I feel like Trio's just now the Observer is just zooming in onto Hades' skin. He knows we don't really have to Esper and give it her skin, and he's essentially walking as I did. I'll have a speech with the Observer later.
Powerful, just searching for where Hades is, searching for that beautiful skin that we talked about, and he's on the back line. The pair airstrike already built up. The wall's already built as well.
Very early though. Aether unable to find anything though. AOG doesn't find Hades. Iconic charge landing on the powerful, and all of a sudden the sweep coming off from Gear. Aether also letting down the damage. Curtizi all the way back. Zone out by Gear. Gear flickers forward aggressively, punishing Curtizi, but he might get punished
himself. Be able to get out.
And now it's just also powerful trying to land down the fight as well. Zoning out the rest of the members coming off Flash. Team Evo trying to work on
the top side as well. Solo
taking the Vanix, and Team Evo is turning this around against Flash SG.
Fight after fight, the magic of team fight from Team Evo is showing some sparks, showing some signs of life as Flash SG still barely sitting it through. Every single one of Team Flash is jumping into positions in that dangerous grass that Evo is taking control of. Even though they try to reenact that situation or turn that situation around, it's just not enough for Team Flash now. There's 3,000 gold ahead, not that too far ahead for Team Flash.
Evo's definitely in a comfortable zone right here. But Team Evo right now, Mountain Shock already activated. They're working on the turtle right here. Now what Team Flash is doing, if you notice, is to make sure that Vanix get up online in time. Using the Mountain Shocker, I was hoping the Aether to pick up the aggression onto 1-1 because you don't want the 1-1 to come online. If not, Team Evo may find himself in a bit of a trouble. But they do have Ben, they do have Powerful to protect Aether at all costs.
How Flash should do this is layering in all of that teamfight potentials. You get a Violet Rec Room coming in, so you have to start things off with Hades or Jay with a Tectonic Charge, but it's not as easy because you need to find the right targets, and the only target is Aether, and he always comes in from flanks, so he's always waiting for the right time before he actually joins in the teamfight. He's away from the 4 men, so it's a 4-1 composition from the side of Evil, as Flash is playing as 5, so their map is wide open.
Yeah, and don't forget, Team Evo, we thought that, you know, Sena's over-aggressive on the Feather Airstrike. Seems like there's a reason for that madness.
Down on that bottom side, Evo's just playing as 4 men. They are always having one loose member, and Team Flash doesn't want to break it through. This Mountain Shocker coming in.
Mountain Shocker landing onto Gear. Gear is immediately deleted. Curtizi going in soon. Aether! Man, we doubted this guy in game number 1, and he delivers 504. Flash cannot hold against Team Evo.
We don't want to speak too soon as Evo 5k gold lead. First lord of the game hasn't even spawned up yet as Team Evo slowly pushing down all tier 2 turrets. Saving graces, Flash SG does have some a little bit backline damage. Oh, he's just waiting. He thought it was an illusion. Aether read that like an open book.
Yep, Feather Airstrike, like I mentioned. Sayla is playing that Feather Airstrike like it is free. The cooldown is 1 second. He's going to use it. He's going to try to hopefully catch somebody on, and then after that move on. Interesting build coming up from Vanix though. Heart's Claws for 1-1.
She's going for a pure crit build for Vanix. Instead of a corrosion side behind her sword, and then try to get a little bit more lifesteal and sustain so that he can make it to the late game, because now it's only 9.5 minutes long. Lord spawning up in 7 seconds. Let's see how they play this with dangerous grass, because everywhere is just impossible to find. Jay needs to be able to open up that push for Bear to come in with a secondary re-engage.
Yeah, it's very hard for Team Flash to really try to engage right now because Team Evo is solidly in the front. Gear, on the other hand, if you notice on the R-Lot here, and don't forget, you've got the Mountain Shocker to review everything, and all of a sudden you can see Team Flash scrambling like flies.
Your plans are ruined by Team Evo, and Aether is just slowly waiting. He's in the right position all times. They're using Fair Airstrike, zone everyone out of the way. Kurt taking a huge chunk of damage. They don't know where Hades is. It's at the back of that Lord, but the Evo is just slowly pushing down all that lanes. They don't know where Gear is right now.
Yeah, Lord Dance right here getting a little bit long. Team Evo will call for a reset. Here comes the traction pulse though. Does find Powerful. Vanix right here. Iconic charge landing onto 2. But the final smash for the son of Gear to say no. Denying the engage. Coming out of Team Flash and Team Evo. Aether become a monster. A double. And it's just Flash SG crumbling from the pressure of the villains. Team Evil wiping out Flash SG.
A showing, a deja vu of game number 1.
Oh
as
my goodness
Evil are
me.
running it down. They have the cannon minions. They are going to break this bubble. No, they're going to go for that lore. They want to play it a little bit more passively. Curtizi spawning up in the next 5 seconds.
I want Sayla in my games.
Oh, was it a Savage?
No, it wasn't a Savage. I want
it was just a
Sayla in my
wipeout.
games. It was just a wipeout, but there was a double kill for the Son of Aether, the double kill for Ven as well. But I want Sayla in my game. Somehow he just sucks.
He is the best support.
He is the best support.
mid lane support.
Yes.
The best assistant.
He has the best dishes as well. I've always wanted to try Sayla's cooking.
And I think with the what? He cooks?
Yeah, he does.
I mean, in this game, he does
real
his
life
baking.
too?
He's putting something in the oven for all we know because Evil smells delicious at this moment.
Oh no, you mean Team Flash smells delicious on the moment because Evil is just literally gobbling up. There's no
Well,
turrets.
it works both ways.
Yeah, but look at that. There's not a lot of turrets, Churros, on the mid and the bot.
I think Ven is actually a really good. The Lapu pick on Ven is actually really good. Right now, Venice can't even play. He's at the back lines all alone. They're starting things up again with Mountain Shocker. Try to slow down Jay. Evil slowly punching it through. That's the charge onto the bottom side. T3. They might be able to break this down. The wall traps them onto Blaze. The Feather Airstrike keeps everyone at bay. Flash can't even get close.
Yeah, that was a wonderful wall from the side of Jay, but then again, you've got the Lord leaking in through bot. Mid lane, on the other hand, the Sayla should have the Feather Airstrike coming up very, very soon. It doesn't really need to land the damage. It just needs to land the zone. Pushing Flash away, disrupting their plans. You also got Gear playing a wonderful R-Lot doing the sets.
And Evil just taking everything from the map. That's an 11, 12k gold lead almost for Team Evil. They don't let everyone out. Aether is online. He's 8-0-6,
Yep.
and he's looking for kills. He's out for blood. He knows how to play this. He's giving up that vision, and Flash has nowhere to hide, nowhere to run.
There's a smack coming up from Jay, and able to push them against the wall for the stun.
Oh.
Here comes Hades to jump in, he makes the play for the Tectonic Charge, the follow-up coming on Flash, and this is going to be the ultimate from side. Oh no, Vanix actually went down, unfortunately, immediately bursted down, but Team Evo turning it around, Aether picking up the kills after kills, and his Team Flash slowly crumbling from the pressure. Aether picking up another one, he's
Might
just
be able to get a
unstoppable,
triple.
coming up on Team Evo, making a triple, the Sky Piercer Stacks is there, and now they are looking at Team Flash like it's food, and they equalize the score against Team Flash.
They look happy about it. Because Evil's bringing us to a game number 3.
Only
First
game
game was just a warm-up, and the villains are up online in game number 2.
Living up the moniker as the Titan Slayers before. Yes, we call them Titans now, but don't forget, we called them Titan Slayer first. They have drew first blood against the best team in Singapore.
Yeah, they weren't angry. I mean, we
I'm
saw all their
impressed.
faces. We saw it on the camera. Like, after the first game, it was like, man, Sayla is just justifying his actions. And right now, he's super comfortable. Picking up that Farsa, zoning everyone out of the way.
Yeah.
He's in the right position. No one can get into Aether. And that last fight, I want to point out,
Yep.
Hades got the right call. It was just too slow from Jay because I think there was some communication issue or some chemistry issues. But like when Hades went in with the spatial migration into the Violet Requiem combination, Jay didn't use that tectonic charge just to deny Yisun Shin. The Yisun Shin was just free and easy to run around. Aether was just blocked out.
Look, the problem is Ishin Shin does have CC immunity as well. Every
But
time
after
he
you
dashes,
jump,
very
you need
short
to-
limit of time.
You got that right
Small
frame.
little window.
That frame that
Yeah.
you need to press your skill 1.
Yeah, correct. But the thing is, I think right now it's just we can definitely see, right? The reason why game number 1, you see the Yushin getting banged out by Team Flash. I think they have to do it. I think they underestimated Team Evil, and they got bit back.
Yeah, it's just that burst damage. Once they change up their roster, once they change up their hero picks into like having a little bit more burst damage, a little bit more early game rotation potential, and Team Evil just had it in the books. I think I was a bit hesitant on the Lapu in the gold lane because I know how 1-1 is able to push Lapu away. But at the end of the day, 1-1 can't even deal any damage to any one of the front lines of Team Evil. I think the first pick 1-1 Prio wasn't the right choice. It's easy to land your weakness points, no problem. But it's hard to take someone down. Everyone's just healing everything back up, or you're just building like blade armor.
Yep, and with that said, let's take a look at the MVP.
It's gonna be Aether. He's everywhere on the map.
I think
He's
it's definitely
charging.
going to have the Aether. There you go. On
Welcome
that
to
Yushin
Singapore.
Shin. Well, literally, welcome to Singapore, right? 0 depth in that game. goes in with 85% kill participation. Once the Molten Shocker is up, he doesn't really care. You can see Team Evo is like, yeah, I don't need to save my utilities. I'm just gonna spend my ultimate like it is free.
I like the fact that Yi Sun-shin is one of the fastest assassin junglers. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was like 9 minutes before he got his level 15, which is pretty fast. He's got that a little bit more high damage based on his base stats, and then he just goes in ham. First item or second item going in for the Sky Piercer because he needs to know that that is the gambit that he wants to take. But it kind of works out. He has 80 full stacks, and everyone's just falling to the hands of this archer.
Yeah, if you take a look at the game stats, right? Ignoring the emblem, just take a look. It was just a solid dominating game. Coming from Team Evo, right? It takes 7 turrets, they took 3 turtles, allowing the snowball on Aether, and then just takes 1 Lord, and that's it. They end the game within 13 minutes. 13 seconds.
Actually, here's the thing. Look at Powerful and look at Sayla. This is what I see always when it comes down to the roam adjustments right now. The roams are actually getting more gold than the mid lane. Look at Jay and look at Bear as well. Like, it's easier for the roam to get that gold. It's easier for the roam to come online faster, and it kind of pushes one hero aside. And I think this actually changes how they play. They need that speed. They need that momentum.
Yep. You talk about the gold, right? I think Phobius right now is a very expensive hero, right? Like, you really need your items to be tanky. Whereas for Gear, right? If you take a look at his builds, you got a Fairy Hammer after that it goes for... And he's already online, right? Once he builds up Fairy Hammer, all he has to do is land one beautiful final slash. He's able to do that. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not. He literally does his job, right?
Yeah.
Sets up for Aether with the Mountain Shocker, and then after Sayla. And like what I mentioned earlier just now when we were drafting, this is a very scary combo that the Team Evo is facing. What is Team Flash gonna do? You mentioned it. Yes, they've got prior picks on Vanix, but Vanix is still a little bit struggling against Ven.
Yeah, I mean, towards the tanky kind of heroes, he was going for the pure crit build. He doesn't have that DHS, and the only thing that breaks down the armor that Gear, Ven, and Powerful actually builds up is maybe a DHS. So usually that is the standard 1-1 build. It wasn't able to get in that position, so they don't really have that damage to take Evo down, especially into that late game. That's a 12k, almost 12k gold difference that Evo has on top of Team Flash.
Yeah, and also, you want to talk about Vanix unable to going for that crit build. Yes, that's a slightly more expensive path. I think he's definitely should be building into a Malefic Gun, because usually if you go for that kind of build, you are more of an AA user, right? Your basic attack. But remember what I said in the get-go, in the gold lane. Ven, all his role is to do is to make sure that Vanix doesn't get a kill, unable to farm, and he's done. As long as during the team fights, that's where, you know, Ven switches into a pure position for Aether. He's solid.
Yeah, Ven in every single skirmish, every single team fight turns into a homing missile, and he has Vanix in his eyes, and he's just chowing him down. 1-1 just can't do anything in any of these team fights. Just down low, Ven comes in, just takes 1-1 out, and then Aether just guns everyone down through, because it's not enough like follow-up damage. Even the Kimmy is not enough. When it comes down to this, I think there was a trend for game 1 and game number 2. It's building a front wall, making sure your front wall doesn't die, and building up the momentum. The early game speed is really, really important. So game number 3, it's all down to the draft, and hopefully we will see a different map aside from Dangerous Grass, because now we know Dangerous Grass is it favors kind of like a fast game rotation instead of a ambush kind of play. So teams are just playing it like they did before in Season 9, Season 8. You're just playing like, I'm going to be burst potential, and it's just the Singapore flavor. A little bit faster, a little bit more burstier.
Yep, so we watched 2 map of Dangerous Grass as well, but of course, you know, we talk about that game number 2. We also need to remember game number 1, right? Because we always have to look back to history. This is Team Evo picking up a momentum already, and that's usually when they really look very scary. Team Flash, on the other hand, you can see, yes, they need to land down the tectonic charge as well. You also pointed out, Jade, sometimes, yes, the walls are creative. You block the Lord just a little bit, unable to buy some time. You use the wall to push away the Farsa, push her away from the
In theory, it works in the early game, because the turtle, you're sort of like even Stevens. You need that first couple of fights, you need that first couple of objective takes to be really online, and I think it works well. But then again, in the late game, it's all over. Once Yi Sun-shin actually snowballs, there's no way to stop that avalanche.
Yeah, and even though we expected a lot of CCs coming out from the tectonic charge for the Grok, and also from Hades on the Guinevere on the Violet Requiem, right? there's nothing to be done right there because the 1-1 wasn't able to reach the target. I think right now the problem, so not say the problem, but the 1-1's build that Vanix chose is more akin to the late game. And once he picked up the Malefic gun, that's where he really truly shines. And he is building that. Unfortunately, the game ended because Aether is just snowballing out of control. And don't forget, there's also the fact that, you know, Gear on the Arlot was just making up beautiful sets after over and over again.
Yeah, Gear was much faster in the rotations.
Definitely.
You've got also like Yi Sun-shin coming in for the bottom side, making sure that EXP lane wins the lane, gets the turret down first, and then starts the early game rotation. Gear was 2-3 levels up ahead of Bear, so there was no way that Phoveus was actually coming back.
No.
Even as much as Phoveus is able to heal everything back up, the damage from that Farsa just mitigates everything else, and then you have the Yi Sun-shin just slowly coming and gunning everyone down.
Yeah, and don't forget, you also got, remember we pointed out, Phoveus needs more gold.
Phoveus needs more gold.
It's more expensive, right, for him to
for a
basically
full tank build. If you don't want to build the War Axe or any sustain items, I think if a pure tank Phoveus would be super expensive, and it's harder for you to farm.
Yeah, and don't forget what an Arlo does. Final Slash, I'm already done.
Yeah.
As long as I land down that Final Slash properly, I'm able to basically zone out a enemy. Even if I die, I push off the damage dealer away, leaving my team to do whatever they need to do. Don't forget, there's also got they literally peeled and built a lot of space around the Yi Sun-shin. So expect them going to game number 3 to do the same thing. Maybe are they going to sport a double fighter? I think the double fighter side lanes is what threw Team Flash off the game as well.
Yeah, I think double fighter side lanes threw me off my game. I wasn't expecting Lapu to come online that fast, because after the 3 turtles were taken over the side of Team Evo, there was no way that Team Flash was able to contest for these objectives, so they kept letting it go. They're just like, okay, let's just fight in between the turrets, and I think that was their downfall. They should have tried a little bit and try to bring Vanix into the picture, because it's easier for Vanix to come online if he gets kills instead of just farming up on the minions. But I think he wants to play a little bit more safe. So that's basically Team Flash's MO.
But there's also I agree with you to a certain extent. I realize that Team Flash around the second turtle, they stopped being super aggressive. They're playing it super safe.
They just put Jay up in front, give it a little bit of vision, try to disrupt them a little bit. Hades just slowly farming in the background, trying to get his core items, but it's not fast enough.
But is it because Sayla is just constantly throwing out feather airstrikes? Because if you notice, there's a lot of times the feather airstrike tags onto the key.
You don't even need the feather airstrike. You don't even need your ultimate. All you need is like your first skill, second skill. You stun it a little bit, and the rest of your team just comes in, hunkers down, do a little burst damage, and then you force that tectonic charge out of the way. So he's always using that TC, always very defensively and very passively.
Yeah, but they also I also find that Kimi wasn't able to land on the damage onto Team Evo earlier just now.
Yeah.
Is it because of the Farsa?
I think it's just the front walls. It's
the front walls.
Okay. Kimi's a very front to back hero. The passive breaks through like the front sides. Farsa's just way too far behind.
True.
You have a very high committal frontline heavy team fight in Team Flash. But we'll see. I mean, we're looking into the future. Let us take a look at what kind of maps that is going to be picked up. But to answer my point, there needs to be some synergy when you pick up your heroes. When you have the Kimi and the 1-1, it's very backline centric. If you have the Phoveus and the Guinevere, the Grok, it's very backline centric, very frontline centric. That means you're always going to push back, and the backline is going to be playing catch up.
Well, definitely coals in the furnaces of Team Evil. They're chugging along, choo-choo train along on the momentum. They're gonna live on that. They're gonna work on it. But Team Flash, on the other hand, they've been here before, right? They've gone to the international stages, sometimes playing from back foot. Hopefully they're able to recover. Earlier just now, if you saw on the camera, Vanix is just literally rubbing his eyes a little bit, and that kind of worries me just a little bit, right? Hopefully they get the game phase on. And when I say game phase on, literally we're gonna go into the map draw.
We're rolling it on.
I can't do that.
Yeah, the tongue roll.
I can't do it.
Your tongue roll. Into the map draw, we've got broken walls.
Okay, we got something new.
After playing so long, I don't really know the interaction between Ling and the broken walls. Does he have an extra wall to jump to? Is it interesting for him to play that?
It is gonna be mind-boggling for the Ling player, right? Because when the purple buff, when you take down purple buff,
you immediately just go over.
No, the wall drops.
But
If
he
you jump
goes
onto
across.
thing, you actually go across.
Yeah, but it's
wall.
different. It's different right here because
Yeah.
there's no collision into the broken wall. So, what do you want to pick? It's much faster for the junglers. This is a jungler's game because for broken walls, it's easier for you to cross that map instead of running around the jungle den. You can just make a short path, the Pythagorean path instead of the longer parameters. But then again,
I like the fact that you, as designer, is trying to explain math terms to an engineer.
yeah. Okay, what do we want to see different? Evil's gonna ban out the Lancelot. Flash SG is gonna ban out the 1-1. For some reason, 1-1 is a very interesting hero because there is a lot of success. There is a lot of failures on that 1-1 in terms of execution. But the broken walls, does it affect that draft a lot? Will it affect this draft a lot? I mean, previously it was like, high rotation speed, high burst. I think it will stay Citrus Parapets. Everything will be the same. It's only, maybe I can cross the walls faster. The junglers need to be assassin because it's much faster for that assassin to cross different jungle camps.
I mean, alternatively, you can also say that because of the broken walls, the assassins, the jungle assassin may be vulnerable, right? Like the roamers can always hard invade very easily. So there's a lot of it really depends on how both these two teams are going to go for it. Like Team Flash, as of now, has shown that Hades is playing mostly on the fighter junglers and the tank junglers. Question is, will he go back to his assassin junglers? Go back to his roots? Will Adamir allow him to go back to his roots?
Assassin junglers aside, I think it is all down to which side you're picking from. We have 2 games of the red side winning. So the second pick always has a slightly better advantage in terms of understanding, okay, this team is going to play this hero, I'm going to draft around it, and they try to counter deny, counter pick, and they have that wildcard advantage that the blue team does not. So the Uranus getting banned out by the side of Team Evil. Baxia is open. It was previously banned out by the side of Team Flash as well in first pick. So they might be able to open that up. Farsa is also opened. They
call me a
the
hero
Lapu
because I saved my nation from
I
falling
think this is
apart.
kind of no-brainer. You don't want to give first pick Yushin over to Aether. For the side Team Evil, Snap picks the Baxia right off the bat. Earlier just now game number 1, they were the one that picked up the Juicin. Baxia also very flexible. You can put it in the roam, put it in a jungler, but we see thus far it's mostly going to the junglers.
I think, it's super easy for Baxia actually to cross the walls because I realize also the broken walls also affect the Lord in the Turtle Pit. So instead of jumping over the wall, you save that jump, you just roll through, and then you save that jump for that stun onto the side lanes. I think that's how they want to play it. Perfect map for Baxia.
Yeah, a lot more freedom to rotate around the map. Team Flash on the first two picks. It's going to be a boss down, back to basics, and they're going to go for the Arlot once again. Jay could also pick up an Arlot. Bear could also pick up an Arlot, but earlier just now Gear used it to great success. So Team Flash right now, I feel like they're reacting to what Team Evil is. Not sure whether it's a good sign to see, Team Flash reacting to Team Evil. Usually, Flash wants to show dominance, they just gonna power through and handshake this team fight like what we see in game number 1.
Again, Team Flash prioritizing Banks as heroes as long as he is safe, as long as he's happy and fed. Then Team Flash is able to win. But then again, the Arlot made a lot of difference in the early to mid game for the side of Team Evil in game number 2. Now Evil might have the Lapu as well. Now, you go for the CC instead.
Yep, Kimi, CC pick coming out from Team Evil. CC against an Arlot. What are your take, Shiros?
CC against Arlot, CC definitely wins out. Arlot takes a bit of time to scale, but his power actually comes in team fights and skirmishes, not the lane dominance. So he's going to suffer a little bit in the lane-to-lane fights. He's going to suffer a little bit in the first turtle take. But if he is able to throw down a nice final slash, throw down a nice setup for the rest of the team to come in and try to counteract and counter-engage, I think then Bear will play it to a huge success. If not, CC would have a much better early game.
Would you think Team Flash actually might go for a mid here?
Yeah, the Farsa. Yeah,
Thanks for answering my question.
I think I feel like Team Evil should have taken the Farsa instead of the Kimi. I think it was so much more powerful, no pun intended, for Team Evil in terms of I want to build a zone around. It's all about zonal control. It's all about creating that space for your marksmen to hunker down and throw spears from the back.
There's a lot of shred coming off Team Evil already, right? So HP bar is definitely going to be a big no-no for the side of Team Flash. You don't really want to play into the fact that, Team Evo could shred. Now we go to the banning phase right here, and what the side of Team Evo hasn't selected yet is definitely the marksman.
This land
Unless
is our
they can,
homeland,
and
it will soon be
you
a
don't need to ban
burial
away the
ground.
marksman coming to Team Evo, because Ben has showed that he is more than happy to play the gold lane Lapu Lapu.
Yeah. Okay. So the Lapu is banned out because you want to deny that for the gold lane. But typically, I don't think that will be picked up because you don't really have a secondary marksman in the form of the Yi Sun-shin. I think Yi Sun-shin was best because you have the space in the jungle.
Your team is
You
banned.
should.
I do want to see an Amon though. I really want to see an Amon.
man,
Hades
epic.
played it before, remember? In Season
Yes.
5 Grand Finals. It was the Amon pick. Everyone went wild and he was just dominating with that. And this is Amon's kind of meta. A1 is banning that out and is such a huge problem.
Yeah, right now, back to the banning phase, you see the
I am
from
not
side
the
of Team
only
Evo.
one bound
Your
by
Adam
team
these
change.
Adamir takes away the Phobias. Ban back to Team Evo. What do they not want to see coming out from Flash's books of tricks?
Gato Kacha, just to deny the Farsa, or you want to see the Grok again so that Farsa does have a harder time in the early game, but we saw how Team Flash played this around. Farsa is still undeniably one of the best support mids,
I'm born
so to
with
speak,
talent.
on
is
that.
ticking.
So Guinevere gets banned out right here. Interesting because I think they are cooking. They want something up their sleeves.
I feel this game, if you're a Team Flash, you wouldn't draft the Guinevere. So I think Team Evo may have wasted the ban slot right here, but I mean, there's always benefit in hindsight right now. Adamir, for the side Team Flash, do they go for a EXP pick here? Do they go for a jungler pick here, or do they go for
A roam.
a roam pick
Yeah.
here? Because I feel like Gato Kacha is definitely something that both teams may be looking at. There's also the potential Badang that kind of slipped the mind as well.
Yep, there again, you got a Gato Kacha. I understand Team Flash's trends over the years, and we've watched them so much. It's always Hades with that last pick. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, because he's so flexible, right?
Yeah.
With his hero picks, right? Guinevere that literally threw everybody off guard when he suddenly started using it as a tank jungler. But now it's like, it's starting to bite back onto Hades, right? Now all of a sudden, the back of tricks is actually, your tricks are wide open. That magic, the magic that usually have is crazy pick. Hold on a second, I've never seen this coming out powerful. Going for the Franco. 4 powerful from the side Team Evo.
This is basically the same draft that they did in game number 1. They have that paper. This is what they need to draft, and I think they're lacking that hard CCs. Instead of the chip, they just swapped it over for that Franco.
Yep.
So essentially, essentially the same exact draft, only the Franco changes. And talk about hard CCs, that is a suppression right there.
Yep, that's a pick composition coming out from Team Evo, right? Pick and poke. The Grandeur and the Kimi is just combo as your damage dealers is just nuts.
Swivel!
And now they can
Swing!
easily.
Ooh,
Oh, okay. We
flash!
go for a Fanny from the side of Team Flash.
Not
Haven't
bad.
seen this in a long time. Kind of miss him doing this. Now, early game priority. Which team has it, Churros?
Definitely on the side of Team Flash SG. Early game damage from the Fanny, early game control and the zone denial from the Farsa. Early game crowd control from the Gato actually comes into play as well. For Team Evo, they need a little bit of time to scale up, especially for the Granger, getting the core items first. But Granger that naturally wins out Moskov in lane-to-lane team fights, so I'm not too concerned about that. The only issue is they have the Baksha still. So Evo has the Baksha to try to ramp up that tempo and ramp up that speed. And we see that in Broken Walls, and we identify it as one of the best heroes for Broken Walls just because he doesn't need to have that jump in. And so, I don't know. To be honest, I think Evo has an easier to execute draft, but it lost out with Team Flash in game number 1.
Yeah, but don't forget, Broken Walls means that, Hades can. If
Is
he
it
angles
more?
it properly, he can zoom across the map even faster.
Ah,
Right?
that's true, that's true.
But-
There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You can just use any cables just to cross, and you can't hide from the fence.
But the problem is, Fanny also requires the wall to basically constantly spin and reset, spin over and over again. That's where he shines. But at the very least, using the Fanny, he's able to create a lot of space, a lot of cross-map plays. There's also the Baxia to kind of match as well. So yeah, I think this is the best slot coming out from Team Flash.
Yeah. Looking at how they play around, typically normal, no changes to the Broken Walls, but we're hypothesizing quite a bit of different natural approaches in terms of the gameplay when it comes down to the objectives. But hey, 10 seasons, let's fuel by passion. Here's another redeem code for you guys watching back home.
quick wave clear, a bit of a quick wave clear coming off Flash in the mid lane. Aether this time around going back to a tank jungler instead.
I do want to say that actually Franco has one of the fastest natural base movement speeds, especially
Passive.
with his passive as well.
Now you got a rapid boots. He's got a zoom.
You can zoom
We're
all
gonna
over the
run.
map. It's all about building that tempo, all about building that
Sonic.
speed. Right now it's gear 1. Let's shift it to
Look at him.
the second gear. Oh, it's
I'm actually watching his minimap going over, and speaking of which, to try to jump on the Kurt. Powerful doesn't really land. Hades joined the fray as well. The cables goes wide just a little bit, but he's taking a
it's a lot
lot
of
of
damage,
damage. The broken wall saves him.
Oh!
But the tech damage from the orange buff actually is the one that brings him down. Clip his wings.
No, that is the retribution play. That is the burn that Hades has to face against Aether. So a lot of damage coming in from Sayla right off the bat. Powerful doesn't have the suppression as of now, but giving that one free kill over to Evil creates a lot of pressure for Team Flash as they go for the turtle pit.
Turtle. Spawn right now. Yep, that's the broken wall, right? This is a little bit awkward for both these two teams. I think both Boxia and the Fanny enjoys the fact that you don't really have that enclosed sea. It means that, you know, they could just reinforce very easily.
It's just weird. It's just weird, right? You always have that. Oh, the final slash comes through. Aether takes down the turtle.
Aether takes down the turtle. Indeed, Sayla also puts down Bear as well. No answers from Flash. They're looking at their book bag of tricks. They're not pulling the right ones.
Essentially, I thought like Flash had the early game, but mistakes after mistakes, they thought they had a little bit too much damage. And Evil is able to mitigate that, then also winning up on that gold lane. They're pushing the fight, and they're taking a page out of Flash's book, taking the fights away from that gold lane so that Ben has a lot of time and space to just slowly farm up. And hopefully we see the itemization charts and gold lane charts, because I think Ben is going to come online super fast.
Definitely, right? This is definitely a better Team Evo as compared to game number 1.
Hey, it's just a warm-up. 3 games, 1 warm-up.
They just woke up. Haven't had the IT yet. Not enough caffeine in the system. Or sugar.
Oh man, I'm dreaming of high tea right now. I need that sugar.
Definitely.
I need that sugar. You know who is on sugar right now? Evil. They have that sugar high. They're ramping up the aggression, ramping up the tempo, and they're crazy.
Yep.
They're going in. Rolling Stones pushing Hades' way.
Yeah, Hades now all of a sudden a bit awkward position, right? You can see Bear getting cut just a little bit. Gear joining in for the fight. Bear trying to trade the damage, equalizing that pressure just a little bit. But in terms of the EXP gap, hold on a second. Where the airstrike coming in. Here comes the engage from side of Flash. Gear has to try to walk away, but no way that Team Flash will be able to stick on that. And Jay getting a lot of damage. Here comes also the AOG for him to get an escape. Clean Bennett, but Team Evil on the other hand is just dictating how to play the game.
This is just cross-map ambushes all the way from both teams, but unfortunately though, for both teams, for Jay, I think it was just a little bit too paper as of now. That's a final slash on too powerful and taking him out.
Yeah, that's the first kill, but albeit an expensive one. I mean, you see the flicker coming out from Powerful as well, so I think that's a good pickup from the side of Team Flash, but they need more. Team Evil is on the snowball right here. They need to find a way to stop him.
Turtle getting spawned out, getting pulled out over on the left side and getting that reset as Flash SG waiting for Hades to come online. On top side though, Vanish can always come in on the team fight with the SOV, but it does look like Van is keeping him at bay and keeping him busy.
I think that's the problem about, you know, you go for the Fanny in the
Yeah, you don't really
game,
need
right?
that turtle. You don't really need that objective take. It's more for Boxia. It's more for Evil to take and then get that easy kills. You got 3 men down bottom side versus Evil's 4.
Running around, zoning out. But this is a very interesting map, right? Hold on a second. Hades joining in the fray as well. He steals the turtle right underneath Team Evil noses. Cutsies go into the red airstrike as well. AOG to peel, but they're running out of steam. Evil right here still has it, but no, Hades turning around. He spins for the win, and Aether gets taken down. Sayla trades for Jay, and now that's for now a bit of an equal trade, but Flash is picking up the pace against Evil.
It's a 2 for 2. Evil knows and understands what Flash is doing, but unfortunately though, Flash was able to turn that team fight around. It's an even Stevens game, and Flash has crawled back from the underworld and into Evil's arms with an equalized scoreline.
Yep. But now I feel like what I mentioned, Flash still needs a lot more. They need Hades to come online, but he's taking a few chunks of damage, especially from the side of Gear. But Team Evil, technically speaking, in my opinion, in terms of momentum, they're still in the driver's seat.
Right now, I think it's just Flash needs to get Hades to get the farm up, try to snowball, and try to get those kills. I think Powerful is a little bit too paper now. It doesn't have that defense. Careful, you got a bite, you got AOG to disrupt.
AOG, the traction pulse coming off from Sayla as well. But Curtizi picking up the killing spree. Two-member Bear and Jay sacrificing himself just to protect Hades, so the Hades secure the purple buff while Vanix does Lord Vanix stuff all the way up top, securing that first turret of this game.
That's how you want to play Moskov. Vanix hasn't been in any of the team fights just as of yet. Evil had Granger coming down to take down that mid-side lane as well. As Flash is slowly starting to show that they hurt Curtizi. So still 3-0-1. The burst damage from that Parsa will come to light in the third turtle.
They need. I still feel like, you know, Evo's still in the driver's seat right now because Flash, yes, they're struggling just a little bit. Don't forget, if you notice, find a Slash from the side of Bad though, trying to protect the turret as much as possible. Hades actually finding some trouble onto the cable as well, but 4 members is more than enough to cover for Hades. Bear picks up that kill.
No way that he can dodge that. I mean, 4 members down onto Flash SG. They still need their core ultimates to come online.
It's a blitz. Evo blitzing down the turtle right there. Vanix is forced to hunker down just a little bit. Aether picking that turtle up. Hades trying to make a spin for a Reggie steal. Find a Slash from there. What's going on? I
just missed that. You just missed that. Aether taking a tickle from Hades. They're able to zone everyone out of the way. They took down that turtle already, so they don't want to take this fight. I think it's all back to the drawing board, back to farming.
It's back to almost equal, right? Yes, there's only just 1k goal lead. But in terms of tempo, Flash has it, right? Takes down top side turret. Bottom side turret from the side of Team Flash is actually, that was a little bit dangerous when it comes to the Iron Hook. And Bear, once again, the punching bag. The AOG goes down. Van picks up the side, just a stack at the same time onto Jay. And also onto Bear right now. Jay desperately trying to click onto HP, but Vanix finds Van all the way in the back line. Pick up the golden stuff already. He's ready to rumble.
Oh, powerful. Missing the hook onto Vanix once again.
Hades.
This might be a tipping skills.
Yep, cross map plays.
You have insurance. You have so much insurance. You got Vanix, you got Hades to play that cross map plays. If you're taking a lot of damage from that top side, you got a bottom side. Hades just taking down that orange buff as well.
Yeah, and that's only the first turret from the side of Team Evo. Team Evo has been tunnel vision in terms of most of these team fights, right? But they're forgetting their small little turret down the bottom lane, and Flash is already plugging the holes. Yes, they lose. Team Flash lose top side, but in terms of map momentum, it's still in the hands of Flash SG.
At least we're seeing a neutral ground for both these two teams. Game 1 was very heavy onto Flash's side, but on the top side, no, Vanix!
Landing down some, but Vanix tries to outlive this one. The clutch back to SOD will be able to land, try to slow it down just a little bit. Vanix limping away. Jay as well, using the spear as second skill to try to push Aether as well. Vanix, the clutch factor coming in. Buying time for Hades down bot.
Good protection, but on bottom side, Hades just busy chunking down onto the T2s. Both teams still even Stevens as of now. It's good to see an even ground, but Evil wants to play in this team fight. Team Flash is just playing split push.
Yep.
It's one time at the top side and then the other at the bottom, and they're just splitting Evil's heads up.
This is a very scary game of whack-a-mole for both of these two teams. Evil need to whack them all, and Flash need to make sure they appear in the right places.
That's true. I think it's super difficult for Team Evil right now. I think they have passed their breaking point. Only if Powerful is able to get a nice little stun up.
So Purify. Just in the nick of time, Bear using the final slash so that he gets a better angle in terms of the minions. But if you take a look at where Hades is doing, Hades is going on a rampage on the side lane, just raiding the countryside, whereas Team Evo is lynching for a fight.
You're playing whack-a-mole. Look at where Vanix is, showing himself the bottom side. Now Evo has to take control of that top and bottom. Now they want to juggle that lore. They want to take this down quick.
Aether picking up the turtle for themselves, the deadly catch. Landing on the Hades. Hades, no way for him to run, giving Van the kill as well. And now it's also going to be Jay, AOG all the way out, gear tearing down Curtizi. And now Flash SG picking up bottom lane as a consolation prize. Unable to land, saving on the SOD. May come back for that one. Aether this time around, maybe this time around he's actually extended just a little bit more. Jay, and also, Curtizi trying to juggle in terms of the damage, but Van will be putting Jay down to the ground. It's just Vanix left on the side at Flash.
Vanix still making his choices. He might want to go down on the bottom side. No, but he recalls back. It's 4 members down on the side of Team Flash. They might be able to break through that T3 into that base. That's the magic of team fights, and Vanix is not in any one of them. It's Evil just wants to fight S5.
Yeah, SOD right here. I think the gamble coming up from Flash Street to raid the countryside is actually not paying off, right? Team Evil just focus on one thing at a time. But Flash SG, they're so distracted themselves.
It's a brawl versus macro game. That's final slash.
Perfect one, but burns away two flickers one side of Team Evil. They reacted, and Team Flash need to clean this up. The traction
Whoa.
pulse, capturing two members, and now the Iron Hook as well. Bears no more. Immediately get busted down. Kurtese trying to land down the heavy fire, trying to protect himself. And so he
backside. Here's
Phoenix. He will be able to take it, traveling all the way there, and now pushing down the damage onto Evil Shroud. But Flash is running out of steam.
Oh, this whack-a-mole is getting so hard, but Ben, again with the Mega, 5-1 and 2. So far, still an even Stevens game. And I think for Flash, though, they don't really have a lot of high ground defense. All they can do is try to push down the side lanes and try to make sure the Evil bites. I think they might be able to go for a backdoor play. Remember, Flash is a team that is notorious for getting that backdoor plays to happen.
Yep, you can see Hades also struggling to deal the damage against Gear, right? Oh, Hades. Oh, that was a little bit scary right there. He's literally playing with food.
Yeah, they might want to try to control the bottom side wave just a little bit more as Team Evil taking control of this map. They have the objectives in the palm of their hands as Vanix and Hades. Hades just going off on a rampage down the two sides.
Dropping some damage is not exactly wise because if you notice, Team Evil is literally setting up a trap right here.
Oh, that's
Bear has to take Aether's spin. If not, it's gonna be problematic for Flash. Bear's literally had to sacrifice himself for Flash.
Banks already showing himself at the top side. Now Team Evil has to respond. They need to be able to jump S5, so it's just 5 men moving up. Top and bottom, everyone on that map.
Jetstar holiday.
We're taking flight.
Yeah, taking flights up and top and bottom.
It's just 200 pounds off for a family of 4.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
Okay, let's take a breather and look at the itemizations. It looks like
reading.
almost full builds. Granger has the Sea Halberd, almost building, if I'm not wrong, that's Windtalker. So a little bit more mitigation from the Fanny as well as the Moscow. He needs to save himself. He is the core hero. Once Van goes down, I think it's over for Team Evil. On the top side, though, I don't think Gear is able to take the Moscow by him lonesome.
Yeah. Definitely dancing around a knife's edge for the side of Flash, right? One wrong movement, you give the kill over the side of Team Evil, and it's so over. Nice maneuvering from the top of Hayes. Will be able to just fly away. But now the Lord Pit, what are they going to do right here? Don't forget earlier just now, they kind of forgot about the Lord. Traction Pulse will be able to land. The Yo-Yo Call will be able to land onto Flash SG, and Kurtese has to try to wing by wing to fly away. AOG to try to slow it down just a little bit more, but they don't really matter because the members on the side of Team Evil are pushing Flash SG away. The Lord ultimately resetted as Flash SG works on the side lanes.
Evil strong inspired by Flash SG. They have other plans. They're going for the thrones. They're going for the side lane turret. Someone has to respond.
Yeah. Yes.
That's how they want to play it, though.
Okay, Hades. Playing a solo game right there. Okay, he's not solo anymore.
Man,
it's so funny that, you know, Churros, you're looking at Evil actually taking down the Lord, but then again, you know, they're losing turrets.
The throne is exposed. I think Flash is all macro. Evil is just brawling this game through. They're super strong as 5. No one can touch Ven, and Flash is just like, okay, I don't need to join in the team fights. Let's just go for the turrets. Let's just expose their base. So at least at any one point in time, you can try to get that Lord down the opposite side and try to break down their throne.
The benefit right now for the side of Flash doing that maneuver, yes, is actually giving gold over to the side of Hades and also Vanix, but don't forget, in terms of gold lead, Evil is actually miles away, right? And not only just that, you've got the Lord marching up top. Flash SG has to play the defense. You talk about there's not a lot of high ground defense that they can actually do. And don't forget, Evil can also pull anybody from the side of Flash SG out in the fight. They don't want to play it.
Yeah, Powerful might be able to go fishing if he lands the hooks, but it doesn't look like Flash SG giving anything up as of now. They will be able to make quick work of that Lord, but 2 turrets, top and mid, able to get torn down by Team Evil.
Okay. Goes for a concealed play, looking for some form of pickoffs right here. Evil finally fixing the turret. So many standing goals going into the pockets from the side of Team Evil. Oh, critical. That's not exactly ideal. Gear is actually landing that one. AOG a little bit off right there because of the current call. Traction Pulse coming out. Jay taunting Aether right now, but it seems like Team Evil is unfazed by what Flash SG is throwing at them.
Very smart move, disrupting the AOG so that Evil stays safe. All of them holding on to their flickers. They still have valuable resources, but Flash back to the drawing board, back to work. Hades on the top side. Someone has to deal with that Fanny because a huge wave is coming down the top side.
Yeah, they're just Flash SG is just buying time, right? They try to defend, try to wave there as quickly as possible. They've got Vanix back in the base right now. They're not allowing Vanix to go out because he also does have a few collateral as well. Because the last thing you need for the side Team Evil is Hades to sneak away a backdoor, what he's really known for. And, you know, Team Evil goes hunting.
Oh!
The bloody hunt right onto Hades, immediately deleting them. And Flash SG is none the wiser.
They need to ramp up the tempo now, because now Hades is gone. They are able to push in those waves, but now the waves are still a little bit slower on this front. 30 seconds until Hades spawns up. The Lord is actually 30 seconds as well, so
it's okay.
Evil is staying as 5. It's just playing whack-a-mole still.
No, Flash actually showed themselves. You need Vanix back in base. He needs to be there for base defense because Team Evil is going to collapse immediately. Another fight onto Jay. 2 members left for the side of Flash SG. Vanix managed to make it back in time just to try to output the damage, but Aiden is just basically tackling the Iron Hook. Very whizzing dangerously past Flash's years.
Bottom side being dealt with. Gear. You got 5 seconds till the Lord spawns up. Evil might make a beeline to it. Now Hades is back up online.
But they don't have Jay.
They don't have Jay. It's just 20 seconds. They might be able to take down this Lord. So Flash back to defense. It's all defensive play. They do have the Farsa, so high ground defense is not a very difficult option.
Evil need to speed run this Lord ASAP. The longer they dance this around, Flash SG should be able to make some moves on the side of the map. But it seems like Flash doesn't want to do it at all. They're going to invest it all in this final defense. The final stand against Evil. You don't want to drop your first match on day number 1. It's bad juju.
You know, it is rinse and repeat for both sides. Flash busy on the side lanes as well. Evil, now they have a plan. They're going to put Gear on the side lanes, try to stop them from coming through, and they want to build up a big fat wave. I think that was the issue with the mid side. They were supposed to pause it, but now it's going through. The Lord is coming up with a huge enhanced minion wave, as well as Flash SG still has 5 members up on board. At any one given point of time, Flash SG might be able to send either Hades or Vanix on the opposite side of the map. Vanix not having a good game so far, still no deaths, but 1-0-1, so not very significant in terms of these team fights.
Base standing right now. He's stepping forward.
Oh,
there,
that's
getting swiped just a little bit of traction pulse. Trying to catch Hades by there. AOG trying to split up the fight, but the damage will be there from the side of Van. Pick up the god line, defend the airstrike. Also trying to wave clear. Van is taking all the way to the back. Powerful going into the back line. Try to push down Pendex, but the Lord also going for the core as Team Evil upsets against Team Flash. They will be able to take first blood, drawing Eka against the Titans of MPL Singapore.
Learning from their mistakes, just talking things out in game number 1. They came back, warmed up in game number 2, and game 3 was absolute cinema. It was playing whack-a-mole the entire time, but Team Evil adapted to how Team Flash likes to play things.
They used the Lolita hammer, pop, all the whack-a-moles, all the moles are literally gone.
Yeah, I think it's tough. If I was in that situation, I would be struggling. I would be stressing out because at any one given point in time, I need to stick together as 5. Ven, virtually untouchable, might be the MVP of this matchup, but we'll wait and see what happens. But then if Hades comes out in one point, he is known as the absolute backdoor player. He is basically a thief.
Deep in the dark. Not only just that, the fact is, I feel Team Evil knows the playstyle of Team Flash already, right?
Yeah.
Literally. You see Hades disappearing from the map, be careful, right? Watch your base, make sure that Team Flash doesn't deliver that crazy fight. But also another point is, Bear is not able to, Bear has to be the bait, right? He's absorbing so many damage, and he's not really tanking himself as well. So immediately when Ven is so online, a Rhapsody, one round of Rhapsody shot, he's instantly melted. Bear has literally just a... Yes, there's game number 1 Bear, and there's game number 3 Bear.
Yeah. I think what is the problem? What is the problem? Before we think of the problem, let's think of the solution. The solution for Team Evil is Sayla as Kimmy 4-0-12, virtually untouchable the entire time. 89% kill participation, 661 GPM, and he actually used this Kimmy to full advantage. Just whenever Traction Pulse is ready, just throw that ultimate there. If you catch someone, good. If not, then it's okay. But the Traction Pulse actually followed up very fast by Gear.
Yeah.
So Gear just crossing that map, try to take control of the side lane pressure, and also joining in the team fights and trying to back Sayla up.
A bit of a different feeling coming on Sayla whenever you watch him play, right? He doesn't really care about whether the ultimate actually lands. What he cares is creating space. You saw that in game number 2, Sayla's Farsa. You saw him in Kimi. The traction ball sometimes doesn't really need to catch anybody because
It's just scaring them away. It's just the
Yes.
presence. It's just the intimidation.
Yes.
It's national service.
Huh?
It's national service. It's a deterrent army. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, moving on to post-game stats.
Actually, I don't know
Let's
how to
take
save you right now. I don't know how to accept that. But of course, you know, don't forget, I think Flash has to go back to the drawing board, right? Take a day off because, man, they're going home battered by Team Evil, arriving here as the Titan Slayers once again, living back that namesake, right? Now with the introduction of Aether, we doubted him in game number 1, but he showed that he can actually play the tank jungler right here with Abaxia.
To be honest, it's honestly a slow burn from Team Flash SG. It's not exactly a one-sided game from Team Evil. Unfortunately, though, every single team fights Team Flash SG will put Bear, Jay, as well as Cortese in that spot, and Vanix and Hades are not around. I think Vanix didn't have a good game this time around. He wasn't in the picture at every single one point of the time, and I think that was the ultimate downfall of Team Evil. The issue is, I think they were too intimidated by Powerful's Iron Hooks. And to be honest, though, I think
I'd be scared.
I'd be scared too. But to be honest, though, I think Powerful, the way that he uses his hooks wasn't exactly the catch. Yes, I think catching is a bonus, but he missed quite a bit of his hooks. I think more than 50%. The issue with Team Flash was that, okay, we see the hook, we run away, and then we disengage that team fight. And even though they can win.
Yeah. And of course, you know, Van just this time around proving us wrong once again. I love it when I'm being proven wrong because Team Evil showed who's boss against Flash, right? Like Van, game number 1 Grandeur, he just woke up.
Van just dropped the X and became the god himself. I'm just kidding. Taking a look at the post-game damage dealt, there is a lot that we can talk about from the side of Team Evil. They know their playstyle. They know who to send in the front. And Aether and Powerful are basically doing their jobs. Gear, I think, on the upside, was able to understand and adapt to how Hades likes to play it. So it's top, then bottom, then top, then bottom, then Gear understands and identifies that pattern.
Yep, I feel it's also, you know, the curse of the champions, right? Like, if you're basically a champion in MPL and also, you know, representing us all the way to the international stage, your games are definitely going to get dissected to nothing, right? Everybody will be looking at you as a case study, and I feel like this is just Team Evil saying that, hey, I know your playstyle, I'm gonna dissect you one after another. I don't need a notebook anymore, I just need a couple of A4 papers, and that's the ultimate disrespect coming out from Team Evil.
They dropped the red book, and right now it's just
paper.
2 printed papers. That's it. That's it.
I don't need a notebook, I just need paper.
I know Flash SG at the back of my head. I think that's how Evo likes to play it. But then again, the momentum, congratulations to them. Evo has built up through this game number 3.
Yep.
With the win over Flash SG, the reigning champions in the opening game.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that, you know, Team Flash has to fix. If you notice, it's a 2-1 Evo for Flash, right?
Okay, this is game number 1. This is where Bear just went crazy. Evo took that down for, took the L, and then like, hey, back to the drawing board, guys. We're gonna talk things out. Sayla, this is what you need to do. Aether, this is what you need to do, and they came together strong. The chemistry really showed that build up. Look at where Vanix is, and look at where Ven is. If Ven is alive, he's going straight, making a beeline for that 1-1.
I think it's just the fact Flash wasn't able to recover from game number 2, right? The scary part is suddenly Ven brings in a Lapu Lapu gold lane. Then all of a sudden, you know, the whole team in game number 3, you can see they're not able to perform, right? Yes, Flash needs to go for this particular game where they need to go for a Vanix Moskov and also a Hades Fanny to basically raid the side lanes. But now it seems like, you know, Flash is struggling with this patch, struggling with this match.
Yeah, I think the patch as well. I think Evil really identified, like, okay, this is the playstyle. This is the same exact draft that they used in game number 1. They're just swapping over the Franco for the chip and the export for something a little bit more tanky. I think the idea for the export in game number 1 was there, but then I think Baxia was a much better initiator and a much better sort of like cross-map rotational player or hero.
Yeah, it seems like Baxia is like 100% win rate right now based on so far in MPL Singapore, right? Whoever gets a Baxia, the fast movement.
Hey, small sample size.
Yeah,
so
definitely for a small sample size. But I mean, the movement speed that allows you to just gank and also put out the pressure against the enemy team is just invaluable for both of these two teams.
Yeah, and there's a lot of trends that we can see as well. Like the tank setups are much more prioritized. You've got really heavy hitters down EXP side, and they all prioritize rotation, all prioritize movement, and flexibility. You need to be able to drop what you're doing, try to clear the lanes super fast.
Yeah, I think, we talk about, having a Sugar Rush. I think let's talk about Sugar Rush because I feel like definitely Team Evil had a Sugar Rush earlier. You can also get your fix as well. Just scan this QR code and also go to download the app and then go to account setting, redemption code right here. Redeem this code right now to get some discounts.
Honestly though, I am thirsty for some bubble tea. After this match, I think a Sugar Rush is what we really need to pull us through, because this to me was match of the day. When we're coming back up, will be Absolute Zero versus Kingdom Esports. I think this is something that I really want to see. Kingdom Esports is coming in as a very, very strong contender, and they have the lousy buff.
Yeah, and I also feel like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, right? I speak the truth and only the truth.
Yeah.
Right. And I feel like for the side of Kingdom Esports, on paper they look really strong. But I want to see whether they're just a paper tiger or actually a tiger. But with that said, we're going to go on a short break, ladies and gents. Don't go away, because this is exactly what we're talking about. Because coming up next, Kingdom Esports versus Absolute Zero. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
It is an upset in day number 1. Hell the Titan has fallen, slain by the Titan Slayer himself. Team Evil takes 2-1 against Flash SG. This is Jason joining me right here. Churros, we will be your caster for today. We've got 2 more matches left. Coming up next is definitely going to be Kingdom Esports up against Absolute Zero.
I've been talking to a lot of pro players outside, and they were saying like,
Finally,
"Oh
we get
man,
to talk to pro players.
we finally get to talk to them." And they were saying like, "Oh, I'm hyping up Kingdom Esports.
Yeah,
They
we all
look
do.
really, really strong. They've got
Yeah.
Lawsy, they've got Yawn in the same team. FMM is coming into the fray as well, and they're hyping things up so much. So I'm really looking forward to see how these things go, because I think they are exceptional when it comes to like normal scrims or ranked games, but then coming into a professional scene, and this is only one-time shot. You got one shot and you go in. It might turn out different, because at the other side of the aisle, you got Absolute Zero, which basically surprised and shocked all of us last season.
Yep, during the qualifier. But speaking of the Challenger qualifier, let's take a look at the format just in case as well. I love how you segue this. Thank you so much, Churros. But of course, once again, you just in case you're joining us for the first time, well, welcome. We're already in Season 10. New season, new format. Here we go. In the middle is the where you want to focus on. We're actually going through our seeded stage where 6 MPL Singapore invited teams. We'll be doing a best of 3 round robin. Top 4 teams advance to the playoffs. Bottom 2 teams get relegated to the Challenger bracket stage where they have another second chance. Now, concurrently, while we're doing the seeded stage, we are also doing our offline Challenger qualifiers as well. That's where Absolute Zero qualify from, by the way. That's where the community teams and 2 the MLBB Rising team that will be playing as well. Top 2 will be present going up to the Challenger bracket stage. So we're gonna do the same thing next week, day 1 as well, and that's where after week 3, day 2, this is where we'll resolve this Challenger bracket once again, where the bottom 2 MPL Singapore teams at the bottom 5th and 6th will go up against 4 Challenger teams. Double elimination, best of 3, top 2 goes to the playoffs, the rest go home.
It will be shocking, will be interesting for sure.
Yep.
Because Absolute Zero and Ignite Gaming, I mean, this time around, Absolute Zero are coming in as a seeded teams. And last season, they were part of the community. And right now, we're bringing in 2 MRO teams. And I played this yesterday. I always wanted to be at the top. Just because, if you win, you get like maybe 30, 50,000 diamonds to split between all your 5 friends and your 5 players. But also a chance to represent Singapore in the MPL.
Yep, and don't forget also a huge shout out to our sponsors, and of course this MPL Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonsun and Pulse Nova Entertainment, presenting partner IT. And don't forget, once in a while when we show you the QR code, quickly download the app right now. You want to hold on to it, and after that you'll be able to redeem some discounts. Of course, IT is your homegrown bubble tea brand since 2011. It's now teaming up with MPL Singapore. You can buy 2 of the collab drinks, get a scratch card, and you might be jetting off with a trip. For 2 to Jakarta. Wow. Okay. I totally said it like I've never read it before, but I finally read the fine print. I'm like, wow, buy 2 drinks. And have you seen,
you stand a chance to go over to Jakarta.
Have you also seen Kimi as well, that's been posting on Instagram, one of our KOLs as well, with the special cup with the MPL as well. Yeah, so they're having that thing going on as well. So
interesting.
It's really great. And speaking about more sponsors as well, so because sponsors make the world go round, we're sitting at our very own DX Racer chairs as well. Interesting features, right, Churros?
Yeah. It is fully mechanized, so that means you need to charge it, and then you can have that motor to push down through. But it's super cool. It's like a car chair. It's literally like a car chair.
It feels like it
good.
fits my back.
Yes. In between the games, I want to put my feet up on the tables as well. But it is that comfortable. It is that comfortable.
Definitely making yourself very comfortable. But of course, huge shout out to our partner in esports, Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. Thank you so much for supporting us as well. And now let's talk about more details about AZ and KE. AZ first, Churros. What do you have?
I am appalled that Chesty came out from the grave and played again. The last I saw him, he was like in Stellark, and then he swapped teams again. Yardigans, and then now he's joining the enemy, Absolute Zero. So he changed his name, but into Regina. But
yeah,
I think right now, as in Absolute Zero, he's one of the perfect fit. I've played with him before in our typical ranked games as well. Very, very smart player. Always knows his positioning. But then again, this is the MPL that we're talking about, whether or not this team is able to make it through. And don't forget, they have two Filipino imports as well, Nomad as well as can't remember the other one, but yeah, this will have a lot of chemistry, bonding issue. I wouldn't say issues, but like I would say issues, chemistry bonding issues, because it is a pretty much new team. And they came out and clawed their way from the community, coming into the seeded round robin against a really stacked team like Kingdom Esports.
I think reprising the because don't forget, this is technically speaking a new Absolute Zero. Once again, starting from Absolute Zero. They lost none. They're replaced by Fake Cutie. Fake Cutie is actually a community tournament pop stomper. You've seen his names before. I think we just recently saw him in one of the community games as well. And of course, you know, you got Regina coming into reprising as well in the mid, pushing Bougie away. Bougie, unfortunately, is
he's in the military.
He's having the buzz cut already. Have to call him out as well.
He is 10 shades darker now, as well. So huge shout out to Bougie. We saw him just now backstage. So
yeah, and of course you got Vendetta coming back in. Another experienced jungler has been improved for Ferniadigans, and hopefully this time around he's able to deliver a better result. He's a solid EXP laner when it comes to your aggressive fighter jungler. He's the one that also played the clear EXP lane last season. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I think it brings a lot of dimensions. Like these community teams that are coming up, I think it's very unique to Singapore. It's the only region that's doing that. Other regions, they are, you know, having professional teams and they're going through like the actual 4 to 5 week kind of regular season. But for Singapore, we want to bring community teams in to shine. It's not just because we have you know, not enough teams, not enough players in the professional scene, but like we want to be able to give like a shot to the community coming up. I think it's a very interesting format. It's a very interesting challenge for some of these players that are basically very closeted. They want to make themselves known. They want to show themselves that they can be the best.
We also I like the fact that we're also providing a lot of opportunities for imports, right? Like for example, immediately right here, you get to see Dr. Insanity, MDLPH Aurora Hunters as well. You also see Grant hailing all the way from MPL Cambodia Season 8 under Valhalla. He was top 5 MVP, albeit unable to make it very far in MPL, so at least he's able to shine here. You'll be able to see him later on playing under the banner of Kingdom Esports. And Lozzy making coming back into the game as well.
It's the Lozzy buff. It's the Lozzy buff. I mean, if you missed it, we always say like, or we always joke around. If you have Lozzy in your team, you're essentially just you're in the grand finals. You're winning.
Yeah, he's that fortune teller.
He's that fortune teller. But then again, going into Kingdom Esports, we've got Drinsanity in the EXP side. Big warm welcome back to Yon, FMM, and Lozzy. And then Grant coming in the gold lane. A lot of players are hyping them up. A lot of teams are also hyping them up to be one of the better ones and stronger contenders. We know how far FMM will go as a gold laner, but now reprised over to the mid side. He is an absolutely beast shot caller. Very good in positioning, and plays around the team absolutely well. The only issue that, not really issue, but the only thing that I see that might be a challenge for Kingdom Esports is Yon. Ever since he came into the professional scene and community tournaments, just stomping, just destroying every other team, but coming into the professional scene, he does have that jitters. He's coming in, he's not performing as well, but this is a new season. This is season 10, and I'm excited to see Yon coming back.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like he also debuted under Team Flash last time. He was also the one that literally wrote history just a little bit, right? Allowing Team Flash to basically break the El Clasico of RSG and EVOS, or well, Bleed. And yeah, right now he's in Kingdom Esports, right? Alongside Lozzy as well. And I like the fact that you kind of point out, you know, FMM going back the mid laner, reprising the role last time he was back in Bleed Esports. But now, this is also a stacked team. You're not gonna lie. You mentioned that, you know, FMM is a solid shot caller.
Super versatile. Super versatile as well. I think these two together might break this game, to be honest. I think they are absolute beasts. Lozzy is a very sacrificial lamb kind of player. He's always jumping in, but when he jumps in, he makes sure that his team wins. And that's what I like about Lozzy.
Yeah, also on screen as well, the coach Sammy as well, coming back to MPL.
Sammy Snowman.
Yeah, he has been streaming and now he's finally back to pro scene, right? You've seen him before in, I think that was season 5 or season 4, all the way back. After that, he took a hiatus for a long time. He's finally back alongside with his friend Lozzy. And yeah, excited to see what, you know, there's a lot of stacked experience right here. You see all smiles at the battle station. They are confident.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Insanity and Grant, what do you know about these two players?
For Dr. Insanity, like what I mentioned, MDLPH, Aurora Hunters, Grant as well. So they're not too shabby either. They've got experience from overseas. And you know, when overseas players come over to MPL Singapore, and you see all smiles right here, and it feels like, you know, they're already part of the family alongside with the rest of the team. I feel like they've already made home here.
Yeah, it's the Lawsy effect. He comes in, just jokes
Fortune
around,
cat.
and makes everyone comfortable. But let's look at the other end of the table. We've got Vendetta, Fake Cutie, Regina, Salus, and Nomad repping Absolute Zero, absolutely dominant in Season 9. And who would have thunk, like, they made it all the way to maybe the top 3 teams. Just a little bit under by RSG, if I remember correctly. And with Chesty or Regina coming back in the mid lane as sort of like the captain to hold that ship and hold that their ground, they might be able to have some form of maturity in their playstyles.
Yeah, Nomad also from an MDL player from overseas as well, joining the fray. If you take a look at the battle stations, slightly different mood. Don't forget, Fake Cutie is also, you know, quite new when it comes to the MPL scene. But of course, when you talk about community, rest assured, they've got experience. Speaking about experience, Chesty, could you please stop changing your name?
What other name has he gone by? I think with Chesty. I know Regina as his community tournament name. He was trying to like just hide it from like the professional experience, but I don't know what else. Like I think I didn't know it was him until I actually saw him backstage. But you know, shout out to him. Hopefully, Absolute Zero shows an absolutely dominant performance this game. Yeah, but playstyles. We have MPL coming, MPL Philippine imports coming in for Absolute Zero versus the Indonesian imports. They oftentimes bring their own flavor, and I think that for Absolute Zero and the rest of the gang, it's honestly a very interesting meta that they can play around with. More macro-centered, more meta defining in terms of like their rotations, their positioning, and the way they want to identify and hunt down specific heroes for win conditions.
Also, shout out to Icy Frost as well, another face that we're familiar with in the community scene. So, like I said, it feels like a reset. It feels like a homecoming for some of these players. Yeah. And finally, Losey is playing again on the MPL stage, right? I wonder what you're watching at.
They're just smiling, all smiles, just happy.
Can you share it with the class, please?
I think maybe a little bit of a glitch that they found that they're going to execute in the game.
Oh boy.
Hopefully.
I love it when some people break the game.
Yeah. I thought like Lawsy would be going into the role of the coach. I remember that he was Flash's
analyst
slash
coach,
substitute roamer in place of JPL as well.
Definitely right. I wasn't expecting this kind of lineup because, you know, when we received the name lists, they do talk about like, you know, which role they register under. You know, the competitive scene is definitely something that we always look at. Especially, it's very great to come in to have people to join from the community as well. And your course for another esports, that potential growing esports, you can do it too. You can join the Magic Chess GG Rising Stars as well, and you know, have a chance yourself to be the first few players to play Magic Chess professionally.
So if you don't have fast reaction time and fast fingers, you can always go with a even faster brain in Magic Chess.
That I did not tick any of those boxes.
But I think it's interesting. I like Magic Chess. I like the way that the synergies are built. It gives a different dimension of gameplay to Mobile Legends and the Mobile Legends lore itself. And I'm excited. I do want to be able to cast a Magic Chess game in the future, especially in Singapore. That might be a really interesting kind of dynamic that we might bring to the international stage.
Yep. Going back and forth between the battle stations, you can see Absolute Zero definitely have the absolute game face on, whereas it's all smiles and jokes on the other side. But of course, this is where it gets very scary, right? When teams just go in, laughing it off, like just, you know, in the office pantry, and everything is on fire and they're still laughing off. It shows that, you know, how confident they are stepping into MPL.
You know, the Singaporeans in the room, in their battle stations, they are leading the charge. They are definitely, they know the meta. They know how Singaporeans like to play around the aggression, like to brawl a little bit more. And so it makes it a little bit tougher for the imports that are newly coming into the MPL SG scene to adapt to our own playstyle. We don't see that in Evo as well as Team Flash in the earlier game today, because they've been together for super long. But this is really fun dynamic in how these two teams try to work things around. And like I say again, it's not about the players, it's not about the heroes anymore. It's all down to the execution, especially with these meta picks.
Yeah, you talk about the meta picks, right? I think while we've been putting a lot of light onto the map changes, I think that's something that we kind of forgot to mention. Don't forget the roam changes. I feel is also something that we have yet to talk about for today's cast.
I think the roam, I pointed it out for a bit, and I think it was a lot of the players actually hate it because it makes it harder for you to reach your, encourage, your favor, or your roam blessings. And that is the issue, because if you have a higher gold advantage, then whoever else in your team, you're not getting that blessing points. You're not getting that blessing score. So you reach your encourage, you reach your favor slightly slower than the rest of than your enemy team. So you have to dial down on maybe the farming or maybe the cross map plays and just focus on your job at hand, just opening up that map, giving a little bit more intelligence to the rest of the team. And this is how exactly both mid laners like to play it. And I think the mid laners are the ones that empower the roam to do so. Typically, for a lot of pro teams, the mid and the roam will stick together, clear the waves, and then start rotating, observing, and reconning, trying to find out where the opponent's enemy junglers are, and then try to get a kill off. I think this, the artillery kind of flavor that FMM and Chesty or Regina actually brings to the table might be fun.
Yeah, I feel like I might accidentally call Chesty out loud. Yeah, I kind of echo with you. I'm hearing also, some of the pro players say, hey, it's actually quite fun right now. In the Hells of Lozi, I can play a Franco and I can walk around. I can get Cho. I hit level 3. Haha, your jungle probably at level 1. I can disrupt your junglers, right? So I feel like, especially in this matchup from the side of Kingdom Esports and Absolute Zero, if you are fake QD, especially when you're dealing with a very experienced MPL roamer, you really have to watch your 6.
Yeah, the first 2 minutes of the game definitely changes a lot because of how the extra damage is added when you cross the river and go to your opponent's jungles. And I think this creates a lot of opportunity for you to have that comeback play or that back play. This is really interesting. Kind of a two-team matchup. So kind of done with their ping test. We're moving towards a little bit more. They're getting ready. And hopefully we jump into the game really soon.
Yeah, definitely, right? I'm excited to see what both of these two teams bring in terms of the meta, in terms of how they play, how they handle the game. And as of now, we've seen, some stats coming in from, especially from just the games. First 3 games, right? Bucks are definitely coming in 100% win rate right now, of course, but 100% pick ban rate already.
Yes. 2
wins, 1 ban. And you can see that's also one of the prize picks from both these two teams. You also start to see Lancelot currently 100% banned for MPL Singapore.
I think this is it's all down to the maps, but I don't think some of these teams, they really care about the map. It's just how they want to play things around. It's just they're just drafting according to how their team wants to play. So I'm seeing the Farces and the Yeeves actually coming back up. The artillery mages are making their debut, especially for the objective takes, the major skirmishes, the major team fights. And I like the Yeeve that I saw from Team Flash or Cortese just now. You have FMM versus Chesty, which is strong artillery mages. So the Novarias, the Jusins, as well as the Kimmy and the Farces would definitely be high in contest. You got 2 assassin junglers in different in these two teams as well. So the Lancelots, the Yisun Shins are definitely going to be on the table. Lancelot, by the way, has 3 bans, 100% ban rate. No one has picked it up. It is scary as heck in the 6-7 minute mark, all due to the passive.
Definitely. There's a lot of things that, in terms of stats. Of course, Ishishin, 100% pick ban rate as well. You saw the 1 pick from the side of Aether. I think that's also one of the prize possession. You see Moskov as well, pick 100% pick ban rate as of now. But these are just like, like what we mentioned earlier. Small sample size. Like what I mentioned at the start of the stream. Yes, I know we've been watching a lot of MPL, PH, ID, Malaysia, and even other regions as well. But I want to see what the Singaporeans have in store, right? Like, what other shenanigans that we'll be able to see. If Diablo can pull out a I don't know, Badang last time, and also to a certain extent Khalid. Technically he popularized the Khalid in the world stage. I want to see more.
I do. I've been hinting on Amon for quite a bit in our typical ranked games, and I think a lot of us can relate to us. The Kaguras, the Lilias actually come out because of the faster rotations.
That's right.
Yeah. You've also got interesting assassin heroes that people like to try in our typical games, like the Natalias and the Hellcurts. I do want to see it in international stage. The Alice as well has been played by a lot of teams overseas in MPL ID.
We haven't seen it yet.
We haven't seen it in Singapore. I mean, it's just first game. So slowly but surely, we might be able to see some of these interesting ones. I think the biggest one, Kelra on the Magic Bane on the gold lane. That is interesting.
Sorry, in my version, it's SRG Innocent.
It is SRG Innocent as well. I don't know. I just watch Kelra a little bit more. I think the way that he plays it around, slow to farm, but when he reaches his critical capacity or critical mass, that is where he just gets crazy. It's a one-shot machine and just zoning everyone out of the Lord or Turtle Pit.
Yeah, because the Deadly Catch is such a massive AoE, albeit slow, but you create so much
It's
space for your team.
It's like you drink the beer and you burp.
And the spit, right?
The spit.
I call it the spit.
The spit is the more dangerous.
The pui.
Yeah.
The pui onto somebody, and you would just watch the HP bar just go down. And that's also, I've been playing a bit of a Magic Bane, not only just in the gold lane sometimes. I even play in the mid lane just for the lows as well. And it's very interesting, like how you know, over the sudden Magic Bane comes back in, brings it back into meta. We haven't seen it as of yet. Excited to see how well the Singapore version of it.
You know, maybe
maybe
we'll get to see a little bit more roam potentials. I think the Angela hasn't come out yet, and there's a reason why a lot of teams are banning out the Angela. 100% ban rate in game number 1 or match number 1, to be fair. And I think Angela pairs up very, very well with your Yisun Shins or your gun it down kind of assassins, your Lancelots, your Fredrins. It gives a lot of dimensions to that as well.
That's the graphic I love. That's the graphic I love.
We're seeing this. We're
Can you do
reaching
the sound,
a little bit, but we're going in.
Feels like a dangerous grass again.
It is a dangerous grass again. I'm actually hinting on expanding rivers. I love expanding rivers.
Yeah, I want to see.
lot.
I want to see at least one map with expanding rivers today because I think the problem is just not a lot of good Singaporean roamers. The good ones are what? JPL, Lozy. You have some that is hidden in the community scene as well, but they're just not enough.
I think for this dangerous grass, I don't think it will affect Kingdom Esports as much as Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero might just overthink. Might just be like, hey, this just doesn't work. Let's just ban out the Juicin or let's pick it up for ourselves. And then they're forced to pick up that Juicin because we've seen that before. Dangerous grass comes up, and then the Juicin is basically the counter answer.
Definitely excited for the first draft. We saw the map pick already. Going into dangerous grass once again. We got 3 maps of dangerous grass.
One of Broken Walls?
Okay. One of Broken Walls. Flying Clouds, hopefully, but I'm not really excited.
I'm not a good fan
that.
of Flying Clouds.
I'm not exactly as excited because I feel like you don't really get to see massive movements around. It's mostly just the gold laners smiling a little bit more. But here we go. Okay, here we go. We have the draft pick right away.
Angela Boxia, Chip being banned out. From the side of Absolute Zero, first pick on that 1-1. Kingdom Esports will answer with the Uranus as well as the Farsa, taking it away from the hands of Chesty. You got a Kalea, Lance, and Yisun Shin being banned out. I think it's just typical setup picks from the side of Kingdom Esports. And of course, the Juicin will be the answer.
Rapid phase drafting. It feels like both of these two teams feels like they know what they want. They're just taking things away. And interestingly, there's going to be a Uranus coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports. We've seen MPL Malaysia playing it quite a bit, albeit a bit of a mixed result. Hopefully this time around in this Singaporean server, it's a lot more prevalent.
The last pick, typically it would be the Gacha Kacha just to take it away from the hands of Absolute Zero or just banning it on the next phase. Gacha Kacha works in terms of a zoning potential and it's pretty much 100% pick rate from the previous match as well. So will Lawsy want to go for this? No, it will be the Irithel and secure it for Grant.
Yep, Irithel in this particular patch does have a lot of heavy damage. In the early game, you're at least able to dodge the first skill of the 1-1 because you don't want to give the 1-1 the weakness points. But once you hit a critical mark, when you get your house claws, you're basically online, and you can just do a lot of damage. You also poke. AoE pokes if you actually land down your first and second skill together.
The underrated part about Earthel is that burst, that roar into the rain of arrows.
Rain and arrow, then you
Yeah.
roar first, actually.
Yeah. Rain of arrow, then whatever it is. It just hurts. And
It
to someone
hurts.
as squishy as 1-1, but mobile, I think this is a right answer. It's very difficult to catch that Earthel. And Farsa, to that respect, you're just moving, rolling around.
Interesting. Lapu Lapu getting banned away this time around by the side of Kingdom Esports.
It might be the CC as well,
Yeah.
just to make Uranus have an easy time.
Yeah, definitely. I think CC is definitely on the banning books for the side. Oh, sorry, it's not Sammy. Eh, that is Sammy as the coach right there. You see on screen, but it seems
I think
like we're good.
analyst, yeah.
Yeah, I think Isaac Frost also in the fray as well regarding the coaching team as well. Absolute Zero, a good point as well. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of support staff for them. It's just going to have to rely on the players of Absolute Zero to be able to draft this one out.
Last pick, my bet is ban out the CC and just full Fire Force with the Uranus. You could potentially counteract by having a movable force and an unstoppable object with an Esmeralda or even the
I
glue.
will
Ooh,
choose
something
yeah.
like that, yeah. But the Arlot will be taken out.
Yeah, now that you mention it, there's also the Esmeralda that's been played by MPL side, right? So, and Esmeralda, technically speaking, can match against aggression
Sir,
of
what's
a
your command?
Uranus.
Your
Here you
team
go.
is
You see Yawns finally getting taken away. But you know, back in the good old days when Team Flash first debuted Yawn, he showed that he can only play assassin junglers, but no, all of a sudden he plays an Akai jungle in the game. But of course, unfortunately, the Fredrin, the next best slot in terms of the tank junglers, the Baxia gets taken away. So I'm excited to see what Kingdom Esports have to pick.
It needs something very high rotation speed and gets into team fights super early. It might be the joy as well.
Your team
So
is
that is the rock that's picked up by Lawsy. Yep, their side, that's the Franco and the CC. So CC natural target, natural counter towards the Uranus. I think Kingdom Esports is baiting that CC to come out. The last pick onto the jungle, the A1 is still wide open. Might be a possible target onto the 1-1 as well as the Jusin. A little bit difficult to execute, or it might be easier because of dangerous grass, if I could say so myself.
The dangerous grass actually is very good for the 1-1, right? The fact is, after you land on the damage,
In, out, and then give vision.
yeah,
slow
you actually
vision.
give a lot of vision.
In theory.
It works actually because of the amount of grass. Some people can use that to basically play around the grass to basically deny one basic attack, but sometimes one basic attack is all you need, right? If the 1-1 actually reviews most of the people, then it's just easy pickings. I remember there's
Oh,
Awesomeness.
you talked about Arkai.
Yeah, I did.
And there we go. So it's a wall-to-wall combo with the heavy spin.
Yeah, like with the Akai, with the Grok, there's a lot of hard CCs coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports, but hold on a second, they're switching around. Okay, confirm, Yawn on the Akai tank jungler against the Fredrin, the heavy spin into the wall, and don't forget, right now with the dangerous grass, he could just be anywhere, and now, from the side of Absolute Zero, the only way they could open the map is to juice in the first skill of the 1-1, and perhaps the Iron Hook.
Yeah, this game is really... my eyes are on Lawsy. It just really shows the extent of his prowess on many roam heroes, typically the setups. And for Grok, it is a very hard aggressive hero in the early game, building up walls, disrupting their targets, and trying to set up with a tectonic charge. But yeah, draft is all set. Personally, I'm favoring Absolute Zero's draft, easier to execute, and everyone knows their place. But for Kingdom Esports, it's a little bit all over the place, but they do have an idea as we jump into game number 2, or match number 2, with Absolute Zero versus Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, finally, the Challenger Qualifier team that graduated into MPL seeded going up against Kingdom Esports. And don't forget, Kingdom Esports, like what I mentioned, I really want to see whether they're just a bunch of paper tigers or they're really tigers themselves.
It's a little bit of a slow farm between both of these two tank junglers, but it's a tank jungler versus a tank jungler. To this respect, faster rotation speed, I would say down to Kingdom Esports just because they have the advantage of a Farsa. So Lethal Wanderer coming back up. This will be the Iron Hook missing as they're getting pulled back. Oh, looks like Fake Cutie actually got that lethal.
Ton of damage onto Fake Cutie already. Yawn, don't forget, the passive does allow him to do quite a bit of damage. Losey, because of their review, does get quite a bit of AXP for himself, so he's definitely going to be happy for that one.
Dr. Insanity just keeping busy at the bottom side. I don't think both of these two Iron Giants will be in harm's way. The Yo-Yos aren't going to tear Dr. Insanity apart. Now, the quick little rotations, and I'm really just guessing on the top side, it does look like Irithel has the upper hand in terms of against 1-1 in the early game. Oh, that's a pull. Onto Yon is going to disrupt him a little bit.
I think it's still on face, right?
Yeah.
The tank junglers are not exactly as affected as compared to an assassin jungle. But in terms of the map rotations right now, there's a lot more aggression coming out from Lozy right there. That's a first blood. Don't forget Rock. Early game does a lot of damage.
Wrong place, wrong time. A little bit close to the rushes. As Lozy just showing a lot of prowess in terms of like, hey, I've got it. I've got that confidence. Come in and let's get this kill.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? When you're playing against especially when you play against Lozy.
Play against a Lozy.
A Lozy. Yes, when you play against a Lozy, this is exactly what you expected, right? Absolutely disrespect. You don't really need a little bit of a Dr. Insanity. Dr. Insanity just slicing Vendetta with Ionic Blades. And now Lozy tagging onto Fake Cutie as well. And all of a sudden, Absolute Zero goes into a turtle fight that's not exactly ideal. Dr. Insanity zoning out. Fake Cutie half HP already.
Oh, they're so thick. Kingdom Esports are just tanking every
Super
single
thick.
one of them. It's just a lot of damage coming down, getting pulled back. Dr. Insanity will not be phased.
Ooh. Here comes the ultimate from the side of Dr. Insanity, and don't forget, Fake Cutie goes down for that one. Welcome to MPL SG. Literally, that's what Kingdom Esports said. Yon confidently takes down Turtle.
Now they're ramping up the tempo a little bit more. You have a little bit more movement speed. The hooks aren't going to be phasing Kingdom Esports at all. It's FMM, his positioning, his speed, and his prowess just pushing everyone back with the Feather Airstrike in to take that Lord.
Yeah, but Churros, Franco into this kind of matchup. Oh, hold on a second.
Man.
That's a lot of damage coming out from FMM as well. The flicker from the side, Nomad has been committed. Lozy will trick for the same, but still murder has been accomplished by the side of Kingdom Esports.
Whenever you're too close, I think Lozy just he knows the limits of these heroes. He's just, I wouldn't think that he would go for this kill, but he's very aggressive. He knows the limits. He just takes it and he leaves nothing to chance. It's all intentional.
And he's 201.
This is a Lozy you're talking about.
Definitely. And don't forget, he also plays a lot of Franco back in the good old days. But right now, I think the question is, if you're Absolute Zero, you're piloting Nomad on the Franco, who do you catch? Grant is never going to let you catch him. FMM definitely far away. You catch a Lozy, you catch a Rock, right? A Tectonic Charge in the face. You catch a Nakai. And speaking of that one, ton of damage right there. A wall being built, nowhere for Nomad to run.
Blocked off the road, no escape.
Nomad cannot go Nomad.
You're trapped in here with me.
There's no way that...
to be honest, it looks pretty slow.
Yeah.
But it's really fast. Like the momentum that it brings, the heavy spin into the Feather Airstrike. There's no way Fake Cutie can survive. And again,
Regina as well picks up FMM, but the damage has been dealt. Fake Cutie is down on the ground once again. The jungler from the side of Absolute Zero, literally zero, as Kingdom Esports just walks all around the map against Absolute Zero.
It's too far ahead. Insanity is not taking any damage at all. It's not even an end fight. It's nothing.
That's a CC that's supposed to be able to deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, the only damage is from it's healing everything back up once again. There's not a problem right here in the bottom side. It's just keeping Vendetta at bay. But now the turtle has been spawned up and Yon is at position.
Regina opening up the map with the lantern. Hopefully he gets picked up. Bob the Builder, Lozy goes in. FMM, what? That's a sick positioning from FMM. Nowhere the Absolute Zero can touch him at all. Let's speak about touching. Kingdom Esports is just gonna feel Absolute Zeros down to the ground as well, pushing it down. Yon picking up the turtle as well, and now Vendetta goes all the way to the back line, but this time around he's in no man's land. FMN gets shredded just a little bit by the wall right there. No way for Vendetta. Vendetta tries his damage to do anything, but nothing can be done. Lozy, I'm the damage dealer now.
Lozy is just so annoying. No place of escape. The way he uses his walls is on a different level. He's just walking. It doesn't seem intentional, but every single wall built is a hero killed.
Yeah, like Lozy needs to change his job.
Man, he's just Lozy the Builder.
Lozy the Builder.
At this point, we're gravitating towards that top side. They want to take down this team one top. There's 4 members down.
Salas is in no man's land. Nomad Iron Hook lands, but Lozy CC immunity right there saves him. Dr. Insanity comes in. He does tag by the crossover attack. Salas tried to go for it, but Insanity absorbs everything. He's more than happy to peel for his team. And Regina, even though picks up Lozy, the first kill from the side, Absolute Zero. Kingdom Esports penetrates up top.
The sacrificial lamb It's all worth it. And the jump,
man.
the pounce, the push into the turret, he goes.
Oh my god! Do you see that, Jerome?
Yeah. He wasn't expecting it. He was like, oh, I'm going to build up all of my stacks. I'm going to be using the Appraiser's Wrap as Dr. Insanity or Drinsanity coming in to the turret, but he's not phased at all.
That
It's
is
Kingdom Esports just taking control of this game.
That is the longest Akai push I've ever seen in my whole life. Imagine getting pushed from your right underneath your turret all the way to the enemy's turret. Man, that must feel good if you're Yawn.
We're slowly shifting into high gear now. 6 minutes on the clock as Kingdom Esports just dominating this game. Drinsanity building up that stacks and keeping it up online. There's no worry that Absolute Zero is able to take anyone down. Oh, FMM though,
Because
not too soon.
trying to do something. FMM, that's a nice knockup by the side, but FMM limps away. The further airstrike to zone Fake Cutie from any form of idea of actually touching Kingdom Esports' backside. But Nosy, on the other hand, alongside with Grand with the Heart's Claw, chases down Absolute Zero. There's no response coming up from Absolute Zero.
Granddaddy Lonzy just giving up those kills as well. He's so far ahead, up ahead. He knows the limits. He's just giving everything up into the rest of his team. That is a team player that we're talking about in Kingdom Esports, just really showing us why people and teams are so afraid of them.
I'm afraid of Lozy right now, but hold on a second, that's a taunt right there. We'll be able to find Regina, we'll be able to find Grant right now. Fake Cutie stepping forward just a little bit. Don't forget, it's also going to be damaged by the side of Salas, but Fake Cutie will finally claim Lozy's head.
Fake Cutie slowly but surely building up those defensive items. All they need to do is try to tank the damage and the crowd controls that Lozy will dish out. So he's going for the Radiant Armor or the, I think this Radiant Armor. So he's going for the Radiant. So Lozy will have a lot of damage, especially against the Juicin. To be able to mitigate that crowd control effect.
Yeah, Dr. Insanity is just going insane, right? Literally
That's
going berserk.
Insanity.
Yeah, right there. He's just tanking onto the Sissy. Sissy just barely tickles Dr. Insanity. He's going to heal everything all the way back up.
Debating them as FMM is right around the corner.
He's got spotted out by Regina, though, with the Lantern.
The Lozy in position, very far away. So this is a little bit different. They're leaving Grant to their own devices. Lozy is playing away from how Irithel is. They know every part of the jungle and where every hero of Absolute Zero is. They don't really need to babysit Grant anymore. He's just a grown man.
Yeah, if you're Absolute Zero, you must be feeling exacerbated, right? Whatever you're throwing at them doesn't hit the wall. Nomad and Iron Hook may actually bit them on the backside at the same time. FMM, for the airstrike going in. Dr. Insanity jumping into 4. He is insane. He activates a Consecration, and it doesn't really matter because Absolute Zero gets zoned away. Kingdom Esports takes up top turret.
They want to burst that bubble as retraction.
Oh, Nomad just disappeared. The damage from Grant is right there. Berserker's Fury, it's just so much damage. Here comes the Iron Hook, but to no avail as well. And now this time around, Absolute Zero will get jumped upon by the side of Kingdom Esports. FMN defended airstrike absolutely free, shoving down Absolute Zero's throat. There's no form of defense against Absolute Zero.
They're layering everything in. This is just a all-out brawl from Kingdom Esports, and that's why they love it so much. There's not a lot of action taken from Absolute Zero. They're just going in, they're just trying their best, and they can't tank the damage that comes out from that Barca and the Irithel, and just seeping into that late game. First Lord of the game will not be contested because look at where Drinsanity is.
Dr. Insanity.
He's still alive!
Still alive. Activates a Vengeance this time around. Unfortunately, he will go down. FMN comes in with a feather airstrike to try to continue the zone as Kingdom Esports aims to take the Lord for themselves. Absolute Zero, no answer.
Oh, they waited for the right time, so immediately waiting for this wave to build up before the Lord charges in at 10:44. So this is a very, very slow push that Kingdom Esports wants to build up. It's a very smart move. Absolute Zero, all they can do is just pick off. The Iron Hook's not going to do anything. Look at Nomad, 0-6-2. Every single Iron Hook just lands in disaster for himself instead of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, and feels like Nomad is just, the Iron Hook is actually a gap closer for Kingdom Esports instead, right? Exactly what the question I threw at you, right?
I do have another question I want to throw at you. The Wan. Why is it so prioritized? Because it's not doing so well. I mean, this is just absolutely a disaster for a 1-1. There's nowhere that you can run and jump around because, you know, Lawsy builds up a wall.
Yep.
You can't jump over the wall because it's just way too short a distance unless you aim it properly.
Better airstrike right now. I'm going to answer that question just a little bit more. That's the power of FMM, right? The genius boy himself zoning out, allowing Kingdom Esports to take down mid. Now, to answer the question about the 1-1, 1-1 is just actually powerful, but I think facing up what Kingdom Esports is, they've already prepared a 1-1 answer in the form of Dr. Insanity's Uranus, the Akai, and even Lozy.
It's just too difficult at this point for Absolute Zero to really climb their way back up. There's not a lot of high ground control. It's always very single target, missing the Iron Hook once again as the Lord crashes down on T3 top side. It's Kingdom Esports very passively waiting for an answer, waiting for Lawsy to make that charge. It's Drinsanity way too deep. You got a wall being built up.
Dr. Insanity once again playing with fire. Goes in the Lord, will be dealt with right now. Salas needs to try to jump up into the air, but will not be able to find onto the weakness point. Jusin landing down the damage, and here he goes. Here comes the deadly catch onto Lozy right here, and hopefully Salas will be able to jump onto the air, but the damage coming off of Fake Cutie will be there. Appraiser's Raz jumping in, and Dr. Insanity and Lozy has to limp away. FMM up with the damage, but Noma gets him busted down. How is Kingdom Esports still alive?
How is Lawsy still alive? He's bursted his immortality. He's still going in. Drinsanity taking a lot of damage. Finally goes down. Fair airstrike comes up again.
Better airstrike going in, but Vendetta will be there. But look at Vendetta just barely taking in FMM, and over the sudden he gets knocked out for his door. That wall right there, Grand landing down the crossbow right in the middle of his head.
Kingdom Esports taking the charge. T3 down, broken. I think FMM playing that Farsa, creating that space and creating that zone, just having a artillery, having a wall, you're essentially building a castle. And Kingdom Esports is just pushing the limits of what their heroes can do. Juicin?
Yeah. You talk about a castle, the wall is there, the artillery strike is there, you've also got your archer. And you also got a panda.
A panda in a castle. There's the kingdom for you.
Yeah, literally. It's just so tough for the side of Absolute Zero. A lot of pressure on Salas, right? Earlier just now wasn't able to proc any form of crossbow attack. It's going in for the normal attack speed, Demon Hunter Sword, and also the Malefic Guns. But the problem is about this build is that you don't really have a lot of... Your damage is only tickling, especially against Kingdom Esports. But looking at what Kingdom Esports has been packing, they are super tanky boys as well.
That's a quick blitz onto the Lord. Going to hands of Kingdom Esports, Absolute Zero. No way that they can contest this. I think the only saving grace is that they still have one turret down at the bottom side. I believe that it is way too difficult to climb back up. All of their heroes are single target. There's not enough AoE to be able to clear Yang, clear Lawsy together without dealing with Drinsanity as well.
Yeah,
so it's just difficult for all of them. What is the win condition? I think if they are able to find Grant and FMM at the same time, they might be able to do it.
And do you think Kingdom Esports is going to allow that?
No,
Small little mistake. Look at how they're playing, right? Lozy leading the charge right here. Better airstrike for the side. FMM Fake Cutie jumps all the way to the back line, hopefully to try to do that one. And Yon focusing down bot right there. The Lord is actually pillaging onto the core. Kingdom Esports leading the charge. Fake Cutie right there, trying to hold on as much as possible. But the Lord is just slicing and dicing onto the base of Absolute Zero as Kingdom Esports picks up game number 1.
They build a castle for themselves, but not for defense. They're leading the charge.
Offense.
They're putting wheels on a 4-wall castle and charging through.
I am imagining that in my head right now, and it looks absolutely ridiculous.
As ridiculous as it is, very dominant. Imagine fighting a moving castle. There's no way that you can climb back on it. The best bet is just moving into the next game. Because game number 2 is where it's at. I think Absolute Zero really has to go back to the drawing board, think about what they need to do. I think prioritizing 1-1 might not be the answer because there's so many heroes that can counter how the 1-1 likes to play. Even though the crossbow of Tang and the weakness points is easy to pop, you can break down the Uranus without layering controls.
Yeah, and I think the issue is what happened is Dr. Insanity leading the charge, using the Uranus to basically bait out the weakness points.
Bait out the weakness points. Baiting out the Franco's suppression as well.
Yeah.
The Bloody Hunt.
He plays immediately like what Lozy likes to do, right? Like goes
Sacrificial
in,
lamb.
Dr. Insanity, he's literally insane, right? And clinically proven, right? He's the doctor himself. But of course, you know, we're going to go into the MVP, but I also want to talk about the 1-1 pick, right? The 1-1 pick is always very good, especially for the first pick to go up against, you know, squishies. But now you're face up with a ton of tanks, especially like Yon on his Akai, picking up the MVP.
3-0-12 KDA. That's a 15.0 KDA for the side of Yon. doing a huge amount of work, especially when once he gets his farm, once he gets his level 4, he doesn't really care about farming down. He's just protecting the rest of his team and getting that Farsa kills, bringing Grant into the picture and trying to steamroll everyone over.
You talk about steamrolling, right? He literally rolled Fake Cutie from Fake Cutie's turret all the way there. I wish we have a replay of that, and it's going into the highlights.
I think this is a... I mean, Fake Cutie is just...
Welcome to MPL.
Interesting. I know he was just standing there waiting for his stacks to build up and pitting the appraiser's rep, but Yon is just like, okay, I'm going to bounce pop and just roll you all the way back. Taking a look at the post-game stats, I would say personal MVP, Lawsy. Every single one of the team fights, Lawsy was there. He was setting up for the rest of his team. He has the highest assists for the Kingdom Esports and the highest, not the highest KDA, but the highest kill participation. We'll see that in a bit. Taking a look at the emblems, not really anything speaks out to me, but the fact that Lawsy as the roam is still higher in terms of gold than Drinsanity when he's doing so much just by opening up that map and giving vision. This is Lawsy's game for sure.
Interesting build. No, interesting emblem coming out of Nomad though. If you notice, that's a supporter emblem. You expect more of a tank.
Nah, it's shields as well as cooldowns and movement speed.
Okay.
Yeah, so you get
speed.
that.
Yeah.
You get that.
You go zoom, zoom, broom, broom, but not fast enough against Lawsy. Because Lawsy, if you notice Absolute Zero, even with Nomad, right, he's Absolute Zero is just playing pure reaction. Kingdom Esports is dictating where they want to fight. I'm going to fight it right here. And don't forget, FMM is just landing artillery strike from afar. And there's nobody from the side of Absolute Zero who can literally go ahead and reach to FMM, right? Because Nomad, it requires you to land the iron hooks, but the iron hooks go wide, and I'm very sure for the side of Kingdom Esports, they will definitely jump over and more than happy to take the iron hook. That's free gap closer for either Dr. Insanity or be it Lawsy.
I think the scariest part about Kingdom Esports is the fact that anywhere can be a big blunder. Like you're just crossing the river at any one point in time. No one opening the bushes. Therein comes Lawsy pushing you to the wall and then just blocking your path home. So Nomad, even though they have a game plan for pulling someone in, they don't really have that damage to follow up. I think it's again back to Flash versus Evil game number 1.
Game number 1. Justin doesn't really have enough damage.
Damage over time versus bursty punches.
Yeah, and usually back then, right, what happens is you would want to go for a Franco. The next thing you want is to go straight into trying to burst this person down, right?
High burst.
Juicen doesn't burst.
You can go for the Lilia, you can go for the Kagura. That would be the best choice with Franco, or the Farsa. It was denied over the hands of Kingdom Esports. But then again, I think for Absolute Zero, I think don't talk about this game. It was a disaster pick with that Franco. I just feel like Nomad was confident, but at the end of the day, it was all down to execution, and Franco couldn't do anything at all. If you throw an iron hook, Purify comes out, or the Farsa gets away. You can't even begin to imagine catching the Irithel because she's just dashing, ditching, and hopping all around.
Yeah.
And if you hook the Grok, it's just
free gap closer.
CC immunity.
Free gap closer.
Free gap closer. You're coming close to push you to the wall.
I'll just whack you to the wall. I'll just go and use my technology charging right down. But don't forget, it's also an interesting drafting coming out of Kingdom Esports, right? It was Kingdom Esports. Okay, no, actually, it was Kingdom Esports that picked a Grok and a Kai immediately. And the response coming up from Absolute Zero was the Franco. Would you switch out Franco for something else?
I would. I think a better bet would be either Kufra or Badang.
Because of the dangerous grass, right?
Dangerous grass. Maybe not even the dangerous grass. I mean, a hard CC.
Yep.
You need AoE. Talk about the Atlas. Talk about the Tigros. I don't mind bringing that in. Talk about the Minotaurs. I need the AoE crowd controls. That is something that is missing from Absolute Zero in this draft. I think they just blundered this draft. I think it's the coach effect. Maybe Kingdom Esports had a better coach, or they had a coach, and Absolute Zero was just drafting by themselves. So it's just players thinking about what should I do, and it's just a ranked kind of mindset instead of like, let's go professional.
Yeah, and I think that's, don't forget, you've also got Sammy, you've also got Lawsy, you've also got FMM.
You got, Icy Frost.
That's basically like the concentration of very smart minds combined together in one team.
Yeah. I gotta point out, okay, I like FMM. He has been everywhere. Since you talked about FMM, I do want to talk about him a little bit.
Please.
He's from the gold lane. I know previously he played gold all the way. I know he played jungle.
No, he never played jungle.
Roam as well as mid.
Yep.
I think this kind of a trifecta. He knows the limits of every single one of these lanes, and I think that the fact that he's in mid now enables him and empowers him the ability to control the tempo and control the way that Kingdom Esports likes to play around, and this suits Lawsy so much because I remember one time FMM was playing the Roam, and he was like 5 steps, 10 steps ahead of the rest of his team. He was always right there. He's always making the most beautiful setups, but no one's following up. Right now, Lawsy is doing the setups. He's the one that's following up, and he's always right there wherever Lawsy is. It's like hand in hand, two peas in pod.
Yeah, and don't forget, like FMM, technically speaking, do you call him as a roam player? Yes, I would call him as a roam player.
I would call him as I think he's one of the
He's a very
smartest,
flexible player right now.
He's very intelligent. The way that he positions himself and the way that he rotates around the map, he hypothesizes and posits every single brush.
Yep.
And he knows exactly where everyone is. I remember that one time he was just blind checking a bush, and he used one of his like core resources. I can't remember which game it was, but that was one of the things that made me understand that, oh man, this FMM guy is just. He's just crazy, and he's just super smart.
Yeah, he is. And if you notice, all throughout the game today, his positioning as a Farsa, I literally called him
untouchable.
Untouchable. Literally, that is the sickest position, and there's nobody from the side of Absolute Zero could actually reach him. So yeah, I'm really glad to see, this is what Kingdom Esports has cooked up, and it seems like it's not just paper. On paper it looks strong, but now they actually proved it. The experimentation earlier just now against Absolute Zero was a success. That was a successful experiment.
Now going into a forward-thinking mode, I think Kingdom Esports should remain the same. Go in for an aggressive setups. Lawsy can still continue as a sacrificial lamb. You have high rotations with the mid lane, so you're everywhere on that map. You have that cross map plays. But for Absolute Zero, I think more often than not, they should be able to pick up something that is more reliable in terms of damage. The way that they draft, they need to be able to pick off and instantly melt, instantly make the opponent vanish. Not just high damage over time, and then it's sort of like a slow burn, like a flame slowly burning big, but it's more like a lightning storm immediately at your person.
You want to basically throw somebody into not only just a furnace, you want to throw him into lava.
Yes, you want to tear the skies asunder and just rain lightning bolts onto your opponent and just break them. This is a segue to when I say Eudora. I'm just kidding.
Oh, look at that chesty. Sorry, Regina, mind you. Tapping on the big cutie, right?
To me, he will always be.
He will
chesty.
always be chesty to me. Yeah, but look at this chesty, right? You can see. There's a reason why I love to watch Battle Station camps, right? It's because you can tell the fake cutie is evidently affected. His performance in community, he was a pop stomper. He was really aggressive. Now, you're going up against the big boys, right? So big boys, you gotta wear bigger pants and bigger socks. And you see Chesty being that bigger person right here as we go into the map draw. Do the sound, Churros.
We are having that roulette. Expanding. Dangerous grass. 4 times in a row.
No.
1 broken wall. It's getting a little bit I'm not gonna say it. Repetitive.
This is why I don't trust.
I pray that the
RNG.
next game we see expanding rivers. But I like Dangerous Grass. I think it's still fun. It's still fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Different dimensions, different gameplays. Okay, so now tables have turned. Kingdom Esports first pick. They picked up the Kalea, Yusunshin, and the Lancelot in the previous game. They might be able to do that now. Banning out the 1-1 and Chip for the side of Absolute Zero. I don't think Lawsy is a Chip player. I don't think he's that gung-ho. Yes, he's a sacrificial lamb, but I don't think he's that brave to. I don't know. I'm just speaking out of my own tongue.
Yeah, what are you on? What are you on?
I don't know. I've never seen Lawsy with a chip before. That's the thing.
This is Lawsy when he goes to Cho. He is the drunken martial artist that just baits out every single of your resources, and when you want to fight, you're running out of steam. And I feel like in terms of Cho and also the chip, the playstyle is similar, right? But maybe perhaps Absolute Zero is just shooting in the dark right here, right? They're just literally targeting your common suspects, your 1-1, your chip.
Oh, wait.
Mathilda, unfortunately, hasn't seen the light of the day in terms of pick bans.
Angela is open.
Oh, yeah.
Angela's open. So
That's something
not anymore. Not anymore. For
Why do you want to suggest that?
They can't hear us.
They can? They can't?
They can't.
Aw.
They can't. So first pick, you don't have the 1-1. You have the Moskov or the
Rocks need no protection.
Baxia. The Baxia getting picked up right
Yep,
here. It was the
Baxia
first ban.
pick. Coming up from the side of Kingdom Esports, I feel like Baxia is so solid right now, right? Down Absolute Zero. Once again the CC, once again the Juice in. But if they're able to make some form of changes to, I think you swap your roamer for the side of Nomad, I think that would be a better chance.
Yeah.
Baxia, the CC is also very good against the Baxias, and even to a certain extent, Dr. Insanity's Uranus, if we can bring that up again.
So Kimmy will be picked up instead of Farsa. Still a little bit high rotations. And a good matchup against the Juicin. This typically is the EXP lane. You got the Arlot getting opened up. Or you could go again for the Uranus. It was difficult to deal with, and you have damage over time from the Juicin and the CC. So that kind of works.
Yeah, but I feel like right now Kingdom Esports may pick the EXP here. Like, I agree with you. But maybe not. Yeah, maybe on the Uranus. You called it. The Arlot going to be selected. And now the Baxia seems like it's like, what, an 80% chance or 90% high chance it will go into the pockets of, well, being piloted by Yon.
So last pick, right on that note. You still have the Assassins open. Maybe you want to put Fake Cutie on an Assassin instead of something a little bit more tanky. At least something more mobile. I think Fake Cutie is more comfortable with that as well. But facing up against the Baxia, you're susceptible to invades and ganks in your own jungle, and that's very difficult.
Exorcist of the Shadow
So
at
Granger
your
will be picked up
service.
first. We'll see in the next couple bans. Actually, Lapu might be an option right here.
And Lapu's definitely an option. You saw how
Lapu Goat Lane.
you saw how Lapu really slaps. Wait, what?
Lapu Goat Lane.
Are you? Oh, okay.
Because
sure.
both their EXP laners are picked up. Would that be a possible viability for King Esports? Or something, like a fighter in the gold lane for King Esports? There is enough firepower right now already.
Yeah, definitely, right? Don't forget, you can, if you want to be a little bit, if you're a little bit crazy, you can go also shift the Kimi all the way to the gold lane and then just surprise everybody, surprise Absolute Zero again. Kingdom Esports right here, banning away the Gatot. Also, you see Absolute Zero learning from game number 1, takes away the Grok.
Yeah, I think Grok was the main disruptor. Every single time you walk out, you're trapped, and I think that is the main problem that
When you
Absolute Zero
run
had
away,
to deal with.
you get trapped as well.
Yeah, you're not trapped in here. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. But
Sometimes
it doesn't
work
really
the other
work.
way.
Yeah,
Sometimes it works the other way.
It doesn't work the other way around. When the Moskov gets banned out right here,
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe the Harith against the Granger. El Clasico magic versus physical damage fights. But then there's too much magic damage on the side of Kingdom Esports already.
I mean, the Arlot can also definitely go for a more attack damage based kind of hero.
Do you want to risk that,
Only
though?
justice in the world.
Because you need to be able to tank up.
Well, we saw some of the damage as well. Oh, hold on a second. That's a Mathilda. That's what I'm talking about, right? And I feel like right now, if Absolute Zero is hinting on the Mathilda, do you expect Absolute Zero to go for an alpha? But that also means that, you know, Kingdom Esports knows what's up. They can draft around countering against the alpha, or they can counterpick that for themselves. But Kingdom Esports has already selected. Seems like they're already locked in what they want.
So there's a lot of sustain coming in from Matilda alone. I think Nomad will have a much easier game. This time around, you want to go in for the Franco for Kingdom Esports might be a possible viability.
Yeah.
But
You bite him down.
yeah,
you
Longzy
bite him down.
used to play the Franco quite a bit as well.
Yeah, you bite him down, the Mathilda can't pull you away,
Oh,
right?
but
That's a suppression.
He's looking happy. There we go. The Franco comes through.
Sometimes I hate it when I'm right.
And they're happy about it. So Beatrix,
Oh, haven't seen Beatrix in a long time. There you
Yeah.
go. Burst. This is exactly what you want to do if you were Absolute Zero in game number 1, right, from the side of Kingdom Esports, right?
Yep.
The draft of Franco, bust him down immediately through Nibiru's Passion. Kimi, technically speaking, can also do a lot of damage as well. The Bandit's Rage follow up as well. This is exactly what you want to do from the side of Kingdom Esports if you are Absolute Zero in game number 1. But this time around, instead of going for an alpha, they go for the Fredrin instead. And still okay, not too shabby as well. Mathilda in Dangerous Grass, how effective she is in this map.
Very effective. I think the Wandering Wisps, her first skill, or skill 1, basically opens up the bushes all around her. She has escape mechanisms as well. Not a lot of teams pick up Franco's when Matilda is picked up, but, you know, Lawsy's feeling good about this.
Definitely.
And
Smiling.
definitely with the suppressions coming into the fray on that Matilda, so Nomad's going to have a lot of work to do in this game number 2. But at the end of the day, I do like Kingdom Esports draft a little bit better. The Beatrix Franco combo, and you know, we're back to Lawsy Franco. The one that we know and love all the way back from
Season 3
is coming back into play. Ladies and gentlemen, the hook lands again.
Lawsy goes fishing literally right off the bat. It's not even 22 seconds. The UI hasn't even loaded yet, and we're already right into action. I love it.
The way that he jumps around that bushes, I think he really likes that a lot because there's additional spaces that he can run around. And now with the movement speed buff, he is all over that map. Just opening up reconnaissance. He's get that level 2 fast. He has a little bit more attack damage.
Yep. Right off the bat, a bit of aggression. Speaking of aggression, I think Kingdom Esports is looking to up the ante as well. Yon goes into shoot Unity. Don't forget, Yon as a boxer in the early game does a lot of damage. Takes away the litho. That's great for Kingdom Esports.
A little bit of a slower start for Absolute Zero. They try to go for a little bit more of a advantage down the lethal pit, but there's not a lot of damage right from the get-go. You have the Juice in who wants to find lanterns. Vinsanity forced to use the flicker out, but hey, he's got the gold crab.
Yeah, but a flicker for a gold crab, which means that you're not going to have your flicker final slash later on during the first turtle. I don't know whether it's worth it though.
Might need to take more time. You don't really need that flicker anyways. Yon's in position, he's waiting to go, waiting for that jump, but no.
Nope.
He's going to go back.
Not gonna commit for that one, but we talk about, you know, a lot of action in around the mid. We talk a bit of an action on the top, but mid lane on the other hand, Granger versus a Beatrix. Technically speaking, Beatrix does have the range to outrange the Granger, but Granger has a better wave clear.
I do agree, yeah. In the early game, definitely Granger
painful as
still
well.
wins out, but in the late game, Beatrix damage just scales uncontrollably and just paired up with the Franco. It's a hook into a kill, so that's what you want to see, and that was the missing piece of the puzzle for Absolute Zero. So Shield Unity over onto the Fredrin, getting pulled back.
Fredrin Fake Cutie down low already. FMM leading the charge just a little bit, try to poke. Regina goes into the ultimate as well. A stun coming up from FMM onto Nomad. Absolute Zero outmaneuvered. Fake Cutie unable to step into the turtle pit at all.
Very smart play from Kingdom Esports. Don't force the situation. Don't force a skirmish. Just take your objectives. Know your plan. Know your power spikes. And once Kingdom Esports are coming up online, I think Yon will shift his target and go for all these fights.
Yep.
So it's a very, very slow-paced game. We oftentimes see the Baxia making cross-map plays instead.
Oh, Rance is actually using the sniper instead.
Yeah.
Like what I mentioned, right? Like, I think right now if you're going up against a Granger, especially in the early game, you don't want to give him kills. Losey, flicker ultimate as well, and there's a bomb! That's exactly what we're looking for! Kingdom Esports picks up first blood, and now they're gonna go on a strike. The Libero's passion! Grant! Out to ultimate! Absolute Zero deleted!
That is what you want to see. And you shout out, that's the Kelra MVP skin that Grant is repping right now. Kingdom Esports, very smart move. I wasn't expecting the Bloody Hunt. He used that flicker to get that Bloody Hunt in position
Look
as
at
well.
FMM. Wow! I've never. Okay, every time when I play against a Matilda, the Matilda go on circling Eagle right there, I can never land her shots. But look at FMM just tracking. Like, he's playing an FPS.
Yeah, I think it's very fun how FMM likes to play. He's just calm, he's collected in the way he wants to do this. On the top side though, Yon.
Dr. Insanity tries to play Fate just a little bit. Vendetta does have the curtain call, won't want to use it as of yet. But now it's just, you know, Kingdom Esports have been taking a couple of wins right here. Even pulling Grant all the way up mid to grab as much gold as possible. They want Grant to get grants.
They want Grant to come online super, super fast. So he's taking 2 lane
pushing
gold.
Grants, literally.
Then, okay, that's the curtain call into the yo-yos, but that's wasted ultimate over onto Vendetta on the top side. Turtle's already spawned up, Absolute Zero. No way that they can go in too deep. There's only 3 members here, but they're making a beeline down.
Traction Pulse tags onto Regina, slowing him down just a little bit on the backside.
Losey was
Losey
right there.
will be able to catch onto Vendetta immediately with the help of the FMM. The BHA Grand deleting one person after another. Dr. Insanity goes into him. Flickers also finds a slash, picks up a kill for himself. He peels for his team. And not only just that, another Iron Hook lands. Dr. Insanity using Fake Cutie as the mere stepping stone to get out safely.
What a zone! Lowsy was just waiting in the bushes.
Showing.
They're going into Sailors. He dodges that. Lowsy into play. He does have the Iron Hook. He's just waiting for it. Oh,
they did not.
What a bait.
Wait,
what a
Absolute
bait.
Zero did not communicate that Longzy already used the Bloody Hunt. Salas forced to burn the Flicker already. FMM tags onto Nomad. And now they have to abandon that area. Traction Pulse just to push Absolute Zero away from the defense. Kingdom Esports takes another turret down bot.
Just so well worth it. Their turret plating, the turret gold and everything under the sun is for Kingdom Esports taking, but I do want to bring your attention back to that last turtle fight. Lowe's was waiting in there as FMM just zoning everyone out, so they know their game plan. They're not out there to play, to fight or force a team fight, force a brawl. They're just there to try to zone out, get the objectives. So every single kill is just unintentional. It's like, oh, it just so happens.
Dr. Insanity as well. Look at him. It takes, what, 5 members onto Dr. Insanity, and they finally bring this crazy, insane person down to the Momentum and Silent. But at what cost? Absolute Zero may potentially lose bottom lane turret.
They just wasted so much time. A lot of key resources are taken out. Even the Circling Eagle is not in possession. And Yawn down by 4.
Big QD right here getting torn up just a little bit, and the barely Silence breaks. Top side turret. Yawn pops the ultimate. He's more than ready to happy to take down mid lane as well. Regina gets taken down once again. The Lowsy and Grand Wombo combo. Absolute Zero. Absolute tunnel vision. And it's starting to cost them.
Oh. The Flicker into the pool.
Another pool at the same time. Lowsy this time around. Oh, gets tagged by the curtain call as well. FMM. Oh, nice stun right there coming out.
Caught out.
Will be melting everybody down. Absolute Zero on the wrong side of the map. They cannot run away against aggression of Kingdom Esports. A double kill over to FMM.
What a play. Kingdom Esports was just slowly saving Grant and just protecting him. I think that's just the babysitting meta that Kingdom Esports is doing right now, but Absolute Zero just bloodthirsty, blood hungry, just seeing red all over the screen, and they're just seeing their darkness and their downfall.
Man, Grant has already picked up a Minific gun. He's gonna have even more range on his Bandit's Rage, and also Nibiru's, sorry, not Bandit's Rage, Bandit's Bombs, and also the Nibiru's gun, right? Like, how is Absolute Zero gonna wiggle out of this position? Grant is so fed. Dr. Insanity could just basically outplay and hold down the line just a little bit longer. And FMM right here with the Traction Pulse attempting to start the game of the fight.
They have the right idea, getting pulled in. They want to go for Lowsy, want to take that Frank go down.
Down just a little bit. Regina goes into the ultimate. He'll be able to pick up the kill as well. Dr. Insanity Grand is actually just hitting people on the backside as well. Dr. Insanity goes and pick up the double kill. This EXT laner is insane, and he sidesteps the Rhapsody.
Lowsy just doesn't care. It's like, okay, take me down. What are you going to achieve? It's nothing. Grant is safe and well and healthy. He's just pushing through all the way. Call that a barrage, but man, Kingdom Esports are just charging down on Absolute Zero. Every single team fight, Absolute Zero loses more and more members.
It feels like Absolute Zero is literally hitting a wall right here. Literally what we built for Kingdom Esports, right? They're literally hitting the castle walls, knocking on it and expecting to do damage, but they're the one that got the bruises on their heads instead.
And a smart play that Lowsy's just sitting next to where Grant is. I think that's how you want to play a pickoff strategy. They know their win conditions. Just pull in Bloody Hunt into a huge burst damage. But Absolute Zero has high DPS. They will go for Sailors though. Yawn! Fight Sailors!
And the backside as well. Circling Eagle coming out by the slash. Coming over the Dr. Insanity to slow everybody down. Grant and FMM will be here soon to join the fight. But Dr. Insanity finally goes down. And Absolute Zero picks up 1 kill. And Kingdom Esports dissipates for now.
You were able to save Sailors from harm's way as Yawn went in too deep. Insanity lost his life. But it's still a very good cause because Yawn is still 0-4. They're charging in for that Lord. Absolute Zero has 5 members in the vicinity.
That's the only benefit that Absolute Zero have, right? Right now, if they want to do something, they have to rush against this Lord. But now it's dangerous grass. You've got to have to open up everything. Look at the bombs. Look at the fly. Big Cutie has to back off. And now also the Iron Hook onto Vendetta and also the Bloody Hunt. But Polo, the second Kingdom Esports, has to run away just a little bit. As Absolute Zero turns the tide over and over again. FMM picks up a kill though, and Absolute Zero all of a sudden running out of steam.
Absolute Zero finding Grant, so this is their win condition. As long as they can keep this up, Absolute Zero will have a very decent time in terms of the skirmish. And not to forget, you got the Matilda, who's already now has favor, so you can heal everything back up when you get into a long extended skirmish or
And
team
photo
fight.
as well, right?
Yeah, the photo will give you shields, will give especially Fake Cutie enough shields and enough defense to lead that charge. But I think it's just a meat shield that Fredrin is going for. Once you find Grant, I think Absolute Zero has a huge chance of charging everything down. Sailors is 2-0-2, so this is looking kind of good as a turnaround game for Absolute Zero.
Yeah, Grant is absolutely swimming in gold right here. VOD, Malefic Gun.
Also
and
giving information.
Iron Hook will go wide, but still information. Kingdom Esports secures the lot for themselves.
There's a losing lane down on the bottom side as well. It's pushing in towards the side of Kingdom Esports. It's Absolute Zero, so fighting S5. I think Kingdom Esports will find it hard now that Absolute Zero are playing together as a unit. Kingdom Esports needs to split them apart. So who do you send? I think there's not a lot of players they can send down. Traction Pulse will land. Absolute Zero ditches out of the way. That's a flicker!
Right into the Iron Hook. Regina gets deleted by the bombs. Nomad is just collateral. Fake Cutie stepping forward. He might actually fall through the Appraiser's Wrath. Badly tickles Kingdom Esports. But Kingdom Esports may find himself fighting underneath the turret. But it doesn't really matter because Grind switched to the sniper instead.
How?
Wait,
how is it possible? It's 5 members up and they're fighting underneath the turret. Salus is still up and alive, but at the end of the day, 3 members down underneath their own turret, something that's supposed to save them.
Yeah, and just not a lot of damage coming up from Absolute Zero already. You expect the Salas at the very least 202. Does have the Sea Halberd for now. Should have a, Sky Piercer as well. Hopefully we get to see but hold on a second. It seems like the Lord will be charging in very, very shortly.
Lawsy, try and go fishing. I think he might be able to pull anyone in. Or Circling Eagle brings one in. He's stopped in the wall. That's Yawn taking him out.
Oh, Nomad. I think he's working for Kingdom Esports. You're Circling Eagle Vendetta all the way in, right into Lozi's bloody hunt. You can see Lozi just waiting for that.
What was the idea of that?
I have no idea.
What was Vendetta trying to achieve? Like going to the back line, trying to get that curtain call. But there's not enough damage. It's just damage over time. You need that burst coming in from Salus. It's a little bit too far. So this is what I'm saying. Absolute Zero are playing like, man, Nomad is trying to play far, but you got your back lines. There's dealing damage, not in sync with your front lines.
Yeah, the miscomm, right? The awkward tempo in the orchestra band, the symphonic band of Absolute Zero. It's not there. There's no conductor. Feels like they're playing like headless chickens. Lozy, of course. Credit to
again.
That's a very long Iron Hook. The Flicker already committed. Now this time around bringing Fake Cutie
hunt,
as well. A nice taunt right here. Grant is untouchable here. Going into the bombs at the same time. Goes going to Golden. Fake Cutie down low just a little bit more. Grant goes into the Flicker. Nibiru takes down Nomad. And that's one person down for the side of Absolute Zero already.
Grant just healing everything back up. That's the power of the Has Claws on the Beatrix. And Grant is coming online. This is the power of a team that knows how to protect their main damage dealers. They're splitting up FMM. They're splitting up Grant. So in any case, if one goes down, the other one is still alive, dealing that damage to take everyone else down.
Yeah, double marksman comp, right? You got the Kimmy in the mid lane and also Beatrix. You can see how fast the mid lane melts, Churros.
Man, it's just so difficult for Absolute Zero to really claw their way back up because now they're in a losing position. A lot of their skills are single target. The only one that's maybe AoE is that Sin, but it still takes some time for the Lantern to hit its mark before pulling you back. So that's the breakdown. That's the issue. Same as game number 1.
Insanity getting torn up just a little bit. Yawn joining the fray just to try to fight just a little bit. Lozy protecting and making sure Grand gets a good game for now. But hold on a second. Right now, Absolute Zero is trying to put a push back against Kingdom Esports. But Grand, FMM will be there to say no. That Princess Wrath not allowed to cast because Grand is on the case. And FMM right here just chasing down Salas. No way for you to run. Yawn just protecting them. And Salas, no way to run. FMM picks him up right into the Nibiru's legs. There's
going
nothing
for the end.
that Absolute Zero could do.
It's all up to Lozy. He wants to go fishing, wants to take Regina down. It's Chesty against the world, but no, Kingdom Esports takes down the throne.
Solid games from Kingdom Esports. All smiles, and I believe that smile's a lot wider, Churros.
Jays, I think the rumors are true. Kingdom Esports do look stacked this season.
Like the abs of Fredrin.
Like the buns. Like his buns too.
It is crazy in terms of what they've able to deliver in terms of performances. You can see the non-challenge shake for FMM in confidence, right? Absolute Zero sent Absolute Zero, no chance. Sorry, your name is so fun to pun. Absolutely no chance at all against Kingdom Esports.
I don't think it's a problem with Absolute
It's
Zero. They're
not.
trying their best. They're doing all they can. I think there's a small little blunder down with the Circling Eagle into the pools. But then again, the mid lane duo, Lawsy and FMM. I think the biggest issue for Lawsy is that he needs a roamer that he can trust. And right now, that being Lawsy, he can just do whatever he wants. He's always there to follow up because he knows how Lawsy likes to play. He was playing like Lawsy. The aggressiveness, the sacrificial lamb style that FMM brings to the table. And man, okay, I think FMM is going to be the MVP. If not, it's going to be Grant. But it will be FMM as Kimmy, 5-0-15. Beautiful, beautiful KDA, 669 GPM, and almost every single kill in the game he participated in.
Yeah, he is positioning like his Farsa play, and his Kimmy play as well, right?
I'm interested in the build. He got a DHS alongside, so this is like they split kind of pseudo magic and damage. So every time the bullets hit, remember last time when Kimmy first came out, I was a lot of people were trialing like the DHS build on Kimmy. That works a lot because every single shot, that's additional 8% of continuous current HP damage. So I think that build is just beautiful. It just stacks up and amplifies that magic damage that Kimmy brings.
Especially against a Fredrin, right? A Fredrin super tanky. Fake Cutie is definitely going to be hopping on the Nomad train on the Circling Eagle right into his face. You need something to be able to shred him very quickly. And all of a sudden, Fake Cutie, you're supposed to be a tank, but you just get shredded. There's no answer from the side of Absolute Zero. Right? Kingdom Esports is just taking this game and laughing all the way back to base.
Yeah, and they're just having fun. I mean, I was looking at the player cams. Every single hook Lawsy lands, he just laughs it off. Even if he dies, it's just like, hey, where are you guys? Not following up.
Get over here.
And then the hooks after hooks after hooks that he lands out. Out of the 3 Franco games that I saw today, Lawsy is just showing the masterclass on the hooks that needs to be landed to make that Franco work.
Yeah, Lawsy is literally showing Nomad how to play Franco earlier just now, right? The fact is, Lawsy into this matchup against what Absolute Zero has drafted for themselves is absolutely wonderful, right? Like you the hook, because Nomad went for a Mathilda, right? Like immediately it's a squishy, right? So which means that it opens up a lot of opportunity for Lawsy to pick up the Franco. Vendetta, yes, that's a CC. Still squishy. I can hook.
Again, it just boils down to game number 1. And in the first game between Evo and Flash, it's just if you want to draft a composition that needs sustain, you need burst. You can't do damage over time. I think it's a little bit tougher in this meta because once you rotate, you need to touch and go. You really need to stun, one and stun and done. And then get the heck out of there. Try to go for the next objective. Try to go for the next kill. Absolute Zero only has that in Sailors, but it took too long to come online. Vendetta has high damage over time. Regina has high damage over time. Matilda and Fake Cutie are just there just to tank in all that damage. But in the late game, once Grant and once FMM build up that DHS, I think it's all over for Fake Cutie. He just can't tank anymore.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, just look at the game stats, right? Turrets, Turtles, Lords, all in the hands of Kingdom Esports. The king demands it, they delivered, and they got it. Yawn, it feels like they've been really screaming so hard together, right? You can see Dr. Insanity goes in, Yawn is ready to follow up, or the other way as well. Lawsy goes in, Yawn is always ready to follow up as well, right? It's just amazing. It's a masterclass that I'm seeing from Lawsy as well. It's just wonderful to see a old face back into the scene.
Speaking of masterclass, let's take a look at a replay of game number 1 and see how Lawsy actually pushes everyone back. And this is just a dominant performance from Kingdom Esports. Everything was just a walkover. Every single one of the members of Absolute Zero was bending over on the whims of Kingdom Esports. And the problem is Lawsy. Look, it's just blocked out. There's nowhere he can run or hide.
Yeah, the walls are literally blocking every single one, and they have to force to absorb the damage from Grant, right? And if you notice in part of the highlights, right, Nomad was able to hook on the Dr. Insanity, but Dr. Insanity is like, yeah, hook me in. I pop Consecration. I just laugh in green numbers, right? And this is when, when you give 2 kills over the side of Grant on the Beatrix is able to secure core items, and once you keep it the BOD, that's Power Spike, and every item is a big Power Spike for Beatrix.
Not only Beatrix, right? But look at where the Kimmy is. Grant was just dealing that supplementary damage that Grant really needs to just secure those kills. And Kimmy also has the Sky Piercer, if I'm not wrong. So FMM dealing that damage, pushing everyone back, slowing everyone down, and empowers the rest of the team. So Kingdom Esports building a castle on wheels and now putting in engines. But this is still day number 1. They're taking this castle and driving it all the way to, you know, a very good start of the MPL Season 10 season.
Yeah, I really like what I saw just now, right?
Yeah.
It feels like, you know, you can start to see a team from Kingdom Esports. You can see the gradual improvement from last season. FMM right here, you can see how comfortable he is in this team. The trust is there, camaraderie in there, and they're all smiles, right? And,
All smiles.
And Dr. Insanity and also Grant, yes, they're newcomers plugged into MPL Singapore. And
But
they
it
are
just
still
feels
okay.
like family.
Yeah.
I think that's the power of Lawsy. So big shout out to Lawsy, but also big shout out to IT. Because that bubble tea is what I want and what you guys want. So scan the QR code and type in the redeem code. If you don't have that app yet, please download the IT app. Go to account, go into settings, and then scan in or put in the redemption code.
Yep.
If I'm not wrong, if you get two
Collab
drinks from IT, you would get a free trip or stand a
You
chance
stand a
to win
chance
a
to win a
free trip
free trip, right?
to Jakarta.
Yeah, definitely. But so thank you so much, IT, to also support us for this season as well. But I bet there's some. I hope there's also like, you know, to get one of those like the designs of the cups as well. That looks absolutely kind of cool because if you notice some of the Instagram, some people have been posting it, and
I want
I'm
to put
like,
this on the table.
one.
I want to steal it.
Uh,
I want to take it. I want to take it home and make it my own and put pens in it, like a pen holder. I want to do that. Actually, I do that for some of my cups because like I always like drink finish and I'm always lazy or forget to throw it away.
Yeah, literally.
But speaking of throwing,
Yeah, with that said, we're gonna throw to a short break. Don't go away. Your segues are on point, Trios. Coming up next it is gonna be a very interesting matchup that we are looking forward to. It's gonna be Ignite going up against RSG. Don't go away, ladies and gents. We'll be right back.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has three key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1,
And we are down to the last match of week 1, day number 1. It has been a interesting day, like what I mentioned just now, upsets and storms. And now this time around, we'll be watching a game between RSG going up against Ignite.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about both of these two teams. Very, very new. RSG, even though they are a mainstay brand, their team is essentially reworked.
This is RSG 4.0?
1.0 was the Baby Cakes 505.
No, even
wasn't
before
it?
that.
Even
LY4.
Oh, LY4 metas.
Jason,
Yeah.
Sana.
So it is actually 4.0, RSG 4.0. And I always remember that is my all-time RSG favorite stack. The Diablo, LOLZ, 505, Baby Cakes, that stack.
Yeah.
And then Bray,
And then after that, you got what? Lucian Cutie and
Lucian Cutie coming in, Oki. And this was like the one that they say, okay, this is the dream team. This is the dream team because we have some flavors from overseas coming into RSG. But right now, it's a full rework. And we spoke a little bit about this. Not a lot of us known about these players. They came from community pub stompers, or they played for community teams. They were sweepers, and they were super strong in their own respect. And then now coming into the RSG team, big shoes to fill. How do you expect to fill, like, you know, the likes of like Closer, who's been in the scene for quite a long time, the likes of, you know, Bray, who is currently serving our nation right now. Yeah, it's just a brand new RSG. I don't know what to expect out of them.
I mean, that's the best part about you being a newcomer, or, you know, when it comes to
Surprises,
this, like,
shocks.
Shock, surprises, you don't have anybody to basically, like, go through. Nobody knows your hero pool, but with that said, we do have something to also show you about, to kind of emphasize what we're talking about, because RSG has been a known brand even before the MPL Singapore days as well, all the way back in season 1, MYSG days. And remember, we talk about the various different versions of of RSG, right? That won them the season 3, that's where Losi was. And also season 4, season 5, and that's where Oki and Lucian Cutie was. And then, you know, after that, they're still always inconsistent in second, third, second all the way. So technically speaking, they've been a solid team all across, even after rebrands, and even after, you know, I think season 6 or season 7, where they swap over to a full Singaporean team, the Closer and CS Bunch as well. They're still solid, right? They're still performing, still able to deliver. But now, like what you mentioned, big shoes to fill. You're looking at Hoki, we're looking at Murphy, Taurus, PTBL. And you also talk about Ash, who's making a comeback since, like, what, season 3 under SMG as a sub. And yeah, like, there's a lot of big things that they have to do.
To be honest, I always felt like, okay, after the Oki Lucian Cutie kind of era, it kind of dialed down a little bit. It wasn't as hyped up because it was a full Singaporean team. Yon was in the mix as well, alongside, you know, Closer, Bray. Once in a while as a sub to that as well, to that respect. And I remember last season, season 9, we were just bantering, oh man, RSG is not going to make it. They had a very rough regular season, but right now, they're clawing their way back up into second. Can they do a repeat in season 10? But speaking of which, let's go over to the other side of the table.
Yeah, let's take a look at Ignite Gaming first. Yuta, Zach, Blade, Seiji making a comeback. Hello, welcome back. Different red. And you've also got Rapitude from Absolute Zero.
You're doing it wrong, Jace.
I cannot do the R sound. Stop laughing at me. But Seiji, man, he is strong during his, like, what, bleed period of time where he was a solid farmer as well, and he's known his power spikes. And there you go, you see them on the screen right here. Zach, almost couldn't recognize him after he dyed his hair. Another pop stomper as a jungler, and also you got Yuta making comeback. Another one of the most hardworking players I've seen. So there is a bright future for these younglings to basically fill up the shoes of, well, basically the veterans of MPL Singapore.
Coming in from a community team down to season 10, and right now a seeded team, this is obviously huge shoes to fill of the MPL SG veterans. This is going to be day number 1, and Ignite Gaming, even though a lot of these new players have only seen themselves, I mean, have been playing with each other for a pretty short amount of time leading up to this season, I really feel like they do have that chemistry going on. Well, it's yet to be seen down to execution until we dive right into the game. And again, no coach. This is going to be is this going to be an issue?
I don't think so, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, LY4 is somewhere we're back in the good old days, RSG as well. LFO is actually registered under the coach for Ignite Gaming, but we have to look at this out they are, of course. Big shoes to fill for these bunch of newcomers on the block. Technically speaking, you've seen Ash before, you've seen Hoki, albeit more sub, and now they're here to try to make a name for themselves. This is the brand new, fresh off the boat RSG Singapore, and there must be a reason why RSG Singapore picked them up.
Well, they are very on brand, right? RSG Singapore likes the full Singaporean lineup, and this is what they have. The full Singaporean lineup coming into this picture. I am really interested to see how their chemistry works with each other going into the game. It's all down to execution right now. Hopefully, we'll be able to see something really interesting. And then this is, Melon is the coach for RSG Singapore.
Yep, Melon joining the fray this time around as a coach. Does have quite a bit of experience hitting all the times back in Team Evil. Had a bit of a side venture outside of Team Evil, and now lands himself as a coach. Another player turned coach this time around for RSG Singapore. And you're right? Like, these are technically new faces. We've seen Ash before as a sub. Hoki as well in Pub Storms and public community tournament. He's crazy on the Franco, remember. There's a reason why we start calling me Hooky.
So we're starting to do the random map draw.
Okay,
we got the little tongue roll. And hopefully it's not going to be dangerous grass. It will be broken walls. So today, so far, 4 dangerous grass, 2 broken walls. Obviously, it doesn't really affect too much of how they want to pick and draft. It's typically the same throughout the entirety of today. And match number 3, I think this time it really shows a lot of difference in terms of the picks, but it's not that much of a difference. People are still going back to what they're comfortable with and what they know and love in a general Land of Dawn map.
Yep, we're gonna start the game draft immediately. RSG go to first pick. Ignite Gaming going in second. And Ignite managed to make it through the qualifiers as well. The top 2, mind you, because of certain circumstances. They're back here in MPL Singapore. Notice our coach is LY4, but wasn't seen on site today. But I hope LY4 is actually putting a bit of a
in the heart and mind
behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
If you want to use my brand, you gotta have to do well.
So RSG gonna start things off with the choosing a Kaleo ban. Ignite Gaming chooses to ban out the Angela as well as the Baxia. We've seen 100% success rate in Baxia so far. There's over 2 matches of 2 different teams, and Bakshia's always picked up in a very precarious position. And we hypothesized this for a while in game number 2, where when there's broken walls, Baxia it makes it so much easier for him to cross the lanes and try to get that engages, try to get that rushes in. And Angela, this is something that boggles my mind. Once the Angela has 100% ban rate across all teams for today.
Yeah, you're right. Like, literally 100% banned, right? Baxia at the very least, there's some pick chances as well. 1-1 gets taken away. I know you don't really like the 1-1. I mean, I cannot convince you to like the 1-1. I think it's a personal flavor. Lancelot gets leaked out, but it's going to be RSG that picks up the Phobia's first.
Phobia's first pick kind of denies that Arlot throw over to Ignite Gaming.
Or Lancelot as well.
The Lancelot, the Lapu Lapu is open, the CC is open just to counteract the Phobias. You get the Eastern Shin, so it's really a pick and throw over.
Yeah, but right now, based on this current patch, Roamers actually make more money as compared to your EXP laners. And Phobias is like technically a very expensive EXP laner. You really need his items for him to really show up. And there you go, Rapidute going for the chip. Next up is going to be a Kimmy, selected by Ignite Gaming for now.
I think the chip, when Powerful used it, it was used as a engage. It was countered by the Yeve. If RSG is forced to pick that Yeve, I think it might be able to counteract the abilities that Chip wants to bring into some of these team fights. Phobias alone is not enough. I think Phobias cannot alone. It's a very high committal hero.
Yeah,
that's what I want to say. It's high committal. When you throw your demonic force, you land in the heart of enemy territory, and you're at the mercy of the rest of the enemy team. You gotta believe and trust in your team to follow up or protect the main gold laner, which is gonna be Moskov. The Khalid is getting picked up, and I
Ooh.
do like the Khalid this time around because it's very aggressive, it's very Singaporean, and it kind of opens up that map, gives a lot of vision. It has the inbuilt heal from his skill 2 as well.
Yeah, and definitely he's gonna benefit. He benefits a lot from this patch, right? You're gonna get your items even faster. You're gonna do a lot more damage. You're gonna pop off, get your XP faster because you're constantly scouting and constantly moving around the map. This is where Kali truly shines in this patch.
So the Fredrin will solidify the last phase of the first phase ban, the last pick of the first phase ban, and we're going over to the ban phase now. Lancelot and Isunshin has still been leaked out. He has a 100% appearance in the draft phase, either in the ban or the pick rate. Isunshin has 100% win rate so far.
Among the planes
I remember,
exists the equilibrium,
so Ignite Gaming has been
which
watching the
I
previous
was
games, and they
made
know
for.
that the Eve was a huge problem that counters the chip. Another huge problem is typically, people pick AoEs. You got the Carmillas coming out as well that might mitigate this, or even the Alices that I know, Jace, you like.
Yeah, apart from that, you know what I like?
What
You
do you
see a
like?
chip, you throw a deadly catch. You pick the magic bane.
Oh, wait. Aurora is so underrated. Aurora is so underrated right here.
Yeah.
Might be so good for RSG.
They
Bringing
call
something
me a
new to the
hero
table as well.
because I saved my nation.
Seems like,
from
we're going to
falling
stick
apart.
to the common suspect for now. Yushin gets banned away. The Lancelot still wide open. Do you think
Isunshin gets banned out because
I
of
will
the
choose
vision
my
control.
own
So they
path.
prefer to leak out the Lancelot. I'm not sure if RSG wants to pick that up for themselves.
Could be. But now, because you're going up against a Fredrin from the side of Ignite Gaming, right now you have to build a wall around Kimmy, right? You need to allow Kim to fight front to back. Speaking of walls, Grok is still open for Ignite Gaming as well, but I don't think
they will
no,
pick
Chip's
the
already
Grok,
selected,
yeah.
right?
You got the Lapu Lapu. You're
Another
going
wall.
down with Lapu Lapu. Very high success rate in a lot of the regions, not only in Singapore so far. With the Bravest Fighter, your power spike really naturally hits at level 4, so you're going to be suffering a bit in the early game, especially if you want to throw it down against a Phoveus.
You can, technically speaking, use your range skills to basically get some farm. But right now, if you're going up against a Phoveus as a Lapu Lapu, in my opinion, I think the Phoveus should be able to manage Lapu in the early game. You don't need to play a little bit too scared. Sometimes your Phoveus in early game, you're such a sitting duck. And basically you just have to sit there and absorb all the damage coming out from your enemy XP laner.
So it's gonna be a Lunox that's coming up alongside the Guinevere, something new that we're seeing right here. Lunox has a lot of damage, and the sun actually comes up, so wild cards after wild cards from both teams. Ignite Gaming coming in from the community, bringing in their own flavor in RSG with the minds of Melon, taking in the Lunox, something that's so comfortable, and you talked about this before, right?
Seiji on a Sun in the gold lane.
That's a gold lane monkey right there.
What?
What's the main damage? So it's going to be Kimmy, so they need to be able to protect Kimmy, or the damage from Sun alone, if they make things right, would be enough.
But do you build full damage as a Sun? Because right now,
yes,
yeah,
you
I
do
think
build
you
full
definitely
damage,
have to do that, right? You just go in with your clones and splat. When was the last time Sun was actually in pro play?
I know MPL ID brought out the Sun once. It wasn't a huge success, but that's the Petrify right there. So you lay down your skill 2. No, you throw your staff out, you lay down your skill 3, and then you basically petrify and get your monkeys to just wreak havoc. But now this is going to be something new and something interesting.
I'm entertained already.
New picks are coming out as we move over to game number 3 between RSG versus Ignite Gaming.
Man, I want to see how Seiji uses this, because don't forget, he is a very experienced gold laner. Also plays quite a lean, mean Moskov as well. But I'm also say that Zach on the Fredrin also works wonders. He's been also pop stomping using that particular hero. I want to see how the gold lane actually interacts, right? This is gonna be what, melee range? You're gonna get like what? Get bullied out because of range differences.
I don't think the range will be a problem because you can always use your illusions to slow that out of the way. The only issue with the previous fighter gold lane in that Lapu Lapu was it was against the 1-1. So you're in for a huge disadvantage with that range. But now you can close that gap easily with the Sun. In early game, you have decent amount of damage to deal against the Moskov, but your monkeys also cause you to get pinned down against each other. So that's a small little stun right there.
I mean, technically speaking, you also do get more gold taking down the clones as
Oh,
well.
yeah, you're feeding. He's kind of feeding Ash.
Interesting, eh?
Interesting. I think the gold is insignificant, but it kind of builds up. It's like $1 a day keeps the doctor away. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I mean, if you constantly drop down the clones, you're basically giving a lot of more, giving bit of gold against Moskov, and Moskov, you know, technically a budget marksman.
With the Trinity.
With the Trinity, is a lot cheaper to build. So I'm not too sure what the few coming up in Seiji, right? You definitely need your level 4. Laning phase is going to be ending very, very soon. I want to see how Ignite Gaming takes this suit around the map.
Now with the broken walls, the turtle becomes so much more exposed. Rapidude hasn't had his level 4 yet, but there's a jump into the spatial migration.
It's going to be a violent Requiem. Look at them. Everybody from the side of RSG Singapore is actually getting hit sky high because of the knock-up. But Hoki is right there. Zack takes some damage. Blade on the case, onto the turtle right here. Some ultimate's already been used by the side of RSG Singapore. Ignite Gaming goes into a turtle dance.
Oh, that's Taurus. Way deep into enemy territory. Turtle gets a reset. Rapidude pops the portal, and here comes the monkey.
Monkey goes in. That's the first blood right off the bat as well. That's the power of Seiji. Takes the portal to join the fight. And now is going to be SOD going to go with right here. Yuta goes into Bravest right fighter to zone. Zack secures the turtle. And now PTBL has to run away. They're a bit trigger happy with the utility and a bit bent back.
So you're trading the gold platings away, and in that game it's very difficult to take down because all of their members are very, very tanky, beefy boys, with the exception of Blade, of course, but you have that range from that Kimmy.
Yeah. Now, where's the dust settles? Ignite Gaming. Wait, hold on a second.
Everyone making a beeline.
Soon never made it back to base. They're just gonna go on ham. Ignite Gaming's playing this like a brawl server. Top side already getting taken down. That's going to be a violent recurve trying to buy some time just a little bit. But Blade is picking up a lot of damage. Torres goes in, was sacrificed from himself, but he takes a couple of people from the side of Ignite Gaming going down. Rapidude and Blade, PTBL right here has to jump away. But I'm not too sure whether this is worth it, Churros.
Oh, not worth it. Look at the bottom side. Moskov is already slowly farming. He's taking down that T1 down the bottom side, and you don't want Moskov to come online because the corrosions have already built up. All he needs is the DHS to deal significant amounts of damage to the tanky beefy boys that Ignite Gaming already has. And leaving Moskov alone will hurt Ignite Gaming in the butt later on.
Yeah, but right now, you know, RSG Singapore and also Ignite Gaming is trading. Take a look in terms of skills, in terms of the gold, and also the energy turrets, right?
Oh, pretty even, Stevens.
It's pretty even, Stevens. It's a trade. The only way that I can see it is to take a look where the kills are going.
Going in the hands of Seiji, that's okay. Rapidude got 1 kill, but he dropped a portal. But I think Seiji's... The problem with the monkey is that typically, I mean, remember the old patch where the pre-rework of Sun was that he has that teleport and he uses that teleport to get into lanes. He's a lane pusher. But right now with the additions of, like, you know, the energy shields, the bubbles and everything, it takes much harder for Sun to actually get that turrets down. And now he can just slowly farm up. So I think, yeah, that's the issue. He after the portal is spawned up, you got that skirmish, you didn't go back to base, you're keeping Ash in that position where he can gain so much more advantage and so much more gold alone, undisrupted.
Ignite Gaming bursting the turtle all the way hard. You can hear the traction pulse getting charged up. Nice engage coming from Yuta. Doesn't catch anybody though. RSG Singapore, that's a couple of big ultimates already used. And RSG Singapore is more than happy to take a fight right here. Now it's going to be Torres jumping in the sky at the same time. And here comes the Sandstorm from the side of the Khalid. SOD lands. And now it feels like Ignite Gaming is just going on brawl against RSG Singapore. Let's just fight fist to fist, dot to dot. But Blade picks up a double. And now it's just Ash limping away.
It's just so hard to see. Everyone just coagulating around that turtle
I only see Raid HP boss.
Yes! Once the portal is popped up, every single one of the Ignite Gaming comes in. Even though the SOD lands, Ash just finds it very, very hard to break everyone down. Even though the stuns come in, Ignite Gaming was just battering hammers after hammers. And RSG, they're fighting like a scalpel. It's very clinical. It's very precise. They need to be able to layer in all these team fights. You got Rage of Sandstorm in, you've got Torres leading the charge, but Ignite Gaming, they're just fighting this fight as a sledgehammer, just throwing their bodies in.
Yeah, and especially Seiji goes into the ultimate, right? Look at that. He's just shredding all across Torres. Blade using the attraction pulse to basically slow down the advance from the side of Ignite Gaming. Yuta goes in up top to split push.
To be honest, RSG is playing around the hands and they're being manipulated by Ignite Gaming. RSG could be able to split, push, and get Ash on the long side of the lane, but Ignite Gaming, once they coagulate it together, they're opening up that map, and RSG is still sticking together as 5. For some reason, they are not confident in leaving Ash alone. They need him to get up to position. They need him to get up to scale and get his core items fast.
Yeah, but Juros, if you take a look at RSG Singapore, right, this roster, this draft, is actually designed to counter what Rapitude does. But Rapitude is getting away with brilliant shortcuts, and somehow, even though they were at equal footing earlier just now, Ignite Gaming is always somehow, oh, there's the nice plug.
That's so cute. I never noticed that they have a mascot.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Oh, of course, scan the redeem code, get the redeem code, download the app, get 2 drinks, and get a chance to go over to Jakarta.
I like the fact that the OV is just having some fun with us as well. But just take a look at this matchup, right? RSG should have the toolset to deal with Ignite Gaming, and how is Ignite Gaming getting away with all of that? Is it a positioning of Blade on that Kimi? If he gets caught earlier just now, I think it will be over.
I feel like the Lunox is there to disrupt. So everyone is there and coagulate in one spot. If Lunox is able to find an angle to engage where all 5 members of Ignite Gaming are together, she can just do a complete wipeout.
Yeah, and don't forget Sun also can play like an assassin, right? Like as a marksman, if you're a Moskov, the last thing you need is suddenly 1 monkey, 2 monkey, plop, everybody comes in, slaps you, you're half HP, and you have to run away. And I think it's kind of interesting matchup, Seiji going for the Windtalker, interesting. But yeah, but like Ignite Gaming is just, I think RSG is not anticipating a Soon coming up in the gold lane.
Yeah, so they spot out Soon. Taurus trying to find a little bit more information. They know where Rapitude is, but they don't want to contest for this turtle. Smart move for RSG as Ignite Gaming secures that last turtle of the game.
Yeah, and you know, Ignite Gaming just getting away with all of this, like RSG Singapore, they literally clash. It was equalized. They're okay. They come back again, and now they got a little bit hurt, right? And because they got hurt, they don't dare to go and fight.
2 out of 3 Trinities already built up for Ash, so that just leaves the DHS. And once that is built up, he's still leading the pack in terms of gold economy. Yeah. So once he gets that DHS, I think the damage will hurt for Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, but can we talk about the items from Soon?
Yeah, that's Windtalker and the Corrosive Scythe. I think you want to go for the Golden Staff. And by the way, it's law accurate as well. BOD, maybe. You definitely need the Malefic Roar as well. Sea Halberd, possible. You could go for the DHS as well if you want to. A little bit more attack speed, but he wants to go for a burst. If you want to go for a burst, you can go Sea Halberd, BODs. You can go for the Malefic Guns.
Oh, this
Malefic Roar, sorry.
This is a bit confusing for the side of RSG. Sage is just literally leaving clones all across the map. The bottom lane turret is literally getting battered, but don't forget top side also getting battered as well. The power of a chip is also you are able to use these portals all across the map to basically create space across the map. And then after that, if just in case come in for the flank, join the fight, and that's how you should use a chip.
Yeah, it's also pretty fun for Rapitude. Like you don't have to do babysitting duties. You're just running all over the map.
I feel like you're also having fun pronouncing his name.
Yeah, I like Rapitude. It's just fun to pronounce. It's just fun to say. Zach leading the charge. You know where the purple buff is, but 4 members of RSG already coagulated up on the top side. You got a neutral lane on the bottom side as well as the Lord spawning up in 20 seconds. I think Ignite Gaming definitely has stand a better chance, but we've seen the chip play how he plays. Rapitude has been standing in that tri-bush for the majority of this game. Maybe 5 minutes he's just been in there. He hasn't shown himself just yet. So once the Lord spawns up, he can just stay on the opposite side of the map and try to get that push down onto the Moskov. So it doesn't matter if Ignite Gaming gets that Lord, at least they get that Moskov, at least they get the tier 3 turrets because they can definitely deal with a Lord that is charging down.
I feel like you're just styling on me that I cannot pronounce Rapitude like how you do it, right? You know that meme where there's 2 dogs and then one of the dog is actually limping and the other dog imitates. Yeah, you're basically the other dog.
Yeah. The corgi.
Yeah.
It was the corgi, and then the other dog just down on all 4s and just crawling on the floor. I never knew they had that much empathy to be able to do that.
It is. Animals are amazing. Alright.
Speaking of animals, Ignite Gaming really looking like a same animal, different beast.
Huh? I don't know where you're going with this.
No, it's an homage to the monkey. It's an homage to the monkey.
Okay. The monkey hasn't shown himself as of yet. Soon is actually just roaming around the map. But like right now, it's just if you can only see one portion of the teams, like for example RSG Singapore, right? If you see from their POV, they only just saw Seiji up top.
They're just buying time.
Yeah.
Just buying time. Ignite Gaming knows how they want to play this. The slow push down to the top side, and once they reach critical mass, if they know that Moskov is around the vicinity, they are going to activate Sun to push down that lane. You have Chip on the buy front just to bring Sun into the fight as well.
Yep.
So RSG is just playing super passively and super defensively. As the longer this Lord fight goes, Ignite Gaming will have the advantage in terms of economy because Sun is just slowly farming up. He's just denying that wave from Moskov, and Moskov is just slowly leaking that farm. Bravest fire.
There you go, Rapid. Oh, bad positioning coming out from the side of the RSG, and they may actually get punished. Seiji goes in all the way to the backline, but he gets slain instead. And now the Lord just got slain by Zack, secured right there. But RSG Singapore is saying, no, that is supposed to be my Lord, and trying to punish against Ignite Gaming.
They can't reach
somehow
Ash.
they may have a bit more than they can do. Rapid trying to make a play right here. Will be able to bring Ash down. Immortality popped. The only survivor is Zack, and now Ignite Gaming loses most of their members. Well, actually, with one limping
Bobbing
right
is
there.
weaving.
The pin dude right there goes into choker. Zack,
Oh!
are you supposed to make that one? A Princess Rev right onto PTBL as well, but Utah can also join. That is not supposed to happen. A series of miss, unfortunately, Vince.
What a long extended team fight. All the death timers just filled up, and Ignite Gaming came back from the graveyard, came in through the portal, and just disrupted RSG's plan. As much as Ash was doing the Lord's work and just chunking down huge bits of damage, Ignite Gaming just came back. Zack is just too hard to take down. Ash is just too hard to reach. It's just a very disastrous game whenever team fights come in.
I think if you're a PTBL, you actually thought you actually got that back, but hold on a second. Lots of damage. Brilliance coming up from Murphy already.
All
trying to go to the
Sandstorm,
darkening
so
at the
big.
same time. The Bravest Warrior slice and dashes, but as Ignite Gaming takes down the mid lane turret already and puncture RSG Singapore's defenses on top.
The game plan needs to change, right? Seiji is kinda glass cannon-y at this point.
Yep.
So he's got the Great Dragon Spear. I think this is a good item to have, especially once you have a little bit more movement speed and critical damage and a little bit more power when it comes to jumping on your enemies.
Yep.
But he cannot be the first initiator. I don't think he has it in him to take down Moskov at this point, because Moskov just throws that spear to cut through
Spear of
your
Misery.
enemies. Yeah. And also, look at where Rapidut is. He's still on that top side of the map. And RSG doesn't know where he is. He's not showing himself. Ash is at a precarious spot because wherever he goes, he's not leaving his base. Wherever he goes, if he gets caught out, that's it. It's over. Ignite Gaming is going to overturn them. I think Murphy really needs to come through.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit of intimidation tactic from Ignite Gaming, but forcing Raging Sandstorm out. Hoki needs to be able to find a nice Raging Sandstorm out. RSGSG knows that they haven't seen Rapidut as of now, and Murphy just waiting for a right time for the coagulation to deal maximum power, maximum damage, but Portal comes in!
Portal comes in.
That's on Ash!
Ash immediately disappears as well. The members from the side of RSG tries to join, but right into the snapping jaws of Blaine. You know, when you see Rapidut alone, he's not alone. He can bring friends anytime.
The thing is, you cannot see him. He's just sitting nicely at a little tree house that he's built in the brush.
Yeah, and always RSG Singapore is a little bit slow when it comes to going into these ultimates. Well, hold on a second. That's going to be attraction powers. Burns away the flicker from Taurus. Right now, RSG Singapore is trying to lead the defense, but they're 2 members down.
You know that PTBL is coming up in 7 seconds, and Ash is also in the forefront. They're able to blitz this Lord down. I don't think the SOD is going to stop anyone, but he's trying to be making a beeline for that. SOD lands right
SOD
on top
does
of that
land.
Lord, but you don't want to risk it.
Definitely.
Ash goes down. I think it's all over for RSG. They're just going to give it up.
They have to give it up, right? Ash is not going to be super insane on that one. He's not clinically insane like Dr. Insanity. He's not going to take that one, but then RSG Singapore is literally giving everything over to Ignite Gaming. Literally giving the credit card, the social security number, everything over to Ignite Gaming.
That's a jump onto the real Seiji, though.
Okay, that's a violent recrim as well. Seiji goes down. That's 1 main damage from the side of Ignite Gaming gone. And that's a good pick off from the side of RSG. Concealed play just to get all that.
Beautiful play from Rapidut, just sitting on that top side. Now, RSG has to respond. It's whack-a-mole all over again. This is the MO for Ignite Gaming. Like, once you go into it for a fight, everyone comes in. Rapido comes out from the top side, pops himself as a mole, and it's an actual mole.
It's not a mole. It's like this mole can bring the whole family all the way to that hole, right? You're looking for a Diglett, you get the Duck Trio instead. And speaking about a bit of a digging right now, they're trying to dig for an engage right here. And now it's going to be RSG going over the back line, just pushing Blade all the way in the back. He picks up a mega kill. Torres gets snapped. Hoki goes in for the
Seiji's coming up.
At the same time, he picks up Blade. Ash picking up a shutdown. And now the defense coming up from RSG is there.
A little bit of a timing difference. Seiji came up just when the portal despawned, and Ignite Gaming just loses everyone else. So if RSG plays a little bit more defensively, Ignite Gaming will not be able to win out these team fights. Now, the gold lead has minimized up to 2,000 golds. Still in favor of Ignite Gaming, but that's an expensive throw over to Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, and this allows, you know, RSG to basically start breathing air just a little bit more, try to push a little bit more. There's a lot of standing gold all across the map. Mid lane for the side of Ignite Gaming gets taken down. And that's something of a good consolation prize out of all of that.
Malefic Roar already built up by Seiji. That's a full item build from this monkey. But it's so difficult to target onto Ashe. I think you really need Rapidu. And Rapidu now on the opposite side of the map. I think it's easy to read now that you know that the patterns. But as a player, it kind of makes it a little bit worse because there's no vision at all. There's no vision at all for RSG on where Rapidu is at all times. You can just sit there for as long as he can, wait for Ashe to come in, pop that portal, and just do it all over again.
Yeah, but I feel like RSG Singapore, if you're if you're RSG Singapore, if you notice how PT, BL, you've also got Murphy and also Torres just literally safeguarding Ashe whenever he goes.
You have to always pull back. I think Ashe is the key player right now. Once he goes down this time around, there's going to be the third Lord of the game that's spawning up in 20 seconds.
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
It's really a third Lord.
I want to take a look at Ashe's build, right? He's not supposed to, or is it just the
critical damage? Hey,
yeah,
maybe.
I think it's a graphic. It's a graphic. It's not because if you spread if you hit somebody in the back, it actually registers
as a critical.
Hit.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So you would know.
Of course, I'm gold lane.
Of course.
I play a lot too many gold lanes.
All right. This is Lord Dance, number 3.
Yeah, this is a very vital Lord for Ignite Gaming, right, in order to end the game. But if RSG and Singapore is able to sneak that away...
Oh, they know where Rapidude is. PTBL waiting for the charge and the jump.
Going hunting, but that's one concealed play burnt just like that. Rapidude shows himself right now.
SOD might be coming in soon. They might be able to reset that Lord. Yeah, it gets a reset. It's Ignite Gaming wants to be able to pull them out into Rapidude's hands.
Raging Sandstorm is definitely going to be vital for the side of RSG. He needs to hit, at the very least, Seiji or be it Blade. Blade, I think, is the main damage dealer from the side of Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming has been getting away with those scrapping fights just because of Blade's positioning on this game.
It's so difficult to see where everyone of Ignite Gaming is.
Hello.
Look at the backside. Rapidude waiting for the nice flank.
He's going to get circled, though.
He's sandwiched.
But he can call friends. He gets down low just a little bit more. PTBL, the SOD.
Oh!
But Zach wrenches that Lord right underneath RSG noses. That is so close for RSG to take the Lord away.
So close, but no cigar. Just giving a little bit more vision. I think they're playing on luck and playing on Ashe's skills. But then again,
luck. No, I don't think you rely on luck in this one.
They are a very defensive team. They do have a lot of AoEs. You have Murphy, who likes these kinds of like defensive positions. And once everyone coagulates together, that's Ruby DD to wipe everyone out. Because it is tough for Ignite Gaming in the uber late game. You don't really have a scaling marksman. The only one is maybe this Kimmy. I think Zach also has the Thunderbolt, so it's infinitely scaling as well. But it's not that much enough because they're preventing Ignite Gaming from building up those stacks.
Bottom lane gets cracked open
portal.
right here. It's also going to be Seiji jumping all the way into the midst. Right now, the portal goes landing down. The Raging Sandstorm to slow down the fight. Coming up on the side of Ignite Gaming. They're
going for the end.
Desperately trying to hold, but Ignite Gaming burns their core to the ground. They take game number 1.
Manipulative, adaptive, whatever verb that comes to your mind, that is Ignite Gaming in a nutshell. What a play, what a show of high intellect and high manipulation tactics, pushing and making Ashe play so passively that he had the upper hand in the early game where he had a free lane just to push. But at the late game, every single brush, even though it's not dangerous grass, it's just dangerous.
It's just all the grass is dangerous.
All the grass is dangerous.
Yeah, because you walk into, if you're squishy, you walk into Rapid Dude. Hey.
Rapid Dude.
I can't do
Yeah,
that.
you have to
Come
do
on.
that. Come on.
I can't. My tongue's too short.
Man, okay, this is a really interesting game as well
It
because
is.
it is the second time that a fighter gold laner actually wins in the matchup. So the first was the Lapu Lapu, which
Yeah.
outshines the 1-1 in the late game. There's no way the 1-1 can take Lapu down without, some friends or some help. And the second one is Seiji. Honestly, this monkey was pivotal in the mid game.
Yes.
Sun was super pivotal in the mid game.
Yes.
Has a lot of high burst damage, has a lot of re-engage potential, but in the super late game, where they had that base charge, it wasn't enough. Like even the Petrify, even the burst damage wasn't enough for the rest of the team to come back in to the fight, into the picture.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP for this particular one. It's going to go into Blade. I think the reason why Ignite Gaming was able to get away with this almost super scrappy fights, you can see even Hoki, as a Khalid, the Raging Sandstorm, wasn't able to touch him at all because of his positioning, his Purify, and his consistent damage all across the board.
Kudos to Blade. What a show of prowess. He knows that he needs that kind of confidence in him to just push in terms of damage, in terms of his crowd control abilities, and they are just playing the entirety of that map. This is the way that you counter a Moskov pick. But then again, I would say, personally, it is the experience that Rapidut and Yuta brings to the table that shares around, that has spread around Ignite Gaming. For RSG, for a lot of these players, this is their first time in a professional local tournament.
Yeah, technically speaking, Hoki is a sub. He finally grazed the main stage of MPL as a player, and yeah, you can see that he's actually trying super hard, right, to basically reach to Seiji, reach to Blade, but the positioning is impeccable. And of course, you talk about Seiji, literally, that is a disgusting build. If you land it on, if Seiji goes into multiple clones, land the first skill onto Ashe is just gonna.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotta go
saving
kaput.
grace, maybe the Wind of Nature and the immortality that he's built for himself, but he only has the Trinity as well as the Malefic Gun to give him a little bit more range to play with. Highest gold in this game, but it doesn't really matter. He's always playing defensively.
Yeah.
The SODs land just in the Lord Pit when the Lord Dance is happening, but you don't really see him in the midst of fights.
Yeah, and don't forget Seiji. The moniker that we gave him back in the Bleak days is literally the farmer, right? He's actually farms a lot to go, and Rabbit Dude also has. Wait, why is he so rich?
Oh, it's the Rome thing.
Why is the Roman making as much gold as the gold later?
Yeah,
And
because yeah.
But of course, because if you notice how Rapido has been playing this chip, right? It's a very different playstyle that you see Powerful does it. The
Yeah.
Rapido is always on the other side of the map, wave clearing as much as possible, and then after that, just throwing down the ultimates, and then bring the rest of the team together.
Not only that, right? Powerful is a very, I wouldn't say ADHD, but he's always moving around trying to source for information.
Yep.
But Rapidud is very patient. He's calm, he's collected, he finds a bush,
a
and he just
landmine.
waits there for the next 5 minutes. So
Yep.
you don't see him moving around, and that actually made a lot of value by finding Ashe and luring him into a death trap, bringing all his friends in.
Yeah, and the two different flavors of chip, right? One is a homing missile.
I would play more like Powerful because it's a typical roamer playstyle, like giving intel, reconnaissance, first in, last out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But for the Rapidud, it actually works for the entirety of Ignite Gaming.
Exactly. That's why if you notice during the mid and the late game phases of the game, it's starting to slow down just a little bit more. But you gotta have to admit it. RG feels like they have a sliver of chance to basically go into and basically may turn this game around, because there's a few cases where the Moscow is already picking up the necessary items and Seiji is actually losing a lot of priority.
I do agree with that. I think Seiji has that power spikes, or Sun has power spikes in the mid game once you get the 3 main damage items, or if you can rush the Malefic Roar, you deal a lot more damage with the Petrify, you stun them there, and then all your monkeys start attacking and just tearing you apart, right? On the other side of the table, honestly, I would have imagined that Seiji would be the one to lure
Yeah.
Ashe together with Rapidut because you have the portal anyways. So how they could have played it was have the Kimmy and the two other
Yeah.
tanks down the Lord Pit, and then Seiji trying to lure everyone down by pushing in the lanes. And once they get in position, draw Ashe over to try to deal with Seiji. Rapidut comes in with the portal and then brings the whole kampong over.
I don't know why, but it feels like what Ignite Gaming has did in this particular game. It feels like they get even scarier when it comes to dangerous grass. Right.
I would agree.
Right.
If this map was dangerous grass instead of open
It
walls,
would have been
broken walls,
super scary.
it would have been. It would have been because you don't know where Rapidut is.
Yeah.
It's just a silent killer.
Yeah, and the fact is, if you're looking at the side of RSG, they only got what, the Phobias to. No, did you open the map before? As
Dude,
the
I have
Phobias?
a cool moniker for Rapidut.
Okay.
It's called the Fat Assassin.
Huh?
It's the Fat Assassin. I'm just, we're just gonna
What,
coin it.
Sakamoto?
I think it's interesting. I
Shut
think
up.
it kind of works out, right? Because fat in meaning tank, meaning setups. So he's just waiting patiently.
I think.
And just staying in the ambush. You can see
I
it. You
think
can see
there
it
are
if you open your
better
eyes.
names for Rapidut, okay? Let's just.
I'm not
not
insinuating
name.
that he's.
How you fat shaming?
No, I'm not. But the way that he plays, I like it so much.
It is.
And
It
not
is
only
very
because I
patient.
like to pronounce his name, Rapidut. It's just so fun. It just rolls off the
Enough
tongue.
of in front of me.
Yeah,
Yes.
in front of you, yes.
Yes. Tomorrow, if you're casting, is Abstract going to be casting?
It's going to be abstract, and our fellow Filipino import, Sid/Deadeye.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I think can Abstract do it?
I think so. I think so.
I'm very sure.
Definitely.
I'm very sure
Deadeye.
Sid can do it.
Definitely.
I'm very sure Sid can do it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, did I?
Or Deadeye. Yes, that's the whole thing with like Regina and Chesty. Like once you have that moniker, and once you have
Yeah.
that name, you stick to it, and it's always and it Sid started with Sid before he
Yep.
moved over to Deadeye, and that's why we keep calling him Sid. So I think it's kind of funny. Okay, jokes aside, podcast aside, this is a brand new game number 2.
Yep.
What went wrong with RSG? Because they had everything in their arsenal. They played a pretty decent draft that could break down the entirety of the structure that IG has brought towards them.
I think after a period of time, RSG just lost the game plan, right? Like they lost and they were a bit. They're giving in a little bit too much over the side of Ignite Gaming. It's similar to what we saw from Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
Where they're finding themselves in a losing position, and then after that, they just start giving too much space, too much respect over to the enemy, and then Ignite, and then that's where Ignite Gaming starts to snowball, right? Also, another thing is, probably have to start hunkering down, right? Playing towards your strengths. There's a reason why Seiji is also still, I still remember him back in his Bleed days, is because he knows his power spikes, right? He will farm until he knows his power spikes, and then starts to join the team fights, and then starts to lead the charge. And I think also for the side of RSG is that maybe they're not used to a fighter gold lane, right?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't expect a Sun as well.
Yeah,
Right?
if it was me and I would choose any fighter being a gold lane, it would be a Paquito, and that is
Oh, yeah.
really scary to deal with as a gold
annoying
laner.
to deal
Yeah.
with.
You get 2 punches, 2 jabs, an
jabs,
uppercut.
meshes,
That's it.
shields.
That's it.
2
You're done.
jabs, meshes,
You're out cold for
shields.
the next 48 hours.
Yeah, it's like a Benedict gold lane that I remember one of the players brought before. Was it Benix? Or
I
Diablo?
can't
I think
remember.
it was
I think
Diablo.
in the gold lane?
Yeah, there's
Diablo
one
was
time
never in
Team
the gold.
Flash, Team Flash, when they were doing the random stuff.
I
last
got it.
time.
I got
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah,
got you.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got you. I got you. I remember that day. I remember that day clearly.
But then what?
It was
Fanny
the
mid lane?
Fanny mid lane. And then I think it was JPL playing in the mage position or something like that with the Sicilian, but it
Yeah,
still
yeah,
won.
yeah. Yeah, it's a throwback of his original role when he started off as a mid laner.
Ah.
Yeah.
But back then, a little bit throwback 10 years ago, I think the gold laner the mid laner wasn't necessarily a mage.
Yep.
It was just someone that can rotate fast and
Wave clear, go out.
wave clear, go out.
Yep. Wave
And
clear, go
typically, like in the first 30 seconds of the game, you try to hunker down the mid side, try to get a kill off, and then go to your jungle.
Yep.
Oh man, that's a long throwback to 10 seasons ago.
No.
So far, things has changed so much.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have to keep the game fresh, right? I mean, 5 years ago, remember it was what, Yushin Shins and the high Lancelot, your Hayabusa,
Your Granger jungle.
Ranger Jungle,
Granger
Roger
jungles.
Jungles. Starting to feel a little bit old right now, eh? Okay, here we go.
We are down a random map. We are not doing our roles, but hopefully we are getting Expanding River, and we are praying hard that we are going Expanding River.
Expanding
Please, no.
Ah!
This is the
Production
5th time
I am done
for Dangerous Grass.
These
I honestly am just praying for Expanding Rivers, and hopefully they get them tomorrow, but I really do want to cast a Expanding Rivers game. It's so fun because they just zip around the map.
Yes, there's a lot of movement around the map, but you know what, another Dangerous Grass this time around. But trust me, if you are RSGSG right now and you saw what Rapido can do on the chip,
that
and you're
is
going into
their
that
meta.
grass thing, Hoki needs to play well. Needs to be able to match that aggression coming out from our dear friend Rola.
Is it time? Is it time for a respect ban? Just ban the
You
chip.
ban the
Ban the
chip?
monkey man.
You banned the chip. I don't think you banned Seiji though. But remember, Seiji also brought the Freya into the gold lane.
Yes. I know he was famous for the Freya gold lane, and like all community teams just banned out the Freya just because of him.
No, there are also some pop stompers that's one trick Freyas.
Yes.
In the community, I can't remember. It seems like every time when I see the community when we sing for community and then we see like ban Freya, and we're like,
Yeah. We haven't seen it as much in, professional tournaments like this, but here's my guess, right? They never banned out the Sunshin and the Lances, but in Dangerous Grass, I think they might bring out something interesting, and I hope they do.
Eudora.
The Amon, the Eudoras come out, even the Kaguras might be interesting. A little bit of like troubleshooting. There's some technical issues right here. Hopefully they sort things out fast. So, okay, Jace, this is the 5th Dangerous Grass that we have today. What are the heroes that you actually do want to see come out to play?
Nah, Selena is boring.
But actually, it kind of works. Yeah, it works with Dangerous
you
Grass.
Need the traps, right?
Novaria also works.
No. You know what? Rather than heroes, what about pairing of heroes?
Pairing of heroes.
Popo and Selena.
Oh, Popo jungle. That's a viable option too. He jungles super fast with the little doggy that he has.
Yeah, and then you just literally have like double mines all across the map. And then you have Eudoras in there.
Ooh.
I am up to no good. I am totally up to no good.
Mischief managed.
Yeah, man.
Mischief managed.
I am a mischievous boy.
Oh man.
What
do you think the players are thinking? Like, hey, you brought out a monkey. It kind of works. Let's try something different. Let's try something new. In the jungle, let's go Allus. You just take your time.
Allus, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen it a lot. I think since its inception in the past 10 seasons, no one ever uses Allus.
I mean, on paper it looks solid, but it's so squishy. That's why you don't really see the Owlers.
Oh, dude, Nathan actually is a very solid gold laner. That always is forgotten. Not Nathan Jungle, it's the gold lane.
Gonna cut short that troubleshooting, ladies and gents. We're gonna hop into game number 2. Ignite Gaming going in first pick takes away the Yushin. Here the Juicin taken away by the side of RNG.
Here's the thing that I don't really like. Dangerous Grass teams just, I'm just going to take out Juicin because there's a lot of grass, and then Lantern opens up that map. I think open up that Juicin, force that pick over because there's so many other teams that are able to open that up. So, IG banning out their own chip in Dangerous Grass.
I like it. It keeps the competition a little bit fresh, right?
Angela is still open. It might be banned out by RSG.
Yeah. Could be. There's also the potential Baxia ban as well, which you can potentially spell some trouble. You see RSG goes back to ban the Juicin, the Angela. Oh, it was Ignite Gaming ban in the previous game earlier just now. So
it was typically the Kalia also in Dangerous Grass. I think that is
it's mostly a red side ban.
One, yeah.
Jawhead.
Nah, Jawhead, no. Oh, yes! Oh, no. Yes!
Yes or no? Make up your mind!
I think it'll be fun to see. I think in the early game kind of works. It just falls off so hard in late
now
game.
Every single bush can be... Now, imagine Jawhead, Eudora,
Saber, Hellcurt, Natalia. So all of these bushwhacky heroes, you don't have to farm.
Yeah.
The entire map is empty all the time. You just don't need to cross the jungle.
Yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. So right now, the Baxia ban already. You've also got your 1-1 that's still also open. If 1-1 CG sounds like a very delicious thing.
Do you wanna Do you want to risk that if you're
Are you
IG?
looking down on the
I don't know.
1-1?
It's just statistically, 1-1's played 2 games today. It's 0% win rate on both of these two
See
teams
value
too.
in me?
See value.
So, 1-1's open,
You
Lancelot's
should.
open as well. You've got Arlot if you want something a little bit more,
I-
traditional.
I don't
priority
think-
priority pick.
Okay, 1-1 opening, it's kind of like a bad idea, to be honest. I
Yes.
feel like a 1-1 red side would makes more sense.
Flying
Ah,
Swallows here to
they
take
are
on
first pick
Marshall
being
City.
1-1.
All right. Well, the reason why I say 1-1 red side pick is a lot better, because if IG drafts a Phobius right there, and RG takes a 1-1 Lancelot, you've got the Phobius to basically continue to do things, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a technical pause right now, but
Alright.
I am never fond of the 1-1 first pick. There's so many other heroes that can counter that 1-1. Honestly, I do want to see Obsidia. You haven't seen it today?
Not yet. It's
Not
banned.
yet. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's not 2 weeks.
Not
it's
yet.
only 2
I think it should be unlocked like next
next week.
I think.
I pray.
Yeah.
I
so
pray. Yes.
I want to see
yes.
how the.
It hasn't
pro
been
players
2 weeks
react.
yet for Obsidia. I thought the season has been like ongoing for three weeks now. I thought he has been.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I guess. Mayhaps. I never knew it was banned out, but okay, so it's banned out. But 1-1 getting picked up might be countered by Earthels.
Yep. There's
It's
also.
typically that is the main pick, or you can go for fighter jungler again.
Well, you can definitely go for that. I think 1-1 actually also enjoys those front to back. Not say front to back, like especially when fighters like to dive towards you. This is where if you play your cards right, you land an auto attack, send out a first skill, second skill to purify just in case you get tagged by a CC. Then you could just hop onto it. But the problem is sometimes there's a lot of decision making as a 1-1 player, whether to jump or not to jump, right? I've seen 1-1 players where they just see the weakness minded, they just jump. Even though it's
Right.
on, like, for example, Uranus, right? Or,
Yes.
or for example, the Uranus like full health HP, you don't just jump. Unless your HP bar is super low, then you jump to buy some time for your team to basically join the team fight. So there's a lot of decision making to be done as a 1-1 player.
But the
So-
reason I don't like it now is because it's single target. It's still single target. As much as you want it to shred everyone else, it works better in a pick-off composition. If you have the sort of Franco in your arsenal, maybe that could work. You suppress someone with a Bloody Hunt, and then 1-1 pops in all the weakness points, and then wait for the rest of the enemies to show up. Throw your crossbow Tang, and then just try to fly all the way through and destroy one after the other.
Well, gotta go make sure that make sure the game is fair. Make sure that everything is all ready to go in terms of the fairness of the game, right? Making sure all the troubleshoot is done. Seems like we're done. We're gonna go back into the draft.
I am not the only one. It is my
There's gonna be the Phobius getting picked up just to counter 1-1. Lancelot
go.
getting picked up. This is the first debut in MPL SG Season 10 so far. We've been hinting a lot about the Lancelot, the passive actually. Makes it so much easier for him to get his stacks, get his farm, and maximize his attack. And he only needs maybe 2 items to come online. He has a lot of iframes as well to deal with. On the other side of the table, IG picks up the Kalea for themselves. I think Dangerous Grass, Kalea is actually a very good hero to pick. You could just pretty much jump in and try to pull anyone out of the way. So if anyone is there, that the Tsunami Slam actually brings them over the walls and try to stops you in your tracks.
You know what counters the Kalia easily?
Typically, the
Your team
Katsukacha was
is
picked up.
Mathilda. The Kalia could
The
see
pull
them-
back, yeah.
The Tsunami Slam go in, and that's the whole point of a Kalia, right? So what you do, you just counter with a Mathilda dash, and then all of a sudden you pull the person back, and then you're trading a ultimate for a second skill.
Right. Yeah. I don't think it's kind of anti-synergy with the Lancelot though. Once you go for the assassin jungler,
Yep.
the Matilda kind of doesn't work unless
You're pulling the Phobius back, because sometimes Phobius gets overheated.
high committal hero.
High committal hero. Once you go in, he cannot come out. That's where the Matilda could potentially jump in and save the day.
True. Unless you want to go
I shall
for
forge my
even
own
the
justice.
Florin might be a pretty interesting option there. Just to put a lot of farm, a lot of pressure onto the Lancelot. But the Farsa getting picked up over here. I love the Farsa. Has been hinting about it all day as well. Has been having such a good game. If you put out the stats, was it 100% win rate for the Farsa too?
Let me double check. I'll give you an answer in just a moment.
Yeah, I really think that is...
50%.
Is it actually 50%?
Yep, 50%.
Ain't no way. What? How many times picked up and how many times
I'll
lost
have
today?
the smell of
Just
good
for today.
butter in the morning.
Pick ban 4 times. Picks
Ban
4
0.
times, no bans. 1 win, and like, yeah, it's very low right now. But like what I mentioned, it's a
Yeah, high rotational speed just to match up the early game rotations. The Franco is being banned out by Coach Mellon from IG. Wait, actually, it's not Coach Mellon. It's Coach LY4 from IG. So I think the graphic needs to be swapped over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. LY4, oh, huge warm return to RSG.
No, because I think the reason why is that both of these two jerseys look the same, right? Both red.
It's red on red.
There's
Yes.
always, I don't know why Singaporean teams love to pick red, but it's okay. Red is also one of my
Nah,
favorite color.
red on black is very good
Oh
contrast.
yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I
You know what's
love
red on black too? I hope the Alice actually gets picked up
Oh yeah, me too.
in the EXP side. I
Your
think
team
yes,
is
the
picking.
Irithel gets banned out. So RSG has no choice but to force themselves something a little bit more uncomfortable and unconventional in the gold lane.
Okay, Grandeur is still viable for the side of RSG.
Difficult to deal with the 1-1 though.
I think it's fine. You look towards early
Late game and big
early game
macro
bully.
plays. Yes.
Early game bully, don't start the fight at level 1, you start the fight at level 2 when you can start to have your dash. Then after that, start sniping people down from afar and then scale, right? Now you got like really hard hitters from the side of RSG, right? The Phantom Execution for the Lancelot does a lot of damage. You've also
the
got
Grok.
the Farsa for the airstrike as well, and you mentioned the Grok.
I love the Grok. I mean, I love the Grok ever since Lawsy actually played it. So I have like the expectation of what the Grok can do with the walls and just blocking the paths.
yeah.
It would be difficult for the 1-1 to get away.
I would-
And it's 1-1 is still so squishy. So I have that going for me. The Farsa and the Grok is definitely a very viable counter. You clear the lane fast and you rotate super fast as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, Grok, Farsa, and also the Phobias
usually the
is gonna
unseen
make
world that tells
it's
you
gonna
the
make
best
1-1
stories.
strong.
That's what I'm
Let's
telling
go.
you. It looks good here because of the off. Okay.
Oh, and there's the
okay.
Bane goal lane. Oh, I love this. I love
think
this matchup
Bane
right now.
Magic Gold Lane.
I'm excited.
It's Bane Magic Gold Lane.
Yeah.
It should be, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
The deadly catch has so much more damage. The spit,
yeah,
the play just gets 1-1 down to, I think might be even a one shot at the late game point.
Like, to be honest, right now, but hold on a second, seems like we're not actually switching around the players just a little bit. But this is a very scary game for 1-1, right? Like, you've got a rock that's charging at you. You've got Phobias going down at you. There's also an AoE. There's also, to a certain extent, your Lancelot, right, goes into the Thorn Rose. And then all of a sudden... Wait, hold on a second. I hope this is a visual bug. Hoki goes on Bane with a Retribution.
Is that okay? So Bane jungle, it still kind of makes sense, but it's a bit slower on the. No, wait, maybe visual bug.
Yeah,
definitely
it could be a
visual bug.
visual bug.
Just got the Lancelot already in your arsenal.
All right, so let's talk about the matchup right now, right? Bane, assuming the Bane is going to go into the gold lane under the hands of Ashe, the zone denial actually is going to make the 1-1 a very, very hard time. It's very hard for you to reposition, very hard for you to jump. And then after that, you've also got so many things to look out for. The Grok, Tectonic Charge, you also got a Feather Airstrike. Usually these are massive counters against the 1-1. That's why I'm not a very big fan. I'm a huge fan of 1-1 pick, but I'm not a very big fan of a 1-1 first pick,
Yes,
unfortunately.
me too. I always say
so
like
easy to get counted.
it's so easy to counter pick the 1-1. I mean, you got Irithels on the table. If you are leaking the 1-1 out in the first pick, I feel like you shouldn't go for an assassin jungler anymore. So the Guinevere gets picked up, so you have a little bit more crowd control and sustainability into team fights and skirmishes.
Yep.
But also you need tanky front lines.
Yep.
I think the Guinevere alone isn't enough.
The
Like if
Alice?
you want to go for tanks, go pure tank.
What about the Alice?
I think the Alice is kind of good, but it always misses out Lancelot for some reason. And good Lancelot players know how to use their iframes and know how to use the Thorn Rose properly to dodge the ultimate strikes that Alice actually brings into the table.
It's definitely going to be a skill matchup coming up from the
Yeah.
side of RSG. The pilot of Lancelot must be impeccable, right? And like what we mentioned, we did say that there's a lot of tools to counter against a 1-1, but maybe with tunnel vision a little bit too much on the 1-1. Let's take a look at the other players, other heroes from the side of Ignite Gaming, right? You've got Kalia, you've got Kimi, you've got Guinevere and Alice. Now the Kalia, Guinevere, Alice 1-more combo is actually really scary. You've got your AoE CCs coming off of Guinevere.
Traction Pulse into the Alice.
Oh.
What's the ultimate called again? I know that's the Crimson Blood or something like that. Yep. Into the Tsunami Slam. Tsunami Slam is single target. Honestly, though, if it was a Minotaur or a Tigreal or something that's more AoE like, I feel like it might have been better, but it's used more for checking the brushes because of dangerous grass.
But remember when Kalia was when we're playing the Kalia alongside with Camilla, right? I've seen the Real Woman, the Yeve and the Kalia, you Tsunami Slam somebody try to get out, but you send the Kalia to go in, Tsunami Slam the person right back into the real world manipulation. Same application can apply as well for this particular roster, right? A Kalia can slam somebody that's that was able to escape from Alice's ultimate, slam somebody back in, and as a 1-1 player, if you have somebody to basically help you single out one person, like a Franco, like a Kalia, like a Jawhead, it makes it so much easy for you to proc the weakness finder, and then after that, just take to the skies.
It's true. It's true. It's still single target though. I'm not a big fan of single target marksman at this point in time. I think the Granger still kind of works. The Harith has a little bit of AoE because whenever it comes to AoE clashes, that's where you really need some extra firepower, extra oomph.
Okay.
Beatrix, you can never go wrong with that. You can never go wrong with maybe even a... I think the Bane, yeah, you can never go wrong with the Bane at this point. It's still testing out in the meta and see whether it fits, but I think in AoE kind of situations when you want to make a big skirmish and big team fights, that's where the setups and that's where the follow-up damage actually comes through.
Yep. As a Bane right here in the role of RSGSG, the Bane is going to be pivotal, right? Your Deadly Catch must basically zone out the rest of the members, especially when Guinevere goes in. You need to basically push the Kimi away, push the 1-1 away, and then you deal with the Kalia and the Guinevere and perhaps the Alice one by one. Now, good Alice players, once the passive was procced, what Alice likes to do is that basically they like to fight people together when they're clumped up, right? So I think that's something that for the side of Ignite Gaming, they can potentially use that, especially from the side of Utah. But I'm really excited to see how they're going to play this one. Especially, we're very excited to see the debut of Gold Lane Bane for the side of RSG.
Yeah, taking a page out of Kalra's book, right? The way that Bane likes to operate around is through skirmishes and just really front-to-back clashes. You play well against objective takes. You throw the deadly catches before the Lord takes. But hey, it's all down to execution. There's a little bit of a technical issue, so we are going to be taking a short little break. So when we come back, and hopefully we come back soon, it's going to be game number 2 between IG versus RSGSG. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the...
And we are at match point for Ignite Gaming versus RSGSG. A lot of things that RSGSG needs to prove for themselves, and not only just to themselves, but also to the rest of the world as well, right? Like, because look, RSGSG in a slum right here, but I love what they picked so far, and I heard there was a bit of a redraft happening. So once we get into game, I think we'll be able to give you a better picture of how it's going on.
Well, hopefully it will be the Bane that we see again. There were some talks just now that Bane was a little bit of not what they were expecting to pick, and it kind of works. It works exactly well.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like the game itself is like, here's a good pick.
Yes, it's a very, very good pick. This is what we're going to draft for you. And yeah, just to take us to game 3 and make us suffer. No, I'm just kidding. But to be honest, though, I really like how RSG's draft all around is. The 1-1 first pick prio, and we talked about this a lot. Especially, during the long break that we had, I was just adamant about how 1-1 is a good pick, but not as a first phase.
Yeah.
Once you have the first phase, the second pick, the second team or the red team will draft against you and make your life a living hell.
Yep, I've just looking at what RSGSG has drafted so far. The Farsa is already going to make my 1-1 a living hell. Phobias as well.
The Grok as well.
The
You're
Grok,
thick,
the Bane,
thick, beefy boys.
And with how Lancelot do your second skill and
your
especially
iframes,
when your iframes go into iframes,
the crossbow tank doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was forced to switch targets, and if nobody's around and I'm trying to take down the Lancelot, I just stop and I just hold to the ground.
Yeah.
Right. So it's gonna be a bit. That's why I'm saying that this is a very solid draft from the side of RSGSG. But I also want to emphasize from the side of Ignite Gaming, if you minus the 1-1 out, you replace that marksman slot with anything at all, you can also come out with a very strong, solid matchup.
Correct. I only think that the only Achilles heel in this particular draft from IG, and let's remind our players right here, it's 1-1.
Kalia, Kimi, Guinevere, and Alice.
Guinevere, Alice, actually, the combo there for the rest of the 4 members are actually really, really solid.
Yep.
Guinevere can go in first, or the Alice goes in first. Alice goes in, stuns everyone. Guinevere jumps in with the Spatial Migration Requiem combination, and then you follow up with the Traction Pulse, or even the Traction Pulse can follow up. There's so much layers that you can play into. Or you come in with a Kalea. There's so many options right here, Jace.
It's CC Fest.
It's a CC Fest.
It is
without
a CC
CC
festival.
Yo-yo.
Nice try there.
Okay.
Yeah, nice
but anyways, I just think that the potential downfall is just the 1-1.
I think, okay, if you look at the other side, if you really totally want to ignore the 1-1, technically speaking, your 4 other
not
members
enough damage though. It's all DOT.
Kimi
damage
does
over
have
time.
a lot. Kimi does have a lot of damage.
But it's damage over time. If you
true.
make full use of your early game, it really works. And don't forget, this is dangerous grass that we're talking about.
Oh yeah.
If you're dangerous grass, Kimi uses her skills just to track the brushes. You have to deal with the Farsa. You got to deal with the Grok. And we've seen Lousie's Grok, and that's where my expectation just skyrockets out of control, right? The way that Lousie plays that Grok, it's just so calm and collected. It's just so. I don't know whether it's calculated and intentional, but everything just falls into place because they're facing up against Absolute Zero in the previous game.
Yeah, like the fact how he really plays it, it's really beautiful. I totally agree with you, right? Like, it's the way that he does play the Grok last time, right?
Yeah.
And every time when you see a wall, it's always in the best position possible that a Grok could ever wish for.
Yes. Yeah, just blocking off the pass, blocking off the entrance. And to be honest, if I am at a 1-1 and I'm blocked by a wall, it is much harder for me to jump over that wall.
Yep. And provided I got enough attack speed.
Yes. You need enough attack speed. You need enough sort of like you need to point your character in that certain direction, because if you jump back, the dash distance is slightly lower. So it's all down to execution. It's all down to like these micro mechanics that you play around these heroes. But that being said, though, execution-wise, the first debut of Lancelot in MPL SG Season 10. Lancelot has been so hyped about in your typical ranked games, in
other
in
MPLs
other
as well, right?
MPLs.
It's always a Lancelot and a Yi Shin pick.
There is very different builds of how you want to go around with Lancelot.
Okay.
Lancelot can build with the War X Brute Force breastplate build, which is a little bit more tanky and you sustain a little bit more damage. And you can go full assassin. That means the Hunter Strike, the Endless Battle, even the Sky Piercer if you want to play a little bit of a Queen's Gambit with that. And I personally, I prefer that build a little bit more than the tank Lancelot. But we see quite a bit of different flavors. And speaking of flavors, IT is our sponsor. Can you believe
definitely. You know what? Don't care what the dentists say. You deserve a bubble tea as well, even at this hour.
Hey, treat yourself. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself good, and you'll feel good.
Yeah, I really do want to have IT now.
Yeah.
Looking at the mascot, looking at the is that an otter? Is that an otter sitting in the ASM, the Art Science Museum?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is cute. It is cute. And of course, you get some discounts as well. So what you want to do is redeem the code right now. Head on, download the app, go to the account setting, put in the redemption code, and also they do have the customized MPL cups that if you notice some of the if you go around, follow the scene just a little bit, some of us are already using that cup. Kimi, I'm looking at you. Can you please send me some?
Also, stand a chance to win a trip to Jakarta.
Yeah.
Huge discounts available, up to £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
I really don't understand where you're getting all this information. It's not on the
No,
script.
I'm not. It's not in the script. But anyways, huge shout out to IT for being our presenting partner for MPL SG Season 10. Huge shout out to them. Hopefully to give us some free bubble tea during the cast. As of course a showcase, not just because we want to drink it.
Yeah, we want to drink it.
We do want to drink it
stream.
anyways.
I love drinking.
You are too big.
Stop it! Stop it!
We're shaming. We're shaming.
You've been fat shaming in the past, in the previous.
Hey, think
game.
about it. Think about it. Fat assassin. That is super cool.
You guys, I know you guys may not be able to see my eyes. I literally rolled my eyes right there. But apart from that, also huge shout out to our official gaming chair partner as well, the DX Racer. This is also one of the first few gaming chairs in the world, and this time around this electric Martian Pro series featuring cutting edge innovations such as seat. Hear this out. Seat ventilation or heating is perfect for the in the hot Singapore weather, or be it when you're in the air conditioning and you're super cold.
Actually, I do want the seat ventilation. Not heated, but like cooled.
Cool.
Because every time I sit in a gaming chair, because the base is so big.
Yeah.
So your thighs are gonna be on the base, and it just sweats. Like it's just a guy. I feel like it's a guy thing. It's just full of like, get off the seat.
Remind me not to change seat for today.
Did you see my seat?
No, I
it's
don't
just
want
filled.
to.
It was supposed to be filled, but thanks to DX Racers, seat ventilation technology, and very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this. I know I'm reaching a little bit, but it has like if you just imagine like car seat. You take out that car seat, you put wheels underneath, and then you still have the the clicks. Last time you had that rolling window. No, actually not the rolling window thing. Yeah, okay. You had the seat thing where you push. If you ever sit on a Mercedes before, literally
I
is
sat
that
on your Mercedes.
you have that lever. If you push it down, it's literally like a motor that brings your seat down, but slowly.
Yeah.
But slowly. So you don't have that like that yankable.
The mechanical
yanker
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mechanical one. But I think apart from that, you also want to join our Champion Signature Chair giveaway. So you want find out more on DX Racer's Instagram.
Ooh. I'm gonna follow it now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow it now, right now.
Yeah. You want this chair already?
Are
as well?
there other people that want to thank?
Of course, our partner in Esports, of course, Future Living, and also Singapore Esports Association. Thank you so much. We're still fixing and making sure the game's fair. Hopefully, we'll be hopping into the game very, very soon. We've also talked about already to the death, literally, about the map that we've been seeing today. We also talked about the patches. We also talked about this current matchup already. I see he's already followed the Instagram.
So you should too.
Yep, definitely. But okay, now we already talked to them regarding the current matchup as well. But in terms of, we've technically seen the performance of all 6 seeded teams today. Who has exceeds expectation? Who is below expectation? I'm just gonna start with you first. Who exceeds expectations?
Are we blindly ranking these teams right now? No, okay. I think we should try that later. We should try that later. But I would say Kingdom Esports top of the charts for me.
Top of the charts.
Personally, top of the charts. Kingdom Esports has been hyped up by a lot of pro players who are in the scene and out of the scene already, and they're saying like, oh man, once Lawsy is in it, FMM with Yon combination is gonna be because they've been playing together for a very long while. They've been in community tournaments in Singapore, all over the island, and they've showed absolute mechanical prowess.
Yep. And game understanding as well.
And game understanding.
Even you start to realize how big brain FMM is. I've been hyping this.
The thing is, the only thing is they faced up against Absolute Zero. And I was talking to Chesty right after the match, and they're like, "Oh, what went wrong?" And then they said like, "Oh man, for some of these players, it's still their first time, a little bit of the jitters right there." But unfortunately, though, after all I've watched today, I have to put them at the bottom of the list right now. So I have a certain expectation for Absolute Zero just because of how dominant they were in Season 9, but it's a different team. The only mainstay maybe is Vendetta, who's coming in. But for the rest of Absolute Zero, it's new teams, they have new sponsors, they have new carriers for their brand, and it's just for some of these first-time competitions.
Yeah.
The jitters really start to show. Like,
Definitely,
Big Cutie was just, down in the dumps. It was like, I'm not performing well. Hey, it's okay. It's still day number 1. We still have a lot of things to improve on and move forward in the next 4 weeks.
Yep, we've seen teams literally, struggle a little bit in day number 1.
Yep.
Remember back then when Team Evil, day 1?
They're always.
They slump all the time, but this time around, I'm very glad. Okay, if you want to talk about exceeding expectations, I think Team Evil did that. Because, Team Evil has always been really inconsistent when it comes to their performance as well. And then after that, after getting that match 1 from Team Flash, they basically 3 points over from Team Flash as well. I think they're definitely going to escalate in terms of momentum. They're going to go back, they're going to grind even harder than usual.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what Team Evil has in store for this season. I think the other way around, underperforming in my opinion, I am still looking at perhaps, I don't know, maybe I want to be harsh about it. Yeah, I think I should be harsh about it. I'm thinking Team Flash because, to be honest, I know this is basically looking at the first match, right?
Yeah.
And I've also stated before, losing the roam, losing the EXP lanes are literally losing the initiators. If you notice, even down to Hades, he's not really playing any form of assassins at all because he also realized that I personally feel, I'm not putting words into his mouth, but I personally feel he's really like, I need to be the one initiating. And when the jungler has that pressure to do so, you start to see like the whole team dynamics just kind of went off just a little bit. I feel like that's definitely what you mentioned. You said about RSGSG has big shoes to fill. I'm also saying that Team Flash also have big shoes to fill.
They fill their shoes of their former selves. I think especially so for Hades and Kritizi, they've been here for almost 2 years now, 4 seasons in a row, and they've won every single season since then. And I think they have grown as a team, but also having to adapt to new players, new friends that are coming on board really starts to mess with your mind a little bit because you are so used to the playstyle that you did with like maybe Diablo or maybe JPL, and then you have someone new like Jay. Even though Jay was in the team, and I said this in the first game that they did so dominantly in, that was Jay never left. It was still Bear who was it was the first game excellent, second, third game very, very underperformed.
Yeah, so that's why it's I think one of the biggest things that I said that if Bear is like Gear, right? When I first saw Bear's performance in one of the seasons back in Asterisk, he reminds me of the young Gear and the Gear now, right? It's a very coin flippy thing, and I feel like once you basically nail down that consistency, I think Bear and both Gear, mind you, can really truly shine because you saw Bear is literally like just slapping Gil over and over again, and it feels like, if you want to look at a storyline perspective, it feels like the first match you're seeing Gear and Bear literally fighting each other like a mirror,
toe to toe, head to head.
It's a mirror matchup.
I think the names really sound very similar. How do you pronounce EAR?
ear. I literally
See, I
went
got
ear.
you for first word already. But that being said, I do want to give a
told
huge
you.
shout out to Powerful. Huge shout out to Powerful. I mean, we saw this after game number 1. He just sat down with his team. He wasn't angry. He wasn't like, losing his cool, losing his temper. I remember, seeing a young, Powerful back in
yes.
season 3, season 4. Right after losing a game, he was just like throwing the red notebook around, was just not talking to anyone, just super antisocial. But right now, being the leader in charge of the team, and he wants to take this team far. He has that dream of going to the international stage. He has done so in separate parallel tournaments like SPS and local regional tournaments. But this M7 is going to be big for Powerful, especially.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, right? Not a lot of teams have really tasted that M series feel, be it M series or even your MSCs,
your
right?
MSC, and
Because-
right now EWC.
Yeah, because if
MSC.
the production was able to pull out that graphic that we showed earlier just now, right, where we literally showcased the champions of MPL Singapore. We are celebrating our 10 seasons already. It was
That's right.
two season EVOS. Then you got your
3 season
RSG,
and then
you
4.
got 4 Team Flash. And
there's a trend. There's a trend. I'm gonna stop you
2,
right there.
3,
There's a trend.
4.
Whoever wins, 2, 3, 4. Whoever wins the next one, 5 all the way. Might not be Flash. Yeah. And the 5P. And after it stops at 5P, you go to 6P. If we ever get this far.
Yeah,
Because
but
it takes a lot of time for MPL SG to grow the way it is right now.
I mean,
too.
it takes any scene time to grow, right?
Yes, sir.
Like right now, if you look at MPL MY, the growth of MPL MY, you also look at the growth of MPL ID. I mean, Rome is not built in a day, right? Well, Singapore is definitely not built in a day, right? It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of passion.
It's not a house of cards.
Not a
It
house
is
of cards.
your life and mine.
Hey, a house of cards take a lot of time to basically build, right? There's a lot of patience going in. So, I mean, there's also a huge PSA out there to all of our fans as well, especially when I speak from my heart, right? Like, we just have to hold on just a little bit longer. Hopefully things changes for us, please just show us support no matter what we do, what we've been for, man. It's been 10 seasons already in a row.
10 seasons.
Yeah.
You've been there since season
1.
1.
With Abstract.
All the way through.
All the way.
So when you started season 1, I came in season 4. I was watching ever since season 2. Just because, when EVOs actually came in to M3, that's where I really started like, hey, this professional scene in MLBB is really interesting, so I just want to see what's happening else more. And of course, I think we're going to be pulling up something very interesting. We have a pause meta over here. So,
Sorry,
welcome to Singapore. Welcome to Singapore, Majula, Singapore. Because of this, remember to go get your redeem code.
Production, you literally threw me off guard. I wasn't expecting this. Here's your pause meta.
Here's a pause meta redeem code for all of y'all.
Yeah, it feels like an apology letter right now. Yeah, man. Of course, it's a very complex situation from what we heard on the ground, and hopefully, the league marshal is working literally the minds off to really try to suss it out, make sure it's a fair tournament. And don't forget, literally season 10, it's fueled by passion. It's our 10th season in a row. I know there's a lot of people that has been talking about MPL Singapore. Of course, we're not deaf. We are part of the community, and also we are trying our best. Right, I speak from all behalf of be it talents. I think the production, be it from various different places of production as well. I mean, it's always easy to tear something down, but it's not easy to build something back up.
Yeah. Once you lose that trust, it's all over. But it's not really losing trust. We're still going on strong. But, thank you for all your support. I mean, bottom line is, without you guys, this league will not be what it is today.
Yep. I mean, like what I mentioned earlier just now, definitely legends are not built overnight as well, right? We talked about how the rise of Diablo, by the way, he wasn't very famous when he started in season 1, right? He was
it's a global sensation.
He was literally getting slapped left, right, center when he was back in RSG. He went on hiatus for a bit of time. I think for season 3, that's when Baby Cakes joined in the fray. Back then, there was a double final matchup. And then I think after season 4, season 5, when he hit when you go to MSC, start pulling out like the likes of the Badang, the likes of the
Just
the
play
likes of the
him.
Khalid.
Just be him.
Yep.
And this is a huge, like,
And that takes seasons to build, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
A huge advice to everyone else as well. Learn from Diablo. Just be yourself and just play what you're comfortable with. And that is how you create that signature hero or that signature kind of you in the world. It's not only Mobile Legends, but in the world. I don't know where I'm going with this, man.
I feel like we're doing our first episode of the podcast again.
I don't know. I don't want to say this.
really
I don't want to
don't wanna
say
bring
this.
it back.
I don't want to say this.
Yeah.
But yes.
We're waiting for the game. Hopefully, the production will be able to.
Mhm.
We'll give you the latest update as long as we hear the small little bird in
Yeah.
our ear. Oops, sorry.
Want to be as transparent as possible. There's just a little bit of a mishap in the draft picks. There's an auto pick onto the last pick for RSG. So they're sorting things out because I think there is a double retribution that we saw in the graphic that wasn't really a mistake that we thought it was a graphic
Yeah,
mistake.
it was like what I mentioned. I remember when the graphic first showed up. Of course, we're more than happy to.
Yeah.
We're more than happy to bring you guys the game, right? I
Yeah.
really want to go to the next game because we're excited about this matchup, right? Because
Yes.
it's a Bane gold lane. It's its debut. We've seen it being debuted in Malaysia, and then after that goes to the Philippines, and I think Indonesian starts to picking up as well. You want to see a flavor of it in Singapore, and we're more than happy to stop talking and want to go straight into the game to show you guys. But we have to make sure that the situation being investigated properly. We saw a retribution instead for Bane, and that's gonna cost the Bane a lot because retribution means that you're not actually earning a lot of gold in the lane. So you want to make sure that that's not intentional, right?
That's right. That's right. I think the Bane pick was good. I mean, we talked about this so long. Bane pick was good. If it wasn't the retribution, I feel like it's RSG's game, and then we're going to game number 3.
Yes.
It's going to be a very, very long day still. But right now, since we're going to have to be going on a redraft, I don't know what was being spoken in the mic check, but hopefully all of these teams are sorting things out. Interesting thing, what we're on the topic of Bane, it was Vanix who actually brought the Bane gold lane in the international scene. I can't remember if it's SPS or one of the M series or an MSC 2024 that he brought up the Bane gold lane. It was Magic Bane, and I think he used it to great success as well. Yeah.
Magic Bane has always been a very interesting build,
Concept.
right?
It's
Like,
still, we've seen a lot of TikToks.
it was fun.
I've seen a lot of
fun little
TikToks on
build.
this.
It's a fun little build.
One shots. I don't know whether the one shots were scripted or not, but like it kind of looks very scary when you face up against Magic Bane.
Yeah, like remember you could just like flicker into somebody, charge out your second skill, spin on somebody, and then after that, boom, baby shark.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of
Immediately
Bane, bring you back a couple seasons ago. Remember the Bane Faramis and
yeah.
combo?
When you say the remember the
That was
yeah.
Execration down in
Yes.
MPL Philippines. So
Yes.
I don't know. We're just reminiscing right now because 10 years anniversary. I mean, it's
10 seasons,
10 season and
for
10
us.
season anniversary.
Seasonary.
Seasonary. I have no idea. But yes. Man, I remember Execration bring like
I remember when I
interesting
started-
stuff. Kara was still in Execration back then as well, and
wow.
they brought this
Long-
kind of meta. And then they also
long
played it in
time.
like the community tournaments here in Singapore as well. So there's a lot of influence from the overseas regions coming into Singapore. I remember the Diggies were coming in flavor in one time, and it was like perma ban because no one wants to deal with the Diggy anyways. And yeah, just reminiscing the old times.
Yep, we're getting old.
Getting old, and I'm certainly reaching quite a bit. Really hope that the game will start soon, because as a caster, I think this is a good time to really talk about as a caster, we do run out of things to say. We do sometimes run. Maybe not you.
What do you mean? I run out of things to say as well. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean it's definitely a interesting job as a caster ourselves. Especially when right now we're going through a lot of things. Especially hopefully the League Ops will be able to
Yes.
further give us more updates as well. But I also hope to seek the understanding of everybody as well. We are more than
Yes,
happy
please.
to hop into a game. If there's an unpause button right now, you have no idea. I'm just gonna click it immediately.
So if you have any
And gonna get
questions for
scolded
us,
immediately.
if you have any questions for us, type it down in the YouTube comments. We'll try. We'll try. I don't know. There's many. I
too
think there's
many.
many. I think there's many. Just type it down in the comments. Jace is actually actively looking at the streams online as well, because we are also worried
Watching
about
you.
how you guys are feeling and you guys
I
are
think-
thinking, and we
Yeah,
do
look.
want to stay transparent to all of you.
Yeah, I think, look, about this, right? If of course, before we talk about the next topic that I have in my mind, remember you said we have a lot of topics in my mind.
We have a lot of topics.
We want you guys to feel a taste of what it feels like to be an esports player, and there's also an upcoming esports game that's also upcoming. Don't forget, if you are really good at MCGG and you think that you have what it takes, right? You should actually start to join the MCGG Rising Star, and you can be the pioneer, literally being the first world champion in MCGG.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you haven't played MCGG before, or if you played MLBB MRO or MLBB Rising Open, it's pretty much the same thing. It's a open competition.
Yep.
You go through maybe 3 rounds of that, and you win. You go into the next round. You have a little bit of trophy on your profile pic. So if you have slow fingers or fat fingers like our friend Jace here, but you have a big brain and
All 3 of them,
knack
which
for good
I
strats,
don't have.
knack for good strats, I think MCGG is where you should be at.
Yep. But I think it also opened up another avenue opportunity for some of our players right here, right? Because a lot of players, I think, especially in Singapore context,
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of players been playing around. I've seen community, we've seen even like literally some of the uncles and aunties playing in the whole hawker center actually playing MLBB. I mean, MLBB is really deep rooted in
It is,
Singapore
it
as
is,
well.
it is.
But I feel like right now we're gonna finally we've got some form of time.
Ooh.
Hopefully in another 10 more minutes we're
Oh
gonna
my
go
gosh.
into a troubleshooting. Hopefully, if you guys missed the redemption code, I'm not sure whether I can queue that one. I don't have the power.
Bring up the boss meta
Yeah,
again.
but I think it boils down to, you know, a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of us, I mean, whatever you guys are feeling as an audience, we feel it too.
Because we're an audience first before we're casters.
No,
we're watching the game the same time as you.
Okay, yes, for me, I feel the same thing as you guys feel as well, right? Like, I definitely want the game to start at the same time.
Yes.
We also, if we sees a play that doesn't make sense, I'm more than happy to call it out. Right, like for example, I'm gonna call it out right now. Nomad with the Mathilda for killing Eagle,
pulling,
bringing
yeah.
in Fake Cutie, this Vendetta into certain death.
Oh, yes.
But it's also the fact that, you know, Losey knows how to navigate around that draft.
Yes.
That makes it so good.
I mean, he's been playing for a pretty long time. And speaking of Losey, again, I do want to raise up the fact that Losey is a pretty lucky charm, and hopefully we'll have a graphic of that soon. Every single one of the teams has been in since his inception in Season 3, starting from RSG. 3 seasons he's won, and he's moved over to Flash, and he's won that one as well. I remember the narrative for Season 5, if I'm not wrong, or Season 5, was that, oh man, Losey has gone over to the enemy, and you know they're in cahoots and rivals versus rivals again.
Yep.
They met in the grand finals. Losey carried the team over to victory alongside Hades, and that was their start or path to success.
Yep, I think right now we're just currently waiting for everybody to basically confirm. Like what I mentioned, I feel like it's also very risky for the players. Even like, you know, even if RSG actually selected a Retri right there and then, I think that's a little bit unfair, in my opinion, to basically continue on with a Retri. It could be easily a bug in the tournament
but you
lobby.
never
right?
know.
Yeah,
You never
never know. This thing is not wait, double negatives. Sorry, Jace, do not speak in double negatives. Okay, this is common sometimes in especially tournament lobby, especially when you know you got your patch updates.
Yeah.
It's happening over and over again. Especially when you know how drastic the next patch is. I think these are the things that could be easily overlooked by the developers sometimes.
Yeah. But not only that, right? I think sometimes mistakes like this happen in your own typical games. If, let's say you picked, oh man, I unfortunately just picked a double retribution. Sometimes you're gonna be like, I'm gonna play a little bit harder, and I'm gonna try to win
Right.
you over, even if I had these kinds of mistakes. But
Yep.
you know, mistakes being made, we are gonna be throwing into a short little break once again. But when we come back, hopefully the game will resume.
Yep, we're gonna go through a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, With a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, the where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage. all leading up to the playoffs. The where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. The where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. The where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Oh, wow. Hello, we're back. Finally, after a long pause, we are finally back. So thank you so much for those who are still with us. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart for bearing us. We are back in game. But first of all, battle spell check. Churros, what's going to happen right now for the RSG? We saw them earlier just now with
it wasn't glitch. It wasn't glitch. Let's address the elephant in the room. Yes, that is double retries from RSG. I think it was a huge blunder, a huge mistake. But to be honest, we've been talking about this backstage over the past hour, and then I fell asleep, and I woke up again. And the reality is, RSG SG has a big chance in terms of the draft to win and take this game off Ignite. Means we might be able to go into a game number 3.
I mean, technically speaking, if you're RSG Singapore right now, if they really brute force this one, the 1-1's not going to have a great time. But it's all up to Ignite Gaming now. Save it for this time, but hold on a second. It's going to be Murphy. Going into hit Astra, Utah picking up first blood. Ignite Gaming just stumbling all across RSG Singapore. They're not giving any chance, and they are angry and itching for a fight. And they delivered in the double kill fashion, making a triple kill. Blade unfazed, and he will strike at RSG Singapore.
Ignite Gaming is just taking this personal. That was a hour-long pause that they had to go through. Their parents were calling them, and they needed to go home. And this time, they want to make this count. PTBL taking down Zach in the process. There's another one. Ignite Gaming might be able to fall too.
Yep, Utah overextended just a little bit, saved by the bell of the first kill, but don't forget PTBL on that landslot can easily chase him down. No commitment coming up from RSG Singapore as of yet. Ignite Gaming still hold for now, but Flicker, hold on a second. A bit of tsunami time going in right into the Kimi shot. Grok building up a wall on the side of Rapid Dude, but they still managed to survive for now.
Jace, this game, to be honest, there's way too many brawls. They threw macro out of the picture. They threw everything, their textbook on the wall, onto the walls, and this is basically just them brawling and just fighting. And Ignite Gaming trying to find every single pick off that they can find.
Right? Like I feel like both these two teams are literally playing like they're late for dinner.
Yeah. Speaking of dinner, I think Ignite Gaming just wants to end this right here and right now. 4-2 is the scoreline, but at every single one point of time, RSG might be able to come back into this. You see the goal score. It will stay like this until the 5-minute mark, and that's where Ash is actually able to come back online, but it's said too soon. As on the bottom side, Zach takes Ash down.
Yeah, the win condition right now for the side of Ignite Gaming is definitely right. Ash is should not be allowed to pick up any for farm. If you do an item check, yeah, he's only finally hit level 4, whereas the rest of the team from the side of Ignite Gaming started to hit at least level 6. So that's a good thing coming in for the side of Ignite Gaming. They are basically chewing alongside with the economy.
Yeah. RSG is... They're struggling. They're struggling to find a spot where Bane will shine just because of extra retribution. And with that extra retribution, they might be able to contest for these major objectives because, you know, throw the deadly catch and then try to delay. But, you know, Ash is still level 4 just because, you know, you have half your farm, half your EXP from just being in that retribution style.
And don't forget, Churros, right now you can say that RSG Singapore is struggling a little bit because of the early game. I want to see how Ignite Gaming basically take advantage of this one, right?
Yeah.
Because going to the latest part of the game, when you have double retry, your Lord takes, RSG Singapore is going to have a lot more opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Ash is going to come online. He doesn't have the elemental retry yet, so once he hits 5 stacks of the neutral creeps, he will get that soon. And that will start snowballing because 5-minute mark is already over. Ash can start to get that experience down, get those farms in, and try to make or break it in this game.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming. They broke down bottom lane turret already. They're going to work on the top one for now. A little bit of clashes around. Ignite Gaming has found a bit of problem. Even Ash also throwing a deadly catch. Just hopefully trade out the tempo right there. They'll be able to crack down bot.
Ash is just playing catch up at this point. Ignite Gaming throwing out macro out of the picture, just opening up that bottom side. They might not be able to handle the late game RSG that they bring.
But the airstrike right into the Violet Requiem from the side of Zac, jumping onto the Tsunami Slam at the same time. It is also going to be the 1-1. Seiji going up into the air, knocking down towers, knocking down the bull himself.
Ash just came in a little bit too slow as Yuta just slowly blocking everything out. And with the double retribution, Ash will find it hard to scale up. He will be the old ball and chain that RSG has to lug around for a while, and if they really want to stand a fighting chance, this game has to pull all the way through 15 minutes and take us to a game number 3. And honestly, Jay's game number 3 is going to be so late. Both these two teams are going to be so mad, and they're going to be taking this personally.
I mean, stamina definitely something that a lot of pro players forgot they have to learn, right? To be able to play for a long period of time and maintain that consistency, exhaustion is definitely going to be into play. Because it takes a ton of focus to play in terms of tournament. And, oh, hold on a second. That's a concealed play. Rapid Duke goes on in. Gets knocked out by the catch. However, Ash getting busted down immediately. But inside the play, Hoki! Oh, that's exhaustion coming into play. The tech charge charges into none.
Just push that away. Ignite Gaming takes down that turtle and taking control of the jungle. RSG Singapore playing on the back foot. Ash is basically a sitting duck for now. He just needs to find slow farms all over the map. Airstrike just for good measure. As Ignite Gaming is just taking control of this game.
Technically speaking, Ash is still technically quite worth it to be worth of a takedown. But speaking about takedown, that's going to be Taurus once again. The punching back for the side of Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming focusing down bot, and they will be able to crack it open. One after another, the defensive structure from RSG Singapore has fallen.
There's, for some reason, okay, Dallas comes in.
Yuta flickers as well. Lots of damage will be able to pour. It's going to be Zac picking up a killing spree already. He is hungry. He is looking to try to go for this end. It's a 10 first kill already. Code Rush, take a look. Take that redeem code.
Zac just wants to go home at this point. He's like, man, I'm going to take you down, and I'm going to end this game right now. For some reason, right, a double retry isn't a bad thing. And we talked about this during the downtime. Double retry kind of makes sense. You might be able to put Hoki in a uncomfortable position, taking in the gold lane and try to make a double retribution work in a horizontal vertical jungle. But hold on, that's a conceal.
That's a very expensive item that Ash was able to secure. The deadly catch coming in. You can see rapid damage coming out from the side of RSG Singapore though. Ignite Gaming is trying to do a playback right here. Yuta landing a perfect ultimate, stunning RSG Singapore one after another blade. It's just using RSG Singapore to stack Sky versus Sax.
Look, with the deadly catch, Ignite Gaming makes Rapid Duke fall. It's a very defensive position RSG has been in, but you know, they do not have that farm. It is 9,000 gold lead that Ignite Gaming has on top of RSG, waiting on for that Lord, getting that Lord down and just clearing out this game as fast as they can. Almost hitting the 10-minute mark, and like I said, if this hits 15 minutes, Ash might be able to get those key items back on point and try to call his way back into the game. He's still level 8, and the rest of Ignite Gaming are 4 levels ahead of Ash. This is going to be a huge problem, but just for now.
I want to take a look at the item check if we can actually pull this up, right? Ash, earlier just now, we caught him securing the Holy Crystal. That's one of the most expensive items. As a mage item, he's able to secure that. Hopefully, with the help of Murphy, he's able to output a decent amount of damage. And take a look. Gold, definitely 4K. I mean, yes, one item for Holy Crystal, but is it enough though, Churros?
If he is able to get his retry, those 5 neutral creep kills, and just level up his retry, might be able to, contest for major objectives in the later stages. Right now, 10 minutes on the clock. Lord marching up on that top side. Ash does have defense positions down into the base, so they might be able to give up these T2 in the bottom side. The traction falls, pulls him in, and locks him into place.
Catches onto Taurus though. The Daddy Cash zoning out the rest of the members coming off of Ignite Gaming, unable to go on in. Ignite Gaming has to use the Lord, and also not only just that, the double marksman one combo right in the Kimi, and also the one trying to do something, right? The Lord will clash, and now it's going to be Tsunami Slam, picking the Grok all the way up, trying to knock it sky high, the Violet Rikram, and also the Winter Crown as well for the side of Zac, but Torres out with the damage. Seiji goes on in, 1-1 takes to the skies, picking up a double kill already. Not Mario, Singapore losing 2 in this defense fight.
It's 2 down. 5 members of Ignite Gaming are still standing up strong. They do have creeps charging in. Will RSG be able to hold on for 15 seconds? It will be difficult, but the damage from that Ash actually brings in the defensive protection fight. And just playing on that defensive front is coming to go through.
Oh, nice knockup coming up from Rapid Dude as well. PTBL will be able to just dash out to safety for now, but RSG Singapore has a leaking ship. Top side is already leaking super minions. Ignite Gaming is just forcing and abusing the fact that Ash has a retribution instead.
11,000 gold lead for Ignite Gaming, just waiting 70 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. RSG Singapore has to try to buy time to get Ash his core items to try to play into the uber late game, and that's how they stand a shining chance or a glimmer of hope of getting into a game number 3. But Ignite Gaming, 1 game away, and they are just angry. They are not having it. They just want to end this game.
Match point right now, right? If you look, as we focus on Ash, the choice of going for the retribution is it's a massive blunder from the side of RSG Singapore, right? Like Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, they're just gonna abuse it. Like, look at Seiji, he's level 14. Ash is struggling at level 10. You don't really have a lot of damage from the side of RSG Singapore. Yes, Taurus was able to tank up just a little bit, but that's not enough. You need the combined force of the Magic Bane.
Yeah, I think they played the early game a little bit wrong. I feel like Ash, when he got the retribution, he would have got like a vertical jungle. Like, I think that might have been better. They focused their fire onto either side of the jungle and let the other jungle try to push in through and try to go in on the opposite side of the river. It might be risky, but it's worth a shot. It's easier for RSG to claw their way back up.
Blade right now, 0 death, right? 7 kills. Should have decent amount of stacks in the sky here, so once your HP bars goes down low from the burst damage from coming off of Yuta, to a certain extent Rapid Dude as well, you can easily just get smacked down by Blade. And now with Seiji going in for the Magnific Gun already, this is a massive power spike for the 1-1 to be able to do a lot of things, right? Now you're safer from a lot of these engages or initiators coming up from RNG Singapore.
We're slowing things down a little bit. We're going to be spawning up in 5 seconds. As RSG Singapore back on the defensive, they don't dare to step foot right outside of that base. I just think they can't. But the saving grace, again, is that Feather Airstrike as well as the Deadly Catch in a defensive position around that base. If they manage to catch that 1-1 out, they might be able to overturn this and just get the huge chunk of gold. That's 13k lead that Ignite Gaming has. That's a lot of takedown gold that RSG is able to achieve if they shut anyone down.
Yeah, and don't forget, RSG Singapore designed this ground to be able to counter against Seiji, right? But it seems like the Deadly Catch has already been used to do nothing for now. And now with Ignite Gaming cracking open mid, the Lords marching up top, RSG Singapore is slowly getting strumbled by the side of Ignite Gaming. Here comes the Tsunami Slam, but hold on a second, the damage coming up from Blade is just a little bit too much for the side of RSG SG to handle. And Ignite Gaming with the core getting pummeled by the Lord, and they will finally end this game and this series.
They just took it way too personally. To be honest though, before the draft, or during the draft, we were saying like Bane was actually a perfect hero.
It is.
I think there was a huge miscommunication in the way they want to play it. I think it was a blunder of how they forgot to change the spell into either a flicker or something else, which would make it change the story a little bit more
Yeah.
in this matchup. But unfortunately, though, RSG down 2-0 over the hands of IG. Huge congratulations over Ignite Gaming for securing this win.
Yeah, but don't forget, it was Ignite Gaming that drafted the 1-1 first, and that's the problem.
That's
Of
the
the first
problem.
pick 1-1, right? You're gonna get instantly like locked down. But in terms of the draft, but don't forget, right now, just because of RGSG going for, I would say the Bane. If the Bane had went for the Flicker, that would be a lot better. But now you're stuck on Retri, you're behind farm, and don't forget Seiji's the farmer. This is the exactly the best kind of situation. It's like, you can't farm, but I can farm, and I'm gonna out farm you like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem was the first 5 minutes that Bane really just got to go through.
Yep.
I feel like it would have been much better if you just sacrifice Grok and put him down the gold lane. At least he gets decent amount of farm and then get at least 100% EXP for the Bane, right? For Ashe. For MVP of the game, thank you, Blade, for sending us home
Double
right
MVP.
now and just closing out this series. 8-0-7, 745 GPM, and 88%. What a kill participation.
Literally, he's also the MVP of the previous game as well. Also fielding the Kimi, you can tell that he is super comfortable with this one. His positioning impeccable. His landing in terms of traction pulse to zone.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. So I mean, the stats really do tell a lot of story, right? You can tell the gold is just way too big.
I think apart from the Retribution was just the battle emblems as well. That's a fighter emblem right there. You typically don't get the fighter emblem with the Bane. It's either the assassin, or if you want to go physical, or you go pure magic. But
Yeah.
I feel like this is definitely it's a huge oversight from how Ashe wants to play it.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to go for a little bit more of a defensive approach, try to get a little bit more lifesteal and stay in the lane. But as a Retribution, if you have the Retribution, it takes you twice as long to get to wherever you're at. I mean, every one of the members of Ignite Gaming was level 12 by the time he was level 6. So it's like a big 6 level difference. And even though you have that, like, once you have 4 levels ahead or 4 levels behind your opponents, you gain extra EXP, but it was just not enough. I think the emblems was just not in his favor.
Yeah, not only just that, right? You also talk about how, you go for the fighter emblem. Maybe you could have gone for a more physical Bane. You go back to your traditional one.
Yeah, the assassin
your
emblems,
assassin
try to
em-
get a
not-
little bit more damage.
I mean, not only just the emblem, because maybe you couldn't change the emblem in time, right? But since you've already selected a fighter emblem, maybe we could have gone for a physical damage Bane instead of a Holy Crystal. Holy Crystal is
instead of forcing the situation, just
expensive.
play it into your hands. Like, if life gives you lemons, just make lemonade
And sell them.
and sell them.
Yeah, that's exactly how you treat life, right? But of course, because of that, it gives Ignite Gaming a massive head start in the early game.
Now, apart from that, honestly though, the rest of the 4 players of RSG SG, they are drafting this specific lineup for a huge zonal protection case and a huge sort of like skirmish and huge engage. But for some reason, just because they're, I don't know, maybe it's internal, maybe it's personal, it's like, man, because Ashe picked the wrong hero or it's not to our advantage, I'm just gonna throw this game out the window. But it's not like that. I feel like they still have a fighting chance. We talked about this a lot. It's just to counter this Kimmy. It's just to counter the fact that Ignite Gaming likes to play around these major objectives, but they are just not doing what they need to do in the as a win condition for RSGSG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You talk about win conditions for the side of RSGSG. Like what I mentioned, what we shared earlier just now. You mentioned 15 minutes. Maybe that's where Ashe is starting to go from most of the items. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, but because they've got a solid game ahead, they're using Ashe to farm stacks. For Blade, you also got the fact that Yuta also outplaying his mind, right? Like, you can see a lot of times where the ultimate tags onto 1 or 2 members from the side of RSGSG. And Zack as well. His play on the Guinevere is really impressive.
Oh, yes.
And I feel like, there's a lot of good future for this young and upcoming player.
Yeah, I think Ignite Gaming understands what their win condition is. Just protect 1-1 and try to target Ashe as much as possible. Even though you don't really have a lot of shutdown gold, you sort of like, you play mind games with RSGSG. I think this fight in particular was actually really good, favoring RSG. It was just Hoki got level 4 a little bit too late, and then Murphy came in with the wings by wings just across that wall and stand in front as a huge wall. It's just a huge blunder right there, a huge mistake that they wouldn't have been able to make.
Yeah, and mind you, this is without Ashe or Seiji in the
Yeah.
fight. So technically speaking, this is equal footing for both Ignite Gaming and RSG Singapore.
100%
right?
agree.
It's a 4v4. But Blade is just left untouched by the side of RSG Singapore, and PTBL wasn't able to reach him. Don't forget, Utah was there, zoning out the rest of the members. Zach does have a decent amount of utility on his own, just stops RSG from doing anything at all.
Yeah, it's just RSG throwing macro out of the playbooks, and it's just like, let's go play Brawl and just pray something happens. And just like this, Zach understands who the main target priority is. Once you take out Murphy, I'm going to keep Seiji safe, and Seiji is just going to pummel everyone down with the crossbows.
Yeah, and I will also give credit over the side of Rapitude, right? His sets as a
Rapitude,
clear,
by the way.
it's also it's also on point, right? And I mean, I would say that this is a little bit awkward. You basically go into Tsunami Slam, the whole the Grok all the way back to your team. But luckily, Zach goes into the Winter Crown, so at least he has some form of protection, right? And allowing Seiji to just burst the main Inertia down over a sudden, the whole team for the side of RSG Singapore doesn't really have any form of peel. And yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles for the side of RSG, right?
Yeah, to be honest though, like, let's be honest, we have made these kinds of mistakes, like wrong battle spells or, you know, wrong emblems, and then we just make do with them. For RSG, it was just maybe they were putting their mistakes on too high a pedestal, and they were just blaming themselves. It just sort of like messed with their mental capacity to actually play this game properly. This draft that they have on the first skirmish that they lost, killing everyone out, Farsa shouldn't have been front walling in front of a Grok.
Yeah.
The tectonic charge should have been faster. PTBL would not have been dead if he waited a little bit longer to charge at the enemy as well. So, to be honest, I don't think it's the draft issue. I feel like it's the execution and the mental mindset that they have going into this. Like, yeah, like what we said, if life gives you lemons, make a lemonade and just sell them.
Yeah.
Make a
It's like
profit
what
out
Taylor
of them.
Swift does.
Yeah.
Break up from a heartbroken, from like past relationship, and then just write songs about your exes, and then sell them and become a
You're just saying this because you're just a teenage dirtbag, baby.
No, stop planting that song in my head.
Yes.
But yeah, like seriously, I feel like there's definitely the chance for the side of RSG, even though with that blunder. I echo you to a certain extent, but yeah. There's also the fact that, you know, stamina, because they've been here for quite some time as well. I mean, so are you guys as well. So we hope to try to give you a good show. And here you go, the team standings of the day. Leading the pack is Kingdom Esports. Total points of 3, perfect score for now. Alongside of them is Ignite Gaming, Evo going in a little bit slower. 2-1 against Team Flash. Team Flash all the way at the 4th position. Absolute Zero and RSG, no points for now.
Remember when we talked about, like, hey, what was your blind ranking of these teams, these 6-seeded teams? We always put Kingdom up on top, and then, or actually Flash and Kingdom up on top. This is the first time that I actually see Flash being at the mercy of being relegated down into the challenger stage, but it's still day number 1. There's still tomorrow that they have to play against the rest of the other teams to see how far they actually can go.
Yeah, we will really, this is just like, it's just, I mean, this is a good litmus test, right? You get to see, you more or less just from the performance of these teams, you get to see, get a good, kind of good sensing on how the rest of the regular season will fare. And with that said, you know, we also want to talk about tomorrow's schedule, right? Because thank you so much for joining us until this day. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. We'll be starting off strong. Whoa, Kingdom Esports versus Evo.
That's what I'm talking about.
At 2 p.m. Team Flash versus RSG. Hopefully Flash and RSG can recover from this today. And AZ, Absolute Zero versus Ignite Gaming. If I'm not mistaken, that's also going to be a grudge match from Season 9.
Yeah, I'm very, really looking forward to how far Kingdom Esports will fare against Evo, because they won today against Team Flash. So, in my opinion, they are at the top spot of the seedings. But it's still day number 2, so it's yet to be seen. It's down to execution, is how well rested they are. But a lot of people are definitely going to be talking about the game that we had today and whether RSG is able to come back from this mental state. Like, hey, it's been a very, very long. Right now it's almost 11 o'clock. It's almost night.
Is it? Okay.
It is almost 11 o'clock. Past your bedtime.
Nah, actually, I don't sleep at 11.
Yeah. and for me, it was rather a little bit disappointing in the fact that, like, RSG wasn't able to come back in to this fight. But hey, you know, it's the end of the day.
Yep, of course, just a huge shout out to our force, the people who have been powering us, you guys, and also Muntan and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Don't forget our presenting partner IT. Scan the QR code, download the app, get your redeem code, because I believe you guys also deserve a 90 to stick for sticking all the way. I know they're closed right now, but you'll be able to get it tomorrow. And don't forget our official gaming chair. The partners have been keeping us very comfy. I've never left my seat. Because we are.
That is very true. That is very true.
This show may start anytime because, same as you also want to get one of those chairs as well for you guys, so that you can be as energetic, even though it's a long day for us. But don't forget as well, you may also want to be a esports player yourself, so that you get a little bit of taste. And another new esports is upcoming soon. MCGG. Join their Rising Open and be the pioneer to be you may be the first champion. Oh, that's a bigger one.
That's a bigger one.
That's a bigger one. Yeah, and of course, thank you to our partner in Esports Future Living and also Singapore Esports Association and you guys as well once again.
Yeah, thank you so very much. Man, Jace, it's been a long day. Why'd you take us home?
All right, I'll take you home. With that said, we'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gents, for week 1, day number 2 for MPL Singapore Season 10. My name is Jace, this is Charles, signing off.